There are clouds in the blue sky. Opposite the demon lord are two warriors. On the rocks, one girl with a bow is preparing to shoot, another girl is holding a staff in two hands, and a blonde priest is watching the battle. A demon lord wearing red and black armor and holding a sword in his hand holds his chest with his hand. A warrior with a blue cloak swings his sword. A girl with a staff concentrates a fireball in her hand. The archer fires an arrow that emits green energy. The sun is shining brightly in the sky, and the warrior's sword is enveloped in golden streams of energy. A warrior with a blue cloak makes a blow and destructive golden energy emanates from his sword. Golden energy, an arrow and a fireball are sent towards the protagonist. The main character makes a dash and repels one of the attacks. He deflects the archer's arrow with another blow. He destroyed the fireball with his attack. The priestess clasps her hands together and says, "May the force be with you, hero." She uses blessing. A warrior with a blue cloak is enveloped in golden energy emanating from the sky. He makes another blow with his sword and golden energy rushes towards the protagonist. The golden energy almost reached the protagonist. She got close. The protagonist looks at the golden energy. He has a sad expression on his face. He says that he will not block this blow. Golden energy reflects in his eyes. A powerful explosion occurs, destroying everything around. The main character is pushed into the sky and wonders if this is the end, and then adds that this is a fitting ending for the Demon King. The sky is reflected in the protagonist's pupils. The evening sky rises above the protagonist. He wonders what noise he heard. He lies with his eyes closed. He opens his eyes and hears that someone is asking him to get rid of him quickly. Some say that the protagonist is a demonic lord of power, and who knows when he will regain his strength. The protagonist sees three silhouettes of heroes. Some of the characters say that the protagonist is definitely not in a state to harm them in any way. The main character coughs up blood and then wonders if he is still alive. A blonde man in a blue cloak stands in front of the demon lord with a sword in his hand. His face seems to glow. The main character smiles and calls the blonde an arrogant scoundrel, and then adds that he really is handsome. The blonde man points his sword at the protagonist and tells him to listen, calling him by his name Zeke Moore. He tells the main character that he will list all the crimes before punishing him. He informs the main character that he took the lives of hundreds of Grail Knights of the Carwoodman Order and caused innocent victims. The main character has a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thought that this was true, he even felt nostalgic. The warrior lists all the atrocities of the protagonist, who thought that the blonde was pushing the whole speech and had he really memorized it in advance. A shine emanates from the hero's sword and he says that his hand of justice will punish the protagonist for all these sins. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek and he wonders if this warrior is done chatting. He closed his eyes and thought that all this was true, but hearing it from him somehow infuriated him. The demon lord leaned his hand on the ground and thought that it was a pity to die like this. He adds that it is good that he kept the key that distorts fate. He thought that thanks to this he could stab this fool one last time. The demon lord's fingernail shows roots. He thought that he would do this with a blade that distorts the fate of the target and changes the future, although he does not know how it will change. The tree and its roots glow brightly. The blonde man swings his sword and shouts to the demon king Zeke that he hopes that in his next life he will become someone who does good. He hits the protagonist. Blood flows from the demon lord. The main character replies that he will do so if the chance arises, but not now. The blonde man, with surprise on his face, asks the protagonist, who is grabbing his sword, what he said. The main character concentrates purple energy behind his back and says that he needs to do something quickly. He removes his hand from behind his back. Bright purple energy glows and the main character shouts to the warrior that he wants to harm him properly. A hole appears in the hero's armor and energy emanates from it. Roots come from the wound. The blonde clenched his teeth and asked the protagonist where he got it from. Zeke with a smug smile says that it looks like it worked and the warrior got really mad. Red energy emanates from the blonde's eye and he has an angry expression on his face. The warrior glares at the demon lord. He cut off the main character's head. Zeke thought that he died much earlier than he had planned, but he doesn't particularly regret it. He remembers the image of the blonde. The main character wonders what it is. A bird sits on a branch and there is a window in the background. Sunlight illuminates the room. The main character wakes up in bed and with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thought that he couldn't sleep with all this chirping. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. He sits silently in bed for a while. He looks at his hands. He touches his neck. The main character put his feet on the floor. He looks at himself in the mirror and wonders if he has become younger and why this happened. He remembers the blonde and thought that those creatures had overcome him. He adds that he then listened to the chatter of that fool. The hero lies in front of the protagonist. Zeke remembers that Poto used a key that distorted fate. He remembers the glowing tree and wondered if it was because of the key. He wonders where he got it, and then adds that he can't remember. The main character holds his head and a drop of sweat runs down his cheek. He thought that whatever it was, he had definitely returned to the past. There is a lamp on a gray table. The protagonist thought that he was in his room, which means that at this moment in time he still lives with his parents. He wonders what to do with a dissatisfied expression on his face, and then adds that he should probably first try to find the key that distorts fate. He wonders why he left the family then, and then adds that it feels as if his memories are tangled up in a tangle. Someone opens the double doors. Zeke notices the sound and wonders if it is normal for someone to break into the room of the eldest son of a noble family, and then adds that it is not, because at this time even the servants do not treat him like a noble. A blonde man with freckles comes into the room and asks the protagonist if he is still in his room, and then calls him young master. The protagonist wondered if this was a servant, and then added that he didn't remember him. With a smile on his face, he thought that it was this guy, although he addressed him as expected. The blonde man moves his hand to the side and with a dissatisfied expression on his face tells the main character that he always left at dawn, and then asks if he really gave up that too. The blonde crosses his arms and then tells Zeke that he can't afford to be lazy. The main character sits on the bed and sighs. He beckons the blonde with his index finger and asks him to come to him. The blonde comes up with a suspicious look and asks the protagonist why this is necessary. The main character looks at the blonde with a smile on his face. The guy with freckles asks the protagonist to say what he wanted, since he called. The protagonist punches the blonde in the face. The blonde holds his cheek and asks the main character what he is doing. The main character looks at the guy with a gloomy expression on his face. The blonde looks scared and a bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He steps back. He falls to the ground. The main character kicks the blonde man. He throws another kick. The blonde man cries because of the blows of the main character. Blood flows from him. The blonde leans on the closet shelf and apologizes to Zeke. Someone asks what's going on. The main character looks towards the entrance. There is a man in armor standing there. The blonde man runs to the warrior in armor in a red cloak and calls him Mr. Biner. A man in armor with brown hair asks the protagonist what happened, and the blonde man shows the protagonist the middle finger. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that this fool was a little rude. Biner looks down and sighs. He asks the main character why he doesn't answer. The protagonist asks the man in armor if this is how he should talk to him. A warrior in armor asks the main character if he is really going to beat him the same way as Hans. The main character smiles evilly, and then says that this is exactly what he will do. He puts his hand on the shoulder of a warrior in armor and tells him that a small mongrel who does not recognize his master deserves only one thing. He tells the brown-haired man that he deserves a spanking to calm his temper. Biner, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he really thinks he can handle him and if he really thinks he's so strong. The main character moves away from the man in armor and says that he cannot defeat him, and he admits it. He takes a tablecloth from the table and tells the warrior in armor that he is his master in words, and then adds that he can't give a damn about training a naughty dog. A brown-haired warrior with an angry expression on his face asks the protagonist if he knows who he is. Zeke threw the tablecloth at the armored warrior. The tablecloth covered the guy, who didn't expect it. The blonde shouts out the warrior's name. He shouts to him that he is being attacked from behind. The main character swings something at the warrior. He hits him on the head with a vase. The main character removes the dust from his hands and says that strength is not everything and calls the knight stupid. The protagonist turns back and invites the blonde to finish what he started. A bead of sweat runs down the blonde's cheek. The protagonist is reflected in his pupils. The main character punches the blonde man. The blonde screams and asks for help. Noise can be heard outside the window. Many clouds are flying across the sky. Daylight illuminates the trees. Zeke stopped in one place. He stands in front of the double doors. He looks at them and thought that a long time ago in the past he was terribly afraid to enter this door. He holds the hands of the doors and thought that now he doesn't care at all. The main character stands in the office in front of Biner, Hans, a woman with pink hair, a man with red hair, and a black-haired man with a beard who is sitting on a chair. A warrior in armor looks at the protagonist with an angry expression. He silently watches him. Someone says that the father has already heard about everything. Light leaks through the window. The man with red hair tells Biner that his father is disappointed with how easily he was taken to the floor, because in this way he disgraced the Steelwell Knights. Greg Steelwell, Zeke's half-brother. He raises his hand. He puts his hand to Biner's face, then tells him that he didn't do anything wrong, and then adds that they need to be confident. He tells him that he needs to think about what his opponent is Zeke. A warrior in armor stands with an angry expression on his face. The bearded man informs the protagonist that he is late. He is sitting on a chair and has his hands together. Count Vordo Steelwell, father of Zeke. The main character exhales and asks his father why he called him. The father calls the main character a brat. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he asks his son if he has forgotten how to greet others. The main character looks at his hand and asks his father what is the point of this if he still doesn't answer it. The father, with an angry expression on his face, tells his son that it is all his filthy mind, and then asks him how he is going to inherit the county with such behavior. He tells his son that he is the main heir to the Steelwell name and he should at least try. The main character asks his father if he is talking about the county and inheritance. The protagonist smiles mockingly. He asks his father if he has ever seriously thought about passing on the title to him. Vordo calls the protagonist a brat. The pink-haired woman tells the count that everything happens as she told him over and over again. Florelle Steelwell, wife of the count and stepmother of Zeke. The pink-haired girl says that this boy, Zeke, is completely ill-mannered. Greg folds his arms and says that this is a pathetic sight. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists and thought that he remembered these two well. With a smile on his face, he thought that these two were desperately trying to get around him. The main character bows to his family members and asks how he can afford to treat them with arrogance and without respect, and then adds that it is a misunderstanding. He looks at the pink-haired girl and addresses her as mother. Florelle clenched her teeth. The main character closes his eyes and spreads his arms to the sides, and then says that if he thinks about it, thanks to these two he was even invited here. The main character turns around and leaves, and then tells his father that he is sincerely sorry. He takes the sword from the wall and says that he made a mistake. Hans and Biner have surprised expressions on their faces. Vordo also has a surprised expression on his face. The red-haired man opened his mouth in surprise. The protagonist points his sword at Hans and says that he will take this chance to end everything. The blonde man turns to Miss Florelle with concern on his face. Hans, servant of the Steelwell family. Vordo asks his son how he dares to point a sword at someone within these walls. The red-haired man smiles and covers his mouth with his hand. He wonders if this fool dared to raise a weapon right in front of his father's face. The main character says that of course, because the head of a man who insulted the rightful heir of the great Count Steelwell should fly off his shoulders. He asks his father if this is not why he called him here. Florelle, with concern on her face, tells the protagonist to stop, then says that it is impossible for Hans to insult him. The blonde with concern on his face asks how he could dare to do such a thing. The main character sticks a sword into the ground. He leans on the sword, and then asks the servant if in this case he is saying that the protagonist is lying. Frightened Hans thought that if he chose his words poorly, he would really be killed and then even Miss Florelle would not be able to protect him. The protagonist, looking at the servant, thought that he could definitely understand that this was the Countess's man. The blonde slowly tries to say what's wrong. The protagonist wonders why on earth the Countess would go so far for him. Biner says that it is, and Hans's expression becomes surprised. The armored warrior exclaims that the eldest young master is lying. The blonde looks at the warrior with admiration. Halton Biner, first-class swordmaster of the Knights of the Steelwell family. The protagonist exhales with a smile on his face and thought, just look at this guy. Florelle asks Biner if this is true, and the knight answers yes. A drop of sweat runs down the knight's cheek, and then he says that Mr. Zeke beat him in hands with his own hands. The main character smiles and then asks the knight how such a knight can say so easily that he was single-handedly beaten. He tells the knight that it looks like he is not going to admit his sins either. Biner's face turns red, and then he says that he has never told a word of lies in his life. Zeke smiles and asks the knight if he will pretend to be innocent until the very end. The main character points the sword at the knight, and then tells him that if this is so, then he needs to stop talking and prove it with his skill. The knight, with an angry expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he is in his right mind. The whole family and the knight look at the main character. The protagonist asks his father, this would be good for you too, wouldn't it? The main character tells his father that after all, he can use this chance to finally get rid of him if he loses in this duel. The father, with a serious expression on his face, says that he gives permission for a duel. Biner, with a smile on his face, tells the count that everything will be as he wishes. The protagonist closes his eyes with a smile on his face and then thanks his father. He turns around and then asks his father to set the place in time himself. Vordo, with an angry expression on his face, thought that he was just going to scold the protagonist a little and send him away. But perhaps this situation would be a good excuse to transfer the title of Count to Greg. The red-haired guy crossed his arms and smiled. The main character puts the sword back and tells his father that now he also wants to change. He tells his father that he has realized that he cannot achieve everything he wants if he remains the same as he was in the past. A bead of sweat runs down Vordo's face. He tells the protagonist that by what he wants, he really means the title of Count. The main character opens the door. He tells his father that he still won't understand no matter what he says now. The main character turns around and says that they will see each other in a duel. Sunlight illuminates the mansion. The protagonist is engulfed in blue flames. The main character wonders how weak and naive he was. The main character raises the sword above himself and thought that all he needed was the attention of his father, but he couldn't even master the blade normally. The protagonist swings his sword and thought that his father did not want him to master fencing skills. He sighs and thought that back then he did not know about the entity sleeping inside him, which was majestic and destructive. The dragon is on the protagonist's heart. Zeke thought that usually the amount of mana available to a person is determined at birth, and compared to an ordinary guy, the protagonist has more mana. The heart glows inside the main character. The protagonist is hit by a blue beam. A bright glow emanates from the tip of the blade. The main character's heart is beating fast. The main character puts his hand to his chest. A powerful explosion occurs and the main character is pushed away. He lies on the ground and thought that he knew that it would be too difficult to return to how it was when he was a demon lord. He adds that it couldn't have happened for that enormous mana to awaken in him so immediately, because it was comparable to the mana of the missing dragons. He looks at the sky where the birds are flying and thought that he even received the title of the demonic lord of power, and then adds that there were really a lot of difficulties and trials. The main character puts his hand in front of him and says that it got to the point where it seemed as if someone had planned all these events one after another. The protagonist rises from the ground and sits down. He tells the man behind the tree that he should stop peeking and come out. The protagonist wondered how he knew that he was here. Greg Steelwill emerges from behind a tree and then says that it looks like the protagonist has finally awakened his mana. He approaches the protagonist and asks him if he thinks he can handle this level of ability. He stands next to the protagonist and says that he will duel with Sir Byner and inherit the title of Earl. With a malicious smile on his face, he asks the main character why he is doing something that is unusual for him. The red-haired guy moves his hand to the side and in a joyful voice tells the protagonist to just live as he lived before, and then says that he should think about what is happening. He closes his left eye and tells the main character that he will look after him without him even feeling it. The main character has a gloomy expression on his face. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he asks Greg if he is really afraid that he will take away the title of Count from him. The red-haired guy with concern on his face replies that this is out of the question. He crosses his arms and tells the protagonist that it would be right for him to give up the title of Count if he cannot defeat the pathetic Zeke Steelwill. The main character puts his hands on the shoulders of the red-haired guy and asks him what he thinks. He tells his brother with a smile on his face that it means he is obliged to satisfy his brother's wishes. He invites the red-haired guy to see who will win, as it should be in a family of warriors. Greg removes the protagonist's hands, and then asks him if he is in his right mind and if he really proposes that they fight each other. The main character with a smug expression on his face asks what if so. The red-haired guy with a surprised expression on his face says that he has no reason to refuse. The main character passes by his brother and says what it means. He can assume that his brother agreed to this. The main character with a gloomy smile on his face says that he will determine the place and time. Byner shouts that he has conscientiously learned the protagonist's instructions. He stands opposite the main character in the middle of the amphitheater. The knight shouts that now it is his turn to teach the main character a lesson. He points his sword at the main character and shouts that here skills determine the winner, and he will regret not putting on the armor. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that Byner was busy there. Someone takes a step forward. The Grey Knight asks the duel participants if they are ready. Behind him sit the Count, Florel, and Greg. Byner exclaims that he is ready. The main character smiles smugly. The gray-haired judge announces the start of the fight. The brown-haired knight makes a dash towards the protagonist. The main character took a fighting stance with a serious expression on his face. It blocks the knight's attack. He smiles and tells Byner that although he is dumb, he is still a knight. He thought that his blows were harder than he thought. The knight with a serious expression thought that he knew so. He clenched his teeth. He swings at the main character with a sword in his hand, and then screams and asks the protagonist how he likes it. He makes several quick strikes at the main character, who blocks the attacks with his sword. The knight shouts to the protagonist that he cannot defeat him in a fair fight. The main character clenched his teeth, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He jumped away from his enemy. The knight's sword is enveloped in red energy. The knight makes a wide attack on the protagonist. The main character repels the knight's blow. The main character made an angry expression on his face. Biner clenched his teeth. The knight smiles smugly. Florel watches the battle, and a servant stands next to her. Biner hits the main character. The gray-haired, bespectacled servant tells the Count that young Zeke is holding up better than expected, and then adds that he has parried several of Sir Biner's blows. Florel tells the Count that it seems to her that the advantage is still theirs and asks if he thinks so. The gray-haired servant says that of course, because the young Master Zeke has not mastered the use of a sword properly. Florel looks at the servant with a dissatisfied expression. Vordo silently watches the battle. Many spectators rise from their seats. One of them shouts to Sir Biner to finish. Another spectator shouts at the knight that he needs to stop giving in. The knight smiles widely and asks the protagonist if he can hear them. The rivals' swords clashed. He adds that the viewer wants him to end it. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. The knight and the main character draw their swords back. Biner smiles menacingly and shouts to the main character that it would be in his best interests to give up now if he does not want to get injured. The protagonist with a sword that is enveloped in blue energy says that he will not give up. He stands opposite the enemy and says that he has just begun. The main character gritted his teeth and pointed the sword forward, and then thought that he was not sure that this would work. The knight had a worried expression on his face and thought that this was impossible. Blue clots of energy emanate from the protagonist's sword. He used the expansion of his senses. The knight clenched his teeth with concern on his face. He fights off the first bolt of energy with his sword. He blocks another attack. He dodges the next blob and then cuts the last one. Blue smoke floats in the air above the battlefield. The protagonist's hands are shaking. The main character looks at his sword and thought that, as he expected, the mana was getting out of control. He adds that he cannot control it properly. Spectators watch what is happening. A spectator in a white shirt asks a spectator in a black shirt what he just saw. The spectator in the black shirt replies that he also saw it, but cannot believe what is happening. The servant remembers how the protagonist sent clots of energy forward, and then asks the Count if he observed this. He says with a surprised expression that it was a skill that expands his own senses. He says that it is the ability to unite the blade and the body through mana. The Count has a serious expression on his face. The servant asks how the main character learned a technique that allows him to wield a sword as if it were an extension of his own hand. Florel has a surprised expression on her face. Biner, with an angry expression on his face, wonders when the protagonist mastered such a skill. He looks at the protagonist and thought that his stance when using mana was unstable, as if his body and mana were separate and he could not control it. He adds that after all, his opponent is just a pathetic Zeke. Biner, with a stern expression on his face, tells the protagonist to stop playing around. He runs straight towards the main character. Red streams of energy circulate around his sword. He draws his sword back. The main character makes a surprised look. A powerful stream of energy is directed at the main character, but the main character dodges. Biner, with a wary look, wondered if the protagonist had dodged. He raises his sword and thought that his attack was not over yet. He points his sword at the protagonist and shouts to him that he will not get away from this. The energy is sent directly to the main character. Biner uses Dimension Cleave and a massive explosion occurs. The wall behind the main character is deformed. The wounded protagonist sits against the wall. Someone from the audience shouts, as expected from Sir Biner. The knight looks at his spectators. He moves his hands to the sides and says that as far as he can see, the winner has already been determined, and then asks how long he should continue this farce and until the young master's life is in danger. The audience screams in admiration, looking at the knight. Blue energy rushes towards the protagonist. The main character leans on the sword and tells the knight that yes, with the techniques available to this body, he cannot defeat him. He adds with a gloomy expression that in battle you need to really fight. The main character makes a dash towards the enemy. He calls out the name of Biner, who turns to him. The protagonist runs his sword along the ground. He cuts the floor with his sword. He swings his sword and the sand rushes straight towards the enemy. Sand hits the knight. The main character rams his enemy. Biner falls to the ground. The knight tries to get rid of the sand with his hand. He grits his teeth and exclaims that the main character is acting like a coward again. He sees the main character blurry. The protagonist points the blade towards the knight's neck. He tells him to try to justify his defeat in a real battle with these words. A drop of sweat runs down the knight's cheek. The main character looks at his opponent with a serious expression on his face. The knight with an alarmed expression on his face says that he is giving up. The main character asks the knight if he knows why he was doomed to defeat. He reports that it's a matter of arrogance and recklessness, and then remembers with what a smug expression on his face the knight fought. The main character tells the knight that the matter is because of the fear that he might accidentally kill the eldest son of the Steelwill family, whom he serves. He remembers how the knight smiled at the moment when the two rivals clashed swords. The main character stands with his sword hand extended forward. He tells the knight sitting on his knees that if he does not forget this battle, he will become even stronger. The gray-haired knight with a surprised expression says that a winner has appeared. The audience has surprised expressions on their faces. Greg is silent with a surprised expression on his face, and the count watches what is happening with an imperturbable expression on his face. The audience shouts the name of young Master Zeke. One of the spectators shouts and asks how the main character could throw sand into his opponent's eyes, and then adds that this is such meanness. The main character looks at the audience. Some of the spectators say that they demand honesty. Another spectator shouts that this is ignoble. The main character scratches his ear, and then says how much noise there is and asks that everything is fine since he won, isn't it? Vordo asks the protagonist when Zeke managed to learn magical techniques, and then adds that no one could teach him. The gray-haired servant asks the count if he understood everything. The red-haired guy is trembling and thought that the main character was born with them. He wonders why the protagonist is okay after being hit by Biner's space slash. He adds that it cannot be that it is the pathetic Zeke. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. The protagonist shouts out the name Greg. The red-haired guy opens his eyes wide. He sees the main character pointing a sword at him and ordering him to fight a duel. The main character, with a smile on his face, asks the red-haired guy if he remembers what he said, and then says that it is he who determines the place and time. The red-haired guy gritted his teeth with a frightened expression on his face. The count crosses his arms and asks what the protagonist is talking about. The main character, with a smile on his face, asks his father if he will pretend that he has no idea what's going on, and then adds that he knows that he has already given permission for this. A spectator in a black shirt tells another spectator that it means that the rumors about a duel for inheritance between the young gentleman Zeke and Greg were true. The guy in the black shirt asks who would have thought that it would pass today. A spectator with a white shirt asks if the protagonist is really going to fight in this state, and where does he get so much confidence from. The main character with a sword on his shoulder looks at his father. He screams and asks Greg what he is doing, and then adds that he should go to him now. The protagonist tells the red-haired guy that he seems to have chickened out. Beads of sweat run down Greg's face. The count asks Greg to enter the arena. With a serious expression on his face, he asks him if he was really scared of Zeke when he is in such a pathetic state. He adds that he shouldn't embarrass himself further. The red-haired guy stands opposite the main character. Greg wondered why the protagonist was smiling so much. The red-haired guy holds a sword in two hands. He thought that everything about him, his facial expression, tone of voice, behavior, even his fighting ability, betrayed the fact that he was not the Zeke he knew. A red-haired guy with concern on his face holds a sword in two hands. With a surprised expression on his face, he hears the protagonist address him. The main character asks his opponent if he is really going to just stand there and wait until he attacks. The main character with a menacing smile on his face runs at his opponent, and then shouts to him how his older brother will have to start first. The red-haired boy clenched his teeth. He blocks the main character's blow with his sword. The red-haired guy and the main character clashed their swords. Greg noticed something and opened his eyes wide. He looks at the protagonist's trembling sword and thought that he really couldn't even hold a sword normally. He thought that of course Zeke is just Zeke. He starts screaming loudly. The red-haired guy holds his sword tightly and thought that he was Greg, the heir to the title of Count. The main character clenched his teeth. He thought that the wound inflicted on him by Biner was not easy. The protagonist's heart glows. He adds that he can no longer use magic in this state. The main character thought that there was only one way to quickly end the match with his victory. A blue glow emanates from the protagonist's eye. The main character starts laughing. Blood pours onto the ground. The main character, with a wide smile on his face, grabbed the blade of the sword. He asks his opponent if he has ever seen how intestines fall out and blood flows like a river. The protagonist's hand is enveloped in blue energy. The blue energy around the hand intensifies. The red-haired guy opens his mouth in shock. The protagonist, who is enveloped in purple energy, tells his opponent that if he does not admit defeat, he will die right here and now. The main character raises his sword. He hits the red-haired guy with the hilt of his sword. The red-haired guy falls to the ground. Greg is breathing heavily while lying on the ground. The main character sticks his sword into the ground next to his opponent. Powerful red energy emanates from the protagonist. Greg cries and says he gives up. A gray-haired judge stands next to two opponents. He announces that the winner is young Mr. Zeke. The main character raises his sword. The audience has surprised expressions on their faces. The main character tells his father that he won. Greg has a frustrated expression on his face. The main character tells his father that he made him a promise. He reports that the title of Count will go to the winner of the duel. The Count asks his son how he dares behave like this. Vordo shouts that this duel does not solve anything. Some of the spectators say that young Master Zeke won both times, and then asks if the noble Steelwill family will not keep their word. The main character takes off the glove from his hand, and then says that he expected this outcome. He says he never wanted to get this title. The protagonist swings with a clenched fist. He shouts that he never wanted this title in his life and throws the ring at his father. The ring falls near the Count. Vordo looks at the ring with a gloomy expression. He calls the protagonist petty. The protagonist's father gets up, and Florel asks the Count to calm down. Greg shouts and asks his son what he is doing now. The main character asks what it is like, and then says that he is leaving the family of his own free will. The main character turns to Greg, who is carried away from the battlefield. He tells the red-haired guy that he must remember that he can win in any fight. He tells the red-haired guy with a serious expression that if he does not fear death in order to protect the border territories of Steelwill from the threat of invading foreign troops and everyone else, he must become stronger. The red-haired guy is silent. The main character approaches them. He takes the red potion from the doctor, who thought it was for their master. The protagonist drinks a health potion. Green energy envelops him. The main character thought that Steelwill should only dare to forget the lesson he taught them. The protagonist imagines images of his father, half-brother and Biner. The main character in a black cloak and only a shoulder pad stretches near the gates of the mansion. Hans is standing next to him. The main character addresses the blonde as a porter. The blonde man with concern on his face asks the protagonist what he needs. He has a shocked expression on his face. A few hours earlier, a blonde man walks down the corridor with a laundry basket and hums a song. He continues humming the song. He hits the main character with the basket. The blonde asks who is here. The main character says that it is him, after which Hans begins to scream loudly. The main character tells the blonde that he will go with him as a servant, and he first agrees, and then asks the protagonist what he means. The main character takes out a sword, and then asks Hans if he really doesn't want it, and then tells him that since he doesn't want it, he can just die here after he chops it into pieces. The blonde with a frightened expression on his face tells the protagonist that he will follow him. The huge backpack hits his face, and the protagonist tells Hans to grab it. The blonde agrees with the protagonist and picks up the backpack straps. The main character thought that he had forgiven the lackey who dared to insult him in exchange for simple labor, and then wondered if he was too good-natured. The protagonist looks at the blonde. He thought that he needed Hans to strengthen his stamina, because this way he would be at least somehow useful. The blonde man stands trembling with a huge backpack behind his back. The main character asks the blonde to call him Sir Zeke from now on. Hans, with a tired expression on his face, agrees with the protagonist. Hans asks the main character what his plans are for the future. The main character replies that there is no specific plan. He smiles silently. The protagonist remembers the blonde warrior who killed him, and then says that first they will go to the neighboring Porty region. He remembers how the blonde warrior made a strike and shouted that he hopes that in the next life the protagonist will become someone who does good. The protagonist remembers how he replied that he would do so. He tells Hans that then they will just go wherever they want. The main character and his porter are walking along the road. Sunlight filters through the trees. The blonde stops and turns to Sir Zeke. He says with concern on his face that this path is not suitable for them, and the main character replies that he knows. He says that if they go straight, they will cut half the way, and then asks why they should take a detour along the beaten path. Hans answers in a trembling voice that if they move away from the places where people live, they will be able to meet wandering monsters in the area. The main character looks at the porter and tells him that that is why they are here, and the porter replies that he understands. After the blonde realized what the protagonist said with a misunderstanding on his face, he asks him what he means. Someone is making noise in the bushes. The blonde turns towards the noise. With concern on his face, he thought that perhaps he had heard something wrong. The main character and the porter are walking along the grass. The blonde turns back. Drops of sweat were running down his face, and he thought that he hoped they would pass through this place as soon as possible. The stop protagonists and says, "So." The blonde guy says, "So." The main character hands the blonde a sword and tells him that his test will begin now. The blonde man with a misunderstanding on his face holds a sword and asks the protagonist what he means, and the main character asks him to look back. The blonde turns back. He makes a scared expression on his face. He sees a goblin with red eyes in front of him. The goblin smiles evilly and holds a club in his hand. The blonde stood up and addressed the protagonist. He tells the main character that he doesn't even know how to hold a sword in his hands. The protagonist crossed his arms. The blonde asks the main character to at least give him a bigger sword, and then asks him what he expects from him with such a blade. The main character tells the blonde to at least be happy about this before he shoves a stick into his hands. He asks the blonde whether he would still prefer a stick. The goblin screams loudly. He jumps out from behind the bushes. He jumps on the blonde, swings his club, and then makes a blow. The main character silently observes the situation while Hans asks for help. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that he still had a lot of work to do since he decided to train him. The goblin looks away and opens his mouth. The main character punches the goblin. The goblin falls to the ground. The defeated goblin lies on the ground in front of the protagonist. Hans, with a beaten face and in an indistinct voice, asks the protagonist why he is doing this to him. The main character replies that this is because he is too weak. The main character takes something out of the bag and tells the porter that he cannot just carry his things while he is with him. He tells the blonde that he needs training to at least be able to protect himself. Hans is holding a red health potion in his hands. The main character tells the porter to drink the potion and be ready. He reports that he knocked out the goblin, but he will wake up soon. The blonde looks at the goblin. The porter is breathing heavily. Sunlight filters through the trees. There are empty bottles on the ground. The blonde holds a sword in two hands. The goblin shouts loudly at the blonde. Hans runs towards the goblin and points his sword at him. The goblin dodges the blonde's attack. The goblin hits the blonde with his club. The porter gritted his teeth in pain. The goblin swings his club. The blonde sees the attack heading towards him. He dodges the goblin's attack. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. The protagonist looks at the porter and wonders if he dodged the goblin's blow, and then adds if he really has talent. The goblin lost the blonde with a confused look on his face. He looks around. Hans gritted his teeth and prepared to attack. He stabs the goblin's head. The defeated goblin falls to the ground. The blonde looks at his hands and thought that he had really won. He clenches his hands into fists and raises them up, and then shouts that he has won. The protagonist hands a bottle of red potion to the porter. The main character, with a smile on his face, tells Hans that he has exceeded his expectations. The blonde drinks the potion and thanks the protagonist. He turns to the protagonist and says that it's all thanks to him. He drops the potion on the ground. The protagonist and the porter see many goblins in front of them. Goblins scream at two people. The blonde man stands with worry on his face, while the main character stands with a calm expression on his face. There are stones on the ground below the protagonist. He picks up stones from the ground. Hans asks the main character what he is going to do with these stones. Zeke throws stones at the goblins. It hits two goblins in the foreheads. He hits three more goblins in the foreheads. The blonde lies on the ground near the protagonist. Red eyes watch them from the shadows. In front of the protagonist and the blonde lie many defeated goblins. The main character asks Hans why he is so surprised, because this is just the beginning. A tall dark silhouette appears near them. The blonde asks the main character what he means by beginning. In front of the blonde man and the protagonist are many orcs with gray skin and sharp teeth. The main character tells the porter that he has a lot of potions, so he shouldn't worry. The frightened blonde has snot dripping from his nose. There are many stars in the night sky against the background of trees. The main character and Hans are lying by the fire. Next to them is a mountain of many defeated goblins and orcs. The main character looks at the snoring porter. The protagonist sits silently. He asks the blonde why Florel stood up for him so ardently. He looks at the porter, who has drops of sweat dripping from his face, and asks him how he is connected to her. The blonde, with a smile on his face, says that his grandmother was Madame Florel's nanny. He adds that this is probably why Madame was favorable to him from an early age. The main character tells the blonde that since he reminded him, they had a minor servant, whom his mother especially bullied because he was the grandson of the nanny who raised Lady Florel. The main character made a thoughtful expression on his face. Hans was crying and thought it was him. The main character asks the blonde boy if he remembers his mother. The blonde replies that of course, because she was such a wonderful person. He reports that she was kind to the people under her command. He remembers how she shouted at her subordinates. The blonde says that she respected those above her. He remembers how the protagonist's mother took the count by the collar. The blonde reports that she took everyone seriously. He remembers how the protagonist's mother hit Florel in the face. The main character is sitting by a tree and thought that in fact the Count's family hated him solely because of his mother. With a thoughtful expression on his face, he thought that as soon as he remembered all the atrocities that she had done, he would feel sorry for the Count and Florel and Greg. The main character closes his eyes and thought that this does not mean that he should blame himself for it. The main character heard the sound of a carriage and opened his eyes. The main character approaches Hans and tells him to wake up. The blonde yawns and tells the protagonist that it doesn't seem like it's dawn yet, and the main character looks in the direction of the noise and says that someone is coming here. The blonde takes the sword and asks if they are goblins or orcs. A carriage is driving along the road. The main character pushes Hans forward. The blonde man, with concern on his face, asks the protagonist if he really thinks that these are merchants. The main character says that the sound of wheels is not as loud as the clatter of hooves, and if these were traders, then the harnessed horse would pull the cart and both sounds would be mixed. The blonde man with a serious expression asks if these are travelers like them. The main character replies that a normal traveler would not ride a carriage at such an hour. The blonde asks who it is then. The main character and the blonde man look towards the bushes. The main character says that they are coming to them. Someone in armor is standing on the grass. Two warriors in armor with closed helmets accompany the carriage. The main character wondered if these were paladins. A girl in shoes gets out of the carriage and asks to forgive them for their discourtesy, and then says that they also wanted to camp here for the night. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. A girl with blonde hair takes off her hood and says she is a follower of Karuna, Ain Lubella. A girl with blue eyes stands against the backdrop of the full moon. Ain Lubella, Saint of Karuna. The main character looks at the girl and thought that this is the holy Karuvamana, Lubella. The protagonist remembers the priestess who fought with him in his previous life. He didn't think that they would meet again like this. Ain, staff in hand, approaches two guys accompanied by guards. Someone in black boots approaches them and says that he is pleased to meet you. A gray-haired man with a mustache and beard says that he is Wei conserves Lady Lubella, who is a candidate for sainthood. The main character asks if this is Tasnia's death machine. Wei asks the main character what he means, and the protagonist asks the gray-haired man not to pay attention. The protagonist shakes hands with a gray-haired man and thinks that he has decided that he will be kind in this life. With a satisfied expression on his face, he thought that meeting people he didn't know in a past life wouldn't hurt. The protagonist tells the gray-haired man that he understands that he wants to set up camp here, and then adds that they can feel at home. The moon is in the middle of the night sky. Wei thanks the main character, and then says that then they will stay here for just one night. The main character wants to say something to the blonde, but notices something. He saw that Hans bowed to the blonde and told her that he welcomed her and introduced himself. The protagonist thought what a sight this was. Someone hits a peg with a hammer. Paladins in red cloaks set up a tent. The knight on the tent asks the others if someone can hold the end. Ain wants to say that she will help, but Hans puts his hand in front of her. The blonde points at himself with his thumb and says that he will help with a smile on his face. The girl thanks the blonde. The blonde helps the paladins set up a tent. The main character sits by a tree and says that Hans is completely out of his mind. The main character looks at the girl and thought that of course Lubella's beauty seemed out of this world. He thought what a worm Glenn Zenard was for recruiting only beauties. Behind the blonde warrior in a blue cloak are girls, among whom is Lubella. The main character with a smile on his face wanted to say something, but someone turned to the main character. Lubella straightens her hair and asks the protagonist if he will allow him to sit next to her, and the protagonist allows her to do so. The girl thanks the main character. She thanks him for allowing them to camp there for the night, and the protagonist replies that it's not a question. A fire burns brightly next to them. The main character crossed his arms with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He turns to the girl and she makes a surprised expression on her face. The main character asks the girl what brought her here, and the girl replies that she is participating in the search for the stories of various people. She says that when she meets people in need of help, she gives them a prayer of blessing, and the protagonist replies that this is amazing. The blonde remembers how she holds a cross in both hands with her eyes closed. Lubella raises her palms at shoulder level and answers the protagonist that no, this is the duty of every member of the Karuvaman order. She asks the protagonist how he ended up here. The main character replies that he is trying to understand how to live a righteous life. His expression becomes surprised as he realizes something. The main character tells the girl that maybe she can explain it to him. He asks Lubella how to become a good person. A bead of sweat runs down the blonde's cheek. She asks the protagonist how to become a good person. The main character remembers Glenn, who says that he hopes that the protagonist in the next life will become someone who does good. The protagonist says that someone told him that he should do more good deeds, and he thought that of all people it was best to consult him. Lubella looked thoughtfully, and then propped up her chin and said that there are many ways. He smiles and tells the protagonist that maybe there is something he is good at. The main character replies that he is good at things that require strength. Lubella asks the protagonist why he shouldn't use this power to help those in need. The main character rests his chin and thinks about helping those in need. He gets up and says that then tomorrow he will start looking for people who need help. Many people are on the city street. Wade tells the blonde that the shopping arcades are just being installed, and the blonde replies that yes. A gray-haired man with a smile on his face tells the blonde that he asks to excuse him, because he needs to leave for a while to carry out an order. The blonde asks the man to be careful. Wade asks Lubella to take care of herself. The girl with a smile on her face replies that then they will go. Someone screams loudly. The blonde was wary of the noise. She takes a step into the alley. She says someone was shouting here. The paladin behind her says they will check. Lubella opens her mouth in surprise. Someone is holding a guy with short hair by the collar. The paladin yells at the man holding the other man by the collar to stop. The blonde with concern on her face thought that she knew this man. He shouts that it is Sir Zeke. The main character is holding another man by the collar. The evening sun illuminates the house. Lubella sits on a chair and tells the protagonist that she told him to help those in need, because he should not help bad people. The main character spreads his arms to the sides and says that they apparently needed help. The blonde replies that this is not all, and from now on the protagonist should try to help only those who are themselves weak. The blonde tells the main character not to resort to violence against kind people and tells him that he must apologize. The beaten man puts his hands forward and with a smile on his face says that everything is fine. He puts his hand to his chest and says that his name is Sud, and then thanks the girl for saving him. Lubella asks the man with short hair what happened. A drop of sweat runs down the short-haired guy's cheek. The blonde asks if they wanted him to give them his shop. A candle is burning on the table. The short-haired guy replies that yes, because they are the guys from the Siren Trading Company, and they gave the mayor an astronomical amount as a bribe, and then adds that to them it is probably just some old store. He adds that however this shop is important to him. In the corner of the room there are boxes and barrels of alcohol. Sud, with his eyes closed, says that it is filled with memories of his grandfather. With a sad expression on his face, he says that so he immediately told them that he would not give up the rights to it. He puts his hands together and says that he doesn't know what to do with it now. Lubella places her hands on Sud's hands and tells him not to worry. The blonde presses her hand to her chest and says that she will make an appointment with the mayor of Porty right now. One of the paladins tells Lady Lubella that Karu women cannot interfere in politics. The girl replies that as someone who follows Lady Karuna's teachings, she cannot simply ignore this situation. The blonde puts her hand to her chest and says that this time she will figure it out and so they can rely on her. Another paladin approaches Lady Lubella. The main character made a wary expression on his face. The next day, there are many people on the street. Hans asks the main character what he is thinking about, and then tells him that he looks tense. The main character replies that he was thinking about what Lubella said yesterday, about helping the weak. He asks the blonde if he thinks she's serious, and then adds that he thinks she's mistaken. The blonde thought that the protagonist was making a mistake. The main character pulls the blonde's cheeks and says that he is also worried because they did not return yesterday. Someone shouts that there is an urgent search order. Many residents look at the notice that hangs on the wall. The main character and Hans look at the crowd of people. The orange-haired guy says that she allegedly killed the deputy mayor, and the girl next to him says that it's terrible. The main character approaches them. He has a surprised expression on his face. The main character sees an advertisement with a portrait of Lubella, who is wanted for the murder of the deputy mayor and an attempt to curse the city of Porty. Hans asks Sir Zeke what's going on. The main character crossed his arms and thought that something was wrong here. The blonde man next to him has a shocked expression on his face. The protagonist turns back and hears one of the residents calling Lubella the witch from Karuviman. Another resident says that it means that it is because of the witch's curse that their city is in such ruin. Another villager says that the sun is already setting, so they need to quickly get back before they run into them. The main character wondered who he was talking about. The main character sees the residents running away. The man closes the window. A woman takes her child away. Hans asks Zeke what's going on here. The main character says that something is definitely wrong here, so they should go too, and the blonde agrees with the protagonist. The main character and Hans are walking down the street. The blonde crosses his arms and looks around. The main character, with a thoughtful look, wonders if there was something like that in his past life. He wonders if Lubella is the killer. He remembers her joyful smile. The main character thought that it couldn't be, then this didn't happen and Porty didn't curse anyone. And Lubella didn't kill anyone. He remembers how the city residents fled. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, wonders if something has changed because he met Lubella. The blonde holds Zeke's hand and addresses him. Behind them stands a dark silhouette. The blonde says that it seems to him that someone is following them. Someone with bare feet approaches them. Hands looks at someone who has red eyes. A red-eyed zombie walks towards them. The blonde asks if they are undead. The protagonist hits a zombie. The protagonist cuts off the zombie's head with a precise attack. Hands looks at the head and asks where the undead come from in Porty. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that he has a bad feeling. The mansion is illuminated by night light. Someone says that thank God no one was hurt. A man with a goatee and a bag in his hand says that they will deal with the bodies, and then tells the protagonist and Hands that they did a good job. He asks them to come back with a serious expression on his face. He passes the torch to the blonde and tells him and the protagonist that they must return before the witch's curse overtakes them. A bead of sweat runs down the blonde's cheek. The man with the bag and his subordinate leave. Hans asks the main character if he really thinks that Lady Lubella is a witch. The main character replies that no, this is definitely impossible. He reports that he is sure that the person responsible for this incident framed Lubella. He imagines a dark, evilly smiling silhouette. He imagines a blonde priestess with a frightened expression on her face. Hans asks the main character how he knows that she was framed. The protagonist begins to explain, but stops. Hans asks the protagonist what he wanted to say, and if he knows anything. The main character says that everything is written on her face, because she is a good person. Hans smiles after the protagonist's words. The main character opens his eyes wide. He turns his head back. He turned his head back, and then the blonde asks the main character what was wrong. He turns to Sir Zeke, who has run somewhere. The protagonist runs along a city street. He leans his hand on the wall. He asks Lubella, who is sitting on the floor, what she is doing here in such a ridiculous manner. A bead of sweat runs down the blonde's face. The blonde sits with an upset expression on her face. There is a light on in one of the rooms of the house. The main character enters the room. He asks the blonde if her clothes fit her. Lubella stands in a white shirt and brown pants and answers the protagonist that yes, she is comfortable. The main character sits on a chair at the table and says that Hans went out to buy food for dinner, and he will be back soon. The girl sits down at the chair and thanks the main character. Zeke asks the girl where the paladins that were with her are, and then a bead of sweat runs down her face. The main character asks the girl if they really went on another mission. Lubella lowers her gaze. The main character turns to Lady Lubella, and she says that it's all her fault. She clenches her fingers and says that other people suffered because of her. The main character asks if these events are somehow connected. The girl has a surprised expression on her face. The protagonist placed a wanted poster for Lubella on the table. The blonde puts her hand to her chest and exclaims that she is not a witch. The main character replies that he knows this. The girl asks the protagonist if he really believes her. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, tells the girl that she couldn't do something so evil. He asks her to tell him the truth about what happened to her after they separated. The girl is seen through the window of the house. Lubella, with a tear under her eye, says that it happened on the day they missed each other. He looks at the wanted poster. The conversation went well. Sunlight illuminates the mansion. Unlike the greedy-eyed mayor, the deputy in charge said he would take matters into his own hands. Behind the man with sideburns stands a man with glasses. The man with glasses tells the mayor that since they are guests, they should at least invite them to dinner. A bead of sweat runs down the face of a bearded man. Apparently, the mayor realized how inhospitable he had been and prepared dinner. He asks Lubella, behind whom the paladins are standing, if she has had dinner yet, and then adds that he would like to invite her. The blonde says that she wanted to refuse. She averts her pupils to the side. She tells the mayor with a smile on her face that it would be wonderful to have dinner with him. The blonde reports that, however, everyone was hungry. The black-haired and brown-haired paladins are having dinner at the table. The blonde says that it was because of her that they made such an unexpected visit. Lubella watches the paladins eat with a smile on her face. Lubella says that after the meal they went to the mayor with thanks. The blonde and the paladins walk down a red-carpeted corridor. The girl opens the door to the office. Lubella opens her eyes wide. She covers her mouth with her hand and looks at the man lying on the ground, and then asks the deputy if it is. Paladins have their hands on the hilts of their swords. The mayor, with a book in his hand, tells Lubella and the paladins that they saw something they shouldn't have. Next to the mayor lie corpses emitting purple energy. One of the paladins shouts that he noticed something. He exclaims that there is a statue of Belu there. There is a statue of a creature with horns floating in the sky, from which purple energy emanates. The blonde with concern on her face tells the mayor that he is Belid's puppet. The mayor, with a crazy look, asks the girl if she really only realized this now. The blonde puts her hand to her chest and asks the mayor what he is trying to do. The black-haired paladin holds a sword in his hands. The mayor asks the priestess if she really can't see. The brown-haired man tries to get up and scratches the carpet. The two corpses behind the mayor came to life. The mad-eyed mayor shouts to the priestess and paladins that he will sacrifice them all to the great Belid. The mayor commands the revived corpses to move forward. The zombies run towards the priestess and paladins. The black-haired paladin makes a cutting attack with his sword on one zombie. He uses the armor skill, after which his body is enveloped in a green glow. Lubella, with concern on her face, thought that there were too many of them for her to cope with alone. She thought she was getting underfoot. The brown-haired paladin cuts off the head of another zombie. The black-haired paladin asks Lubella if she is okay. One of the zombies jumped on the blonde. The brown-haired paladin calls out the lady's name. The brown-haired paladin places his hand on the blonde's shoulder. He pushes her back and exposes himself to a zombie attack. The paladin is bleeding. Lubella sits silently on a chair. The main character asks the girl if this is the Belid he is thinking about. The blonde replies that she believes that it is so. The blonde says that they are a cult that wants destruction and chaos, and then adds that they worship the evil god Bel and regularly spread death and terror. The statue's eyes glow red. Many hooded people worship the statue. The main character asks what they are trying to achieve in Porty. Lubella replies that this is just a guess, but it seems to her that they want to perform a ritual here. She says she saw the inscription on the statue behind the mayor. The girl remembers looking at the statue with concern on her face. She sees that on the statue it is written, "I offer this city to Bel." The main character with a thoughtful look says that they want to sacrifice the whole city. The blonde asks the main character if he knows anything else about this. The main character answers yes, and then says that the ritual consists of erecting Bel idols and endowing them with the life force of the townspeople. The protagonist imagines half the face of a demon with a red eye. He imagines people burning in flames. The protagonist says that the book the mayor was holding in his hands is most likely a catalyst for the manifestation of the statue's power. The girl replies that yes, after escaping from the mansion, she tried to ask for help at the Karuviman temple. She put her hand to her forehead. She cries and says that it didn't work out for her since the city was isolated. She adds that she must somehow stop the ritual. The main character tells the girl that he will help her. Lubella's cheeks turn red. The main character smiles and says that this is a good thing. The girl replies that yes, but she is worried that the main character will be in danger if he does this. The protagonist replies that this will not happen and gets up from his chair. He turns his back to the girl and tells her that tomorrow they will go to the mayor's mansion tomorrow night. The main character asks the girl why she doesn't go back to her room, and then opens the door. Behind the door he sees Hans eavesdropping. The blonde with an alarmed expression on his face says that he was not trying to eavesdrop. The main character informs the blonde that he is on time, and then informs him that there is one task for him. Hans asks what kind of task this is with a nervous smile on his face. The main character whispers something in the blonde's ear. The blonde screams and asks the protagonist what he means. Screaming can be heard outside the house. The next day, the mayor's mansion is illuminated at night. There are corpses lying near the mansion. The main character is on a tree. He lands on the balcony with Lubella in his hands. The main character asks the girl if she is okay, and the girl answers yes. Night light filters through the window. The main character and the blonde are walking along the corridor. The blonde says it's here. The girl reports that the Bel statue was here. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that the atmosphere here, of course, is so-so. He opens the office door. He sees the mayor shrouded in purple energy. The main character asks if this bald head is the mayor. The blonde exclaims that yes, this is the man who killed his deputy. The main character grabs the hilt of his sword. He makes a dash towards the enemy. He pressed the blade of his sword to the mayor's neck. The main character became wary. The blonde asks the protagonist to be careful, and then says who knows when he will summon the undead. The main character kicks the mayor's back and then tells the blonde that she was wrong. The mayor's corpse falls to the ground and the protagonist reports that this man is not behind this. The girl puts her hand to her mouth and asks the protagonist what he means. Purple-black energy emanates from the mayor's mouth. The blonde notices this energy. Energy comes from a book that someone is holding in their hand. The main character with a smile on his face says that the enemy has been found. He reports that this is their culprit. A man stands in the doorway with a book in his hand. The man comes into the office and tells the blonde that he didn't think that they would return here on their own. The blonde asks the deputy mayor if it is. The night light illuminates the face of a man wearing glasses. The main character asks if he is not a corpse. The girl replies that she is sure that he left them, so she does not understand what is happening. Lubella has a surprised expression on her face. She says that this is a book filled with Bel energy. The deputy mayor is holding a book in his hand, from which purple energy emanates. He says that officially it is called the key to the sacrifice ritual. The main character says that he finally understood what was going on here, and then reports that the mayor must have unwittingly followed someone else's orders until he died. He says that the mayor was not Belle's servant, but just a puppet. The mayor's body lies on the floor, and there is blood next to it. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, says that the mayor was a puppet of this man, his deputy. The deputy mayor smiles smugly. A drop of sweat runs down the surprised blonde's cheek. She asks what happened to the paladins and what he did to them. The scoundrel laughs and tells the girl not to worry, because he ground the bodies of each of them into mince and sent them to feed the fish. He remembers how he fed the fish. Lubella has a shocked expression on her face. The scoundrel smiles evilly. He looks at the main character and asks who this man is and is he really someone like the secret security service Karuviman. The main character says that he has nothing to do with Karuviman at all. The deputy mayor asks the main character why he is here. The main character replies that he doesn't think that the guy who believes in the damned fish needs to know that. The villain asks, "Fish?" with an angry expression on his face. The main character sticks his tongue out at the villain. The villain clenches his hand into a fist, and then tells the protagonist that he really can't wait to experience Belle's punishment. The main character, with a wide smile on his face, asks the scoundrel if he really thinks that he has gone crazy, and also believes that he will take and accept punishment from some stupid fish. The villain shouts at the protagonist that he will make him repent to Belle in excruciating agony, and then finish him off. A man with glasses raises his hand up and black and purple energy emanates from him. Zombies appear next to him, whom he orders to kill the main character, and then asks to leave the woman alive, because there will be a use for her. Zombies run towards the main character. Lubella's staff emits blue energy from using the blessing spell, and then she asks Zeke to be careful. The main character's heart is beating fast. The main character looks at the priestess. He jumps and dodges the zombie attack. The main character makes 3 consecutive attacks on zombies and defeats them. He makes another slash on the reanimated corpse. The man with glasses opens his mouth and thought that this couldn't be true. He wondered if the main character could really defeat the undead so easily. Defeated zombies lie on the ground. Blue energy flows from the heart of the main character from the sword. He thought that it seemed like some of his magic had returned. Blue energy circulates around the sword. The protagonist waves his sword and asks the enemy if this is all and whether he will continue to summon monsters. The scoundrel trembles and tells the protagonist that he can be as daring as he likes, it still won't save him. He adds that preparations for the ritual have already been completed. The protagonist says that he believes that this is not so. The villain, with concern on his face, asks the protagonist what he means. Zeke, with a smile on his face, says that he found and destroyed all the Belle statues in Porty. The man with glasses moves his hand to the side and tells the protagonist that even if he destroyed the statues, it will not change anything. The main character says that if the priestess of the Karuviman order performs a special ritual over the statue, then the effectiveness of the ritual may decrease. The main character smiles. The man with glasses clenched his teeth in anger. Lubella asks the main character if this is true. The main character says that this is so, because he destroyed all the statues in Porty. Zeke looks at the statue, which is floating in the air, and then says that all that is left is to get here and destroy this one. The scoundrel tries to say something in a trembling voice. A bespectacled man with a book in his hand commands to seize these fools. Zombies run towards the main character. The main character clutches a sword in his hand. He makes 3 quick attacks on 3 zombies. A man with glasses opens his mouth wide in surprise. Lubella covers her mouth. The main character smiles smugly. He holds the blonde by the shoulder. The protagonist picks up the priestess and tells her that she might get hurt, so she shouldn't move. The protagonist reports that they are leaving here, and the blonde with concern on her face says that the entrance is already blocked. The villain asks the main character and the girl to wait a minute. The main character and the girl jumped out of the window. A man with glasses and his zombie look at a broken window. The villain asks the protagonist if he is really running from him. The man with glasses smiles smugly and wonders if they should reconsider their plan then. Flyers with a portrait of the protagonist are flying in the air. Someone shouts that there is urgent news. He adds that it says that the witch Lubella killed the mayor. A man walks down the street and throws out leaflets. The main character and the priestess walk among the residents in robes with hoods. A man with brown hair looks at the leaflet and says that he can't believe that she killed the mayor. The old man looks at the leaflet and says that this is a nightmare. The brown-haired guy asks who this guy is, and the old man replies that he doesn't know. The guy with brown hair asks if this is the witch's henchman. The protagonist on the wanted poster smiles maliciously. The main character says that it turned out well. Many leaflets lie on the stone stairs. The main character with a smile holds bread in one hand and a leaflet in the other and says that he is handsome, no matter how you draw him. Lubella looks at the flyer and thought it was a little strange. She looks at the smiling protagonist on the flyer. The blonde tells the protagonist that the deputy mayor saw her face. The main character takes a bite of bread and says that they should assume that he is just lazy. He throws bread to the girl and tells her that she should stop worrying and eat better, so they will have to go soon. The blonde asks the main character where he got the food. The protagonist replies that he borrowed it there. Lubella asks the main character if he really stole it. The main character throws up his hands and says that he couldn't buy it, given their current situation. The blonde sits on the ground and sighs, and the main character puts his hands together on the back of his head and tells the girl not to be so upset, because she is not a thief. The blonde sits silently on the floor. The main character crossed his arms and said that he wrote down all the places where he took something. He adds that this is a kind of long-term loan. Lubella asks the protagonist if this doesn't require the seller's consent. The main character says that such strict obedience to the letter of the social contract is unrealistic. The blonde rests her head on her shoulder, her cheeks flushed. The main character closes one eye and smiles, and then asks what if he repays them double. The blonde asks the protagonist where Hans went. The main character replies that he sent him on a mission. Several leaflets lie on the stone bricks of the stairs. The blonde with a smile on her face says that this is good, otherwise she was worried. Hans, with a surprised expression on his face, asks what is needed from him. The blonde asks the main character where they are going now. The main character replies that they need to find bell idols hidden throughout the city. Lubella asks the main character if he knows how to detect them. The main character, with a smile on his face, says that first they will go into the slums, and then adds that he is roughly estimating where they could be hidden. There are clouds in the blue sky. There is trash near the wooden box. A red-haired guy sits on a box and spits on the floor. A black-haired and gray-haired man stands next to him. The main character approaches them and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. The red-haired man says that a witch has come. The protagonist and the priestess appear in front of them. The red-haired guy says that he knew that all this time he was the witch's henchman. The red-haired guy shouts to the other two guys to run and they run away with him. The main character makes a jump. He jumped on the fleeing guys. The protagonist lands in front of the villains and asks them why they chickened out. The main character smiles and asks the villains if they really decided that he wants to kill them. The gray-haired and black-haired man has surprised expressions on his faces. The main character holds the black-haired and gray-haired guys by the collars. The blonde is trying to figure out who these guys are by looking at them. The main character says that yes, these are the guys he helped to beat that merchant, Sued. Lubella has a surprised expression on her face. The main character turns his head to the side. He screams and asks the red-haired guy if he really doesn't care about his friends. The red-haired guy puts his hand on the back of his head. He asks the protagonist and the priestess why they came out to people, because they are criminals. The main character tells the guy not to worry about them, and then says that he is looking for someone and asks if he can help. The red-haired guy says that their head is still in place. The main character lets the two guys go and says that of course he won't do it for nothing. He holds a bag of coins and tells the villains that he will reward them generously. The villains have surprised expressions on their faces. He tells the guys that this will all be theirs, but they only need to answer his questions. The villains sit in front of the protagonist and ask exactly what questions. The main character smiles and asks the guys if they know anyone who recently suddenly became ill or died, as if they had lost their zest for life. The red-haired guy has a surprised expression on his face. A black-haired and gray-haired guy sits silently, and the protagonist addresses them. He's about to ask them if they know something, and the red-haired guy turns away and shouts that he doesn't know anything. The main character with a dissatisfied expression on his face tells the red-haired guy that he offered them money, but he behaves like this. He grabs the red-haired guy and asks him if he still doesn't know. The red-haired guy asks to let him go, and the protagonist asks him to tell everything, and after that he will let him go. The red-haired guy adds that he already said that he doesn't know anything. Lubella clutches her staff tightly. The main character looks at the blonde. The blonde sits down and looks away, and then asks the villains to help. The main character turns to Lady Lubella. The girl says that she understands that it's hard to believe, but right now the city is in terrible danger. Light leaks into the alley. The blonde reports that at this rate it can turn into a city of death, because the undead are already wandering around the area at night. The main character asks who knows when something even worse will happen. The red-haired guy clenched his teeth. He screams and asks the girl to speak frankly, and then adds that it is because of them that the undead have appeared here. He shouts that if it weren't for this witch, his brother would be healthy now. A bead of sweat runs down the blonde's cheek. The main character with a smile on his face tells the red-haired guy that he understands that the person they are looking for is his brother. The red-haired guy turns away with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character asks the red-haired guy to take them to his home. The red-haired guy with an angry expression on his face replies that this will not happen and asks the main character what he is going to do with him. The main character, being dissatisfied, smiles and calls the red-haired guy small. The red-haired guy knocks the protagonist on the back and asks him to let him go, and then calls him a monster. The main character asks the guy what he said and whether they will go home. The blonde watches them with a shocked expression on her face. The protagonist tells the girl that they are leaving. The leaves are against the sky. The wind is blowing near a wooden house. Lubella concentrates golden energy in front of her hands and says that she did everything she could. But he won't get better until they find the cause of the disease. Next to her lies the older brother of a red-haired guy in a white shirt. The girl adds that someone did this to him. The main character asks the red-haired guy if his brother has crossed paths with anyone lately. The guy covers his brother with a blanket and says that of course he saw everything. The main character asks the red-haired guy what he saw, and the guy replies that it was him. The main character asks who it was. The light from the window illuminates a red-haired guy in a white shirt. The red-haired guy asks the main character if he really forgot, and then adds that it was that same worm. The full moon rises above the building. The wind is blowing near the building. The red-haired guy says that it was the merchant who was beaten by the main character. The merchant puts his hands together and worships the statue. The red-haired guy says it was Sood. The merchant smiles with a malicious smile. The red-haired guy with an angry expression on his face says that it was that piece of crap. Lubella tries to tell who the red-haired guy means by Sood, and the guy replies that everything is correct and adds that this is the merchant she saved. The red-haired guy gritted his teeth and tells the girl that if it weren't for her, he would have been able to save his brother. The main character puts his hand forward and tells the red-haired guy to calm down, and then asks him to tell him in more detail. The main character asks the guy what happened to his brother. The red-haired guy clenched his hand into a fist. A few days ago, on a dirty street, someone loudly calls Georgie. The red-haired guy reports that he returned later than usual, and his brother was not at home. He adds that his brother is a rather weak guy, and they live in slums without any guards. The red-haired guy shouts out the name Georgie and asks where he is. He says that he was worried that something might happen to him and panicked. The red-haired guy breathes heavily and hears someone shout, "You can consider it an honor." He opens his eyes wide in surprise. He sees Sood swinging a knife at Georgie, which is enveloped in purple energy. The masked and hooded killer turns around. The killer runs away, and the red-haired guy runs after him screaming and asks him who he is. His hand has almost reached the killer and he shouts to him to stop. He grabs the killer by the collar and asks him how dare he do this to his brother. The red-haired guy with concern on his face asks the merchant why he did this. Sood smiles maliciously looking at the red-haired guy. The main character asks the red-haired guy if this means that his brother has been in this condition since that day, and the guy answers yes. The red-haired guy looks at his brother and says that he didn't find any wounds on him then, and he woke up right away, so he thought everything was fine. He reports that, however, he became weaker and weaker, said that he had no strength, and soon fainted, like a man without life. The main character holds his hands on his belt and tells the red-haired guy that it really works. He asked him for help precisely because of this when they first met. The red-haired guy replies that that's true and he was going to steal the dagger he stabbed his brother with and make a deal. The dagger is enveloped in a purple aura. He adds that in exchange for the dagger, he wanted to learn from him how to cure his brother. He imagines Sood smiling maliciously. The red-haired guy says that he wanted to learn from him how to cure his brother, although because of one righteous woman everything went wrong. Lubella says that she asks for forgiveness, and then adds that she misunderstood everything. She adds that she just thought that they were beating a weak person. The red-haired guy asks why and is it really because he didn't fight back. The blonde makes a surprised expression on her face. The red-haired guy asks if it's because he's poor or because he looks like a bully. He adds that apparently this is enough for her to distinguish the strong from the weak. The blonde presses her hand to her chest. The main character claps his hands and tells the guy not to escalate. The protagonist hugs the red-haired guy and then says that she lived as an aristocrat, so she lacks experience and therefore you need to try to understand her. Zeke asks the red-haired guy why. By the way, he is not angry with her. The red-haired guy asks the protagonist what he means, and the main character replies that he also betrayed him when she appeared, so he should be angry with him too. The red-haired guy replies that this is because this is the first time this has happened to him. The main character asks the guy what exactly happened to him for the first time. The red-haired guy says that for the first time someone told him that he would help them without any conditions. The red-haired guy's cheeks turned red. Sunlight illuminates wooden houses. The main character places his hands on the back of his head and asks Lubella what she is thinking about, and the girl answers that she definitely does. She reports that she felt the disgusting Bell energy in this child instead of life force. She says with a thoughtful look that she is quite sure that he was a victim. The main character crosses his arms and says that then, he thinks they should start here. Lubella asks the protagonist if he has come up with a plan of action. The main character with a smile on his face says that first they will go from here. Sunlight illuminates a wooden house. Sood enters the house with a box in his hands. He puts the box on the floor and hears a noise. He turns around and asks what it was. Sood opens the basement and examines it with a lamp in his hands. He goes down the stairs. The merchant asks if they are just rats. The protagonist stands behind him. Zeke put his hand on the merchant's shoulder and tells him that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The main character, with a smile on his face, wonders why he is here. He challenges Sood to beat him to the bitter end today, and then tells him not to worry about anyone stopping them like last time. In front of them is a statue that is enveloped in red energy. The main character, with a smile on his face, asks the merchant if he sees her. He says that this is the heavenly protector who covered him then returned in the form of an angel of hell. Lubella stands in front of them. The blonde holds a staff in both hands. The protagonist hits Sood and he falls to the ground screaming. The merchant asks to be spared. The main character stands in front of him. Sood gritted his teeth and asked the main character why he was doing this to him, and he answered that he didn't know. The protagonist asks the merchant what he might need to know from the fish behind him. He kicks the merchant in the chest, and then asks him if he still isn't talking, and then adds that apparently he needs to be kicked some more. The merchant, with a frightened expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he thinks that he is a follower of Bel. He exclaims that he is not a disciple of Bel. The statue is covered by a shadow. The main character replies that he knows this. The protagonist tells the merchant that he is not a novice. He tells the merchant with a smile on his face that he is a disgusting worm who sticks with the guys from Bel in the hope of getting a few breadcrumbs from the table. Sood clenches his hand into a fist and cries. Lubella watches him with concern on her face. The blonde makes a surprised expression on her face. The protagonist takes the weapon out of its sheath. The merchant asks the main character why he draws his weapon. The main character says that now that they have found the stupid fish idol, they no longer need this guy. Lubella with a sad look tries to say something, but Sood exclaims with concern on his face that he knows. The main character asks the merchant what he wants to say. The merchant says that he knows the places where the other statues are. The main character asks where they are and grabs the merchant by the collar. Sood with a smile on his face says that she won't say that easily. The main character asks the merchant what he means. The merchant with a malicious smile shouts to the protagonist that if he even lays a finger on him, he will not tell where the rest of the statues are. He asks the main character why he is staring at him so much. With a mocking expression on his face, he asks the protagonist if it has finally dawned on him what his current situation is. Sood calls the main character a brainless worm, and then says that he should have dealt with him and those scoundrels from the slums much earlier. Lubella looks down and asks the merchant if he really is like that. The merchant asks the blonde if she still thinks that he is that naive guy. The dark-eyed merchant calls the blonde stupid and tells her that that's why people think she's a witch. The blonde asks Sood why he is doing this. Lubella puts her hand to her chest, and then tells the merchant that he even said that he doesn't even respect Bel. The merchant says that he did it for the money and was offered a huge amount of money just for giving life force to the idols. The merchant asks who would refuse such an offer. He reports that he is tired of this stupid old store and the time that he had to spend in this rotten place because of his father and grandfather. The main character looks at the merchant with a calm expression on his face. Sood exclaims that this is his chance to end all this. Lubella has a frightened expression on her face. The main character says that they spent too much time on this. The merchant asks to let him go now. Sood tells the protagonist that he will tell him where the Bel statues are when he gets out of here, and then the protagonist asks what he should do. The main character says that he has changed his mind, after which the merchant's expression becomes frightened. The protagonist with a gloomy expression points a knife at the merchant and tells him that now he will die. The merchant says that without him the Bel statue cannot be found. The main character tells Sood that he will find them without him, and then lifts him higher above him. He tells the gritted merchant that he still doesn't know where they are. The protagonist has a stern expression on his face. The merchant made a frightened expression on his face. He turns to Lady Lubella and then asks her to save him. He shouts that the Karuvaman order is supposed to protect the weak, and then says that that's not what he meant. The main character is silent with a gloomy expression on his face. The blonde clutches her staff. A bead of sweat runs down her cheek. The blonde asks the main character to kill the merchant. Sood screams with a scared expression on his face and then asks to save him. The protagonist points the knife towards the merchant. The merchant asks Lubella to help him, and the girl closes her eyes. Blood splashed on the ground. The blonde has a frightened expression on her face. The main character tells Sood with a wounded hand to never come into his sight again. The merchant is trembling near the statue. A drop of sweat runs down the merchant's cheek. Evening light illuminates a wooden house. Lubella sits near the boarded-up window. She sees the protagonist handing her bread. The protagonist asks the girl if she is okay. The blonde says that she feels like she makes the wrong judgment every time. She lists Sood and the red-haired guy Timmy, and then says that she believed one of the parties based only on what she heard from them. The protagonist listens to the girl's words with a calm expression on his face. The blonde with a gloomy expression on her face says that she believes the story about the mayor was also made up. She adds that Lady Karuna says that they should not have prejudices. The protagonist asks the girl if she really feels guilty, and then says that he is fine and she doesn't have to blame herself. The blonde apologizes to the protagonist, and then says that apparently this time she will have to ask the protagonist for advice. The main character sits down and takes a bite of bread, and then says that he has nothing special to say. The protagonist adds that he also doesn't think that any advice will console her. There are shelves with books in the room. Zeke tells the girl to let her deal with this herself, and no matter what she does, time heals all wounds. The blonde listens carefully to the main character. Zeke says that self-flagellation will lead to nothing but your own suffering. A girl with slightly reddened cheeks tells the protagonist that it seems to her that he is much older than she imagined. The main character eats bread and looks at the girl with a little surprise. A drop of sweat runs down the blonde's cheek, and then she says, "Oh, nothing." She asks the main character if they will now go in search of other idols. The main character answers yes, and then says that he thinks he knows the places where they can be. The blonde looks down and apologizes, and then says that she can't help in any way. The main character asks the girl what she is talking about. He tells her that she will have the most important role. The girl makes a surprised expression and asks her if it's raining on the street near the mansion. Defeated warriors lie on the floor. Lubella asks the main character how he knew that she would be here. The main character replies that because these guys were hired for money, just like Sood. He tells the girl that now she just needs to imbue this brush with her holy aura, and then gives her the brush. The brush in the blonde's hand is enveloped in a golden aura. The girl closes her eyes and the blonde's staff begins to glow brightly. Lubella opens her eyes and says that she is finished, and the main character thanks her. The main character smiles and says that now it's his turn. The protagonist draws a sinuous pattern with red paint. The blonde with a puzzled expression looks at the protagonist, who drew patterns on the statue. The main character asks the girl to make the final touch. The blonde touches the statue and a golden glow emanates from her hand. The pattern on the statue glows with golden light. Lubella says that everything is done, and then asks the main character if they can just leave now. The main character replies that yes, everything is fine and the holy aura has already been absorbed. He heads towards the exit and tells the girl that that's why they will go. The blonde looks at the statue and wonders if this will really stop the ritual. It's pouring rain outside. Black and purple energy emanates from a man in glasses who sits at a table in his office. She heads towards the flyers with the faces of the protagonist and Lubella. Deputy put the leaflets on the table and looks at them. It envelops a leaflet the size of a blonde's face in purple energy. The leaflet with a blonde burns in a violet flame. A man with glasses with a malicious smile tells Lubella to go to him. Wade runs across the field and carries hands with him. The blonde man tells the gray-haired man that he is going to throw up. Wade has a surprised expression on his face. He throws the blonde to the ground and asks for his forgiveness, and then says that he must move on. A blonde man with blood pouring from his nose asks Wade why he blew himself up so suddenly and how he can leave him here. Red eyes watch hands from the bushes. The blonde runs and shouts to Mr. Wade to wait for him. The main character and Lubella are walking down the street. A drop of sweat runs down the blonde's cheek and she wonders if she's doing the right thing now. She thought that from that moment on she was always looking for idols and doing as Zeke said. She remembers how the main character applied patterns to the statue. She remembers how the main character painted the statue from the back. The protagonist looks at the statue with crossed arms. Lubella thought that she did not recognize the runes that the protagonist draws on the statues. The blonde has a surprised expression on her face because she heard a growl. A zombie appears in front of them. The blonde tells the protagonist that this is the first time they have seen zombies in a long time. The main character asks the girl if he doesn't look a little different than the last time. He adds that if you look closely, he is slower and staggers even more unusually than before. The main character hits the zombie on the neck with his palm and says that this is not bad and it looks like their efforts were not in vain. The main character crosses his arms and says that the undead roaming around the city due to the ritual have definitely decreased, and this is all thanks to Mill Lubella. The blonde puts her hands together and closes her eyes, and then says that thank God they really succeeded. The main character looks at the blonde with a smile on his face. He tells the girl that the expression on her face was not one of confidence when she saw those runes. He adds that she must have been very worried about his scribble. The girl has a surprised expression on her face. Lubella looks down and asks the protagonist for forgiveness, and then tells him that it's not that she didn't believe him. She adds that she has simply never heard of such methods in Karuviman. The blonde says she can't believe it worked so well, then adds that the person who created these runes must be a genius. The protagonist asks Lubella if she really thinks so. The main character stops. He says that he thinks the time is coming to put an end to the main idol in the mayor's mansion. The girl with concern on her face asks if they will succeed. The main character with a smile on his face says that since over the past couple of days they have dealt with all the idols in Porty, the power of the ritual should have dropped significantly. The deputy mayor smiles evilly next to his two zombies. Lubella asks, the deputy mayor should be in the mansion too, right? He adds that most likely he was going to use that place as a ritual center. The main character grabs the sheath of his sword and says, then let's go. The protagonist and the blonde go to the mansion. There is a full moon in the sky. Moonlight illuminates the mansion. The main character and Lubella are walking along the corridor. They approach the double doors. The blonde says that they have arrived, and then says that she clearly senses ominous energy behind these doors. The main character asks Miss Lubella to stand behind him, and then informs her that from now on he will go first. The protagonist opens one of the doors. The protagonist looks inside. Powerful purple-black energy seeps through the doors. It hits right through the window. Lubella, with a frightened expression on her face, takes cover behind her staff. The main character, with surprise on his face, says that this was definitely unexpected. The blonde asks the main character if he is okay. The main character smiles and says that everything is fine and he doesn't care about such a weak attack. The protagonist with a serious expression says that there is something more important. In front of the protagonist are two flying monsters in robes, armed with scythes. He says it's strange that he didn't feel them. The blonde with surprise on her face asks if these are shadow demons and where do such high-ranking monsters come from. The shadow demon gives off a dark aura. The demon swings his scythe and flies towards the protagonist. The main character parries the enemy's attack with his sword. He says that since stealth assassinations are all they're good at, he thought they'd at least be good at that. The protagonist's sword and the demon's scythe clashed. The main character hits the shadow demon 2 times, and then asks what kind of frontal attack it is. Black and purple energy appears behind the protagonist. Lubella shouts to Zeke that the enemy is behind him. The main character turns his head back. The shadow demon swings his scythe at the main character. The main character tells the shadow demon that his stealth skills aren't that bad. He makes a cutting blow to the demon and informs him that his opponent is him. The shadow demon disappears, and the priestess asks the main character what is going on here. Lubella asks with concern on her face how shadow demons could appear here. The main character tells her that Belle's people must have called them. The blonde exclaims that this cannot be, and then adds that the ritual should have been significantly weakened. The deputy mayor says with a gloomy look that this means there is only one answer left. Cracks appear on the ceiling. The painting falls to the ground. The villain says that their ritual has not lost its power. Due to an earthquake, stone debris falls near the main character and Lubella. The main character, with concern on his face, says that it seems that this was just the starting point of the ritual. The blonde replies that she understood everything. The blonde with a shocked expression on her face asks if this really means that everything they did had no effect on anything. The main character replies that of course not. He holds a sword in his hand, which is enveloped in blue energy, and says that first they need to get out of here. The main character raises his sword above himself. He sticks the sword into the ground. Cracks appear on the floor. Red energy emanates from the protagonist's sword. The floor breaks from his impact. The protagonist grabs Lubella and tells her to hold on tight. He jumped down to the bottom floor. The mansion burns and collapses, and the protagonist makes a jump. A powerful explosion occurs in the mansion. Black and purple energy circulates around the statue. The blonde looks up and tells Zeke that the Bell idol is there. A huge ball of water appears behind the statue. Drops of water fall on the floor. Crackling purple energy emanates from the statue. A lot of water spills near the statue. A man with glasses spreads his arms to the sides and asks the protagonist and Lubella if he is not beautiful. The blonde clenched her teeth and said that this is the deputy mayor. The deputy mayor, with his hand held aside, says that it's not that he doesn't like the title, but why don't they call him by his name? The deputy mayor says with a smug smile that his name is Alid Grodum. The blonde has an angry expression on her face. Alid asks the girl why she made such a face and does she really not like this look. Lubella says she felt like the ritual was being interrupted. The man with glasses tells the protagonist and the blonde that the drawings did not lead to anything. The main character and the blonde are standing in front of the enemy. The blonde asks the scoundrel how he knows about this. The man with glasses says that he helped them and placed guards around the area to lead them to the idols. In the city from above, the houses where the idols are located are illuminated. The villain adds that he did this to bring Lubella to their order. The blonde has a shocked expression on her face. Alid tells the priestess that bringing her by force was not easy. He remembers how the protagonist ran with a blonde in his arms. The man with glasses smiles with a book in his hand, and then tells the girl that he made an effort for her to come here herself. He remembers the corpses from the mansion. He thought about how the protagonist and the blonde. He thought about the protagonist striking the living dead. The bespectacled man tells the heroes that he led them to believe that they would successfully prevent the ritual. Alid, with a smile on his face, tells the protagonist and the blonde that he thought that they would come to destroy the last idol, because he heard the protagonist speak as the protagonist said that he would destroy the rest and return. Lubella is silent with concern on her face. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, asks if he was eavesdropping. The enemy tells the heroes that they should be grateful. He narrows his eyes and tells the protagonist that he didn't specifically try with his wanted poster to make it easier for them to move around. He imagines purple-black energy appearing in the city, and then says that in a few hours the inhabitants of this city will become their loyal army. Alid smiles widely and tells the blonde to come to him. A drop of sweat runs down Lubella's face, and the scoundrel turns to the girl. The blonde bit her lip in anger. The girl tells the scoundrel that she will never allow his plan to come true. On Earth, water spills from a magical spring. The enemy tells the girl that she leaves him no choice and zombies appear behind him. He adds that this means he will have to use force. Zombies surround the protagonist and Lubella. The girl and the protagonist stand back to back. The blonde thanks the main character, and the main character asks her why she thanks him. The blonde tells the protagonist that if it weren't for him, she would already be dead. She smiles and tells the main character to run away from here, and then says that she will do everything to stop him. The main character asks the girl if she really thanks the protagonist instead of blaming him for giving her false hope. The man with glasses tells the main character not to pretend to understand something when he doesn't. The main character says that he knew about this, that the stupid magic runes that he drew would not do anything. The protagonist, with a straight face, tells the villain that he also knew that he was helping them to bring Lubella here. Alid, with an angry expression on his face, asks the main character why he did what he wanted. The main character, with a smile on his face, says that he needed to stall for time. A man in glasses with concern on his face asks the main character what he means. A powerful explosion occurs behind the protagonist and he says that he needed to stall for time for it. The protagonist smiles smugly, and then tells the enemy that he probably doesn't know who he's talking about. Zombie corpses lie on the ground in the middle of the forest. Someone in boots steps on a puddle of blood. Zombies jumped on someone. Wade cut down the zombie with a few quick blows. He left defeated enemies behind him. The protagonist reveals that he is talking about the death of Tasnia Belry Wade. The gray-haired warrior stands with a menacing expression on his face. Alid says that Wade can't be here because he definitely left the city. The main character says that he asked him to return. The scoundrel clenched his teeth and trembled. Bright purple energy comes from the book of a man with glasses. He shouts that no matter how powerful this scoundrel is, he will be powerless before the power of the ritual. Water pours out of the ground. A huge stream of water bursts out of the ground behind the main character and Lubella. A huge water snake is heading towards the main character and the blonde. The main character tells the girl not to panic and follow him. The girl is enveloped in powerful golden energy, and the main character is enveloped in a golden aura. The blonde with a serious expression says that he is a Karuviman Saint candidate, and then adds that he will also fight. The main character with a smile on his face says, "What a responsibility." The protagonist sits down and his sword is enveloped in blue energy. He stabs the water snake. He jumps and pierces the water snake's mouth. He opens his eyes wide. A lot of water pours onto the ground. Light reflects off Alid glasses. He smiles and says that it took a lot of strength from him, but the result is satisfactory and no one will survive this. The main character comes out of the stream of water and asks the enemy if this is all. The wet protagonist and Lubella are holding their heads. The man with glasses asks the protagonist and the blonde how they did it, because they definitely got hit. The main character says that no matter how huge the column of water is, if you reduce the pressure, it will become just a waterfall. Someone in boots approach them. The protagonist says that here he is. Wake appears, from which streams of blue energy emanate. Alid lowers his book and tells the gray-haired man that he will do anything to sacrifice him. The gray-haired man strikes the villain with his sword and he drops the book. The book falls to the ground. A face appears on the book and screams loudly. The gray-haired warrior sticks a sword into the mouth of a book. He pinned the book to the ground with his punch. Wade says it's Bel's sickening artifact. A Bell statue flies in the air, emitting purple energy. The gray-haired warrior stands in front of the villain, who lies on the ground, and the main character and Lubella look at the statue. The statue falls into the water. All participants in the battle paid attention to this. The man with glasses shouts that it has finally begun and the day of judgment has arrived. The gray-haired man points his sword at the enemy and tells him to stop mocking them, and then asks him how this happened since the book was destroyed. Alid, with a malicious smile on his face, shouts that since the life force is already flowing underground, the ritual has been started. He shouts that there is no way to install it and the ritual will continue until the entire city is covered by it. He adds that now that Bell-energized groundwater is rushing to the surface, something must happen. Everyone stands silently for a while. The villain asks why nothing is happening. The main character asks the villain if he wants to know the reason. He says that the magic runes he painted on the statues are real. He remembers how the runes glowed. The protagonist approaches the face of his enemy, who asks him what he means. The scoundrel opened his eyes wide. The main character smiles with his eyes closed and asks the enemy what it feels like and whether the short-term taste of hope was sweet. There are clouds in the blue sky. Many residents walk along the city street. A girl with brown hair stands behind the counter with a smile on her face and accepts a black bag from a man with black hair. Wade thanks the main character. He shows him a piece of paper and says that thanks to his note, he quickly learned that Lubella was in danger. He adds that it's good that nothing bad happened until he returned here. The main character says that he simply calculated how long it would take to find Hans. He thought that besides, he was just doing a good deed. The main character sighs and thought that it's true. Hans had to work like a horse. The blonde is crying with thoughts of how Mr. Wade will just leave him. The main character shakes Lubella's hand and says that then they will go. The blonde tells the main character that he can still rest in the temple, and he replies that he needs to go. Many people are walking along a city street. The main character looks at Hans with a smile on his face and says that his next destination has been decided. There is a fountain near the large mansion. Lubella and Wake walk around the mansion grounds. The blonde tells the gray-haired warrior that she heard from Hans that Mr. Zeke is the eldest son of the Steelwill family. A gray-haired warrior with a surprised expression on his face asks the girl if she is really talking about the Great Defenders, those same Steelwill. The girl with a smile on her face says yes, but she is not entirely sure whether he was joking or serious. Wade props up his chin and with a thoughtful look says that everything is clear, and that means they shouldn't mention Mr. Zeke in the report. He adds that if Belid finds out that he taught them runes that can interrupt the ritual, he will hunt Mr. Zeke. He remembers how Lubella, following the words of the protagonist, drew a rune on a piece of paper. The girl replies that this is true. A round rune is drawn on paper. Wade tells Miss Lubella that he is going to meet the Holy Father. The girl replies, "Okay, thank you." Sunlight falls on the grounds of the mansion. Someone comes out from behind the column. The blonde knight Glenn comes out from behind the column and tells the girl that she must be Miss Ain Lubella. The blonde with concern on her face asks the man who he is. The knight introduces himself as Glenn Zenard with a smile on his face. The girl tells the guy that he must be the elite of the Grail Knights, who are supposed to come to the aid of the order. On the warrior's armor there is a symbol with a cross and wings. The blonde bows to the girl and tells her that it is an honor for him to be able to support Karuviman from the outside. Lubella asks the blonde how he knows her and if they have met before. Glenn tells the girl that people have told him about her, and then says that he wanted to introduce himself in a more public setting, but he thought she wasn't feeling well. Shadows fall from the columns. Glenn, with a smile on his face, tells the girl that yes, this may seem rude, and then asks the girl if she is worried about something. He adds that if she wishes, he can listen to her problems. The blonde puts her hands forward and refuses the blonde's help, and then says that she is not worried about anything special. She adds that she probably seems worried simply because she's tired. The blonde tells Lubella that he didn't want to keep her when she was tired after the road. The man says to the girl, "Please rest." The girl replies that it was nice to meet you. Sunlight illuminates the columns. The blonde looks at Lubella leaving from behind. He says with a gloomy expression that something has changed. There is a city among the mountains, not far from the mining town of Seoul. Sunlight filters through the leaves of the trees. The defeated monster falls to the ground. Hans, sword in hand, is breathing heavily. The main character tells the smiling blonde that he can already cope with even huge trolls. Someone is screaming for help. The protagonist and Hans look in the direction where the noise came from. A brown-haired guy in pants with straps runs away from goblins. The main character makes a wide swing at the goblin and hits everyone with one blow. The brown-haired guy sees monsters falling to the ground. The brown-haired guy with a smile on his face thanks the main character, and he replies that yes, no problem. Hans asks the guy why the goblins were chasing him. The brown-haired guy puts his hand to the back of his head and says that he is training to become an adventurer. The main character and Hans ask, "An adventurer?" The brown-haired guy with a nervous smile on his face says that for now he is a miner, but dreams of going on the road of adventure. He adds that he is studying right now. A man with a metal breastplate beckons to a brown-haired guy. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he shouts at him to come here, and then asks him if he really can't even kill a goblin on his own. The brown-haired guy replies that he is coming, and then asks the protagonist what his name is, and then tells him that he will definitely repay him later. He introduces himself as Snoke. The main character says his name, and the guy replies that okay, then they will see each other. Hans asks if it was the adventurer trainer. The main character touches his ear with his finger and then says, "It doesn't matter." The protagonist with a serious expression says stop wasting time on nonsense. He tells the blonde that now he needs to try to beat him. The troll swings his club at the porter. Hans has a worried expression on his face. The adventurer trainer and Snoke walk among the ruins. The trainer tells the guy that he needs to use his mana to walk. The brown-haired guy replies, "Okay." He trips over a stone. He falls face down on the ground. The trainer, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks Snoke how many times he will trip. The brown-haired guy holds onto his bruised leg, and the trainer says he can't take it anymore. The trainer adds that training is completed for today. The brown-haired guy asks if they're leaving already. The coach tells the guy to get out of his sight. Snoke shouts to the trainer to wait, and the trainer shouts that he wants to continue. The brown-haired guy notices the animal under his foot. He took a closer look at it and asked if it was a mole. He asks where this mole came from here. He sees a dark passage and says that there is a collapsed mine here and it may be unsafe here. Snoke sits down on the ground and then tells the mole that this place is dangerous, so he needs to go back to his family. The guy takes a step forward. The mole repeats after him. The guy takes another step. The mole repeats after him again. The brown-haired guy asks the mole why he is following him, and then asks him just not to say that he has nowhere to go. Snoke, with concern on his face, asks what he should do now. The brown-haired guy then asks how about going with him. The mole makes a questioning sound. There is a sign outside the tavern with a picture of a mug. Hans tells Zeke that he was curious about something on the way here. The main character and the blonde man are having a meal at the table. The main character asks Hans what he means. Hans takes a bite of the meat and asks the protagonist why he chose Seoul as their next target. He adds that when they left Porty, the protagonist said that they would go here. The main character asks the blonde guy if he really remembers all this, and then adds that he didn't expect this. Hans says that he is not so narrow-minded as to forget what happened so recently. The main character sticks a fork into the dish and says that it's all because of one day, and then adds that it may be slow, but it's still getting closer. Hans asks the main character what day he is talking about. The protagonist tells the blonde that he won't understand even if he tells. He adds that perhaps it can be called the day when Seoul was reduced to ruin by Novum, the deity of destruction. The protagonist remembers how he saw burning mines. Nearby, a child bent over his father lying on the ground. Snoke holds a mole in his hands and asks him if he should give him a name first. He suggests the names Marie and Nocia, and then says no, he needs something more sophisticated. He lifts the mole above him and calls it Novum. He looks at the mole and says that from now on he will call him Novum. Light leaks into the mine. The coach stands opposite a man in a robe. A man in a robe hands over the bag and says it was a good job. The coach opens a bag of gold coins. The coach looks at the gold with a smug smile. He asks if it is true that their deal is completed since he is convinced that the fool met the mole. He remembers how he was hiding around the corner and with a malicious smile watching Snoke, who was walking with a mole. The guy in the robe replies that yes, that's right. He closes his eyes and says that this can put an end to this guy's game of being a teacher. The man in the robe says thank you to the coach for his help. The man in the robe smiles evilly and tells the trainer that he thinks that thanks to him he can immediately put his plan into action. The man points his hands at the stone and shouts that this rock appears only once every 1,000 years. Hands points his finger at the stone and asks if it's true that once every 1,000 years. A woman with a scarf on her head shows a shirt and tells the blonde man that this shirt will suit him perfectly. The mustachioed man behind the food counter lifts a chicken leg above him and tells Hands to try it, then adds that it's a roast marinated in a special sauce. The blonde guy puts on a shirt and eats meat, and then asks Zeke what he thinks and if the shirt looks great on him. He reports that the roast is so delicious. The main character, with a drop of sweat running down his cheek, wonders how Hands could control himself all this time. The gray-haired man next to the protagonist says that he always knew that one day Snoke would be deceived. A brown-haired man with a pickaxe behind his back asks the gray-haired man if it was true that he said that adventurer teacher had closed his shop. The gray-haired man asks him not to even start. They leave and the gray-haired man says that this shocked Snoke so much that now he doesn't even leave the house. The main character with a thoughtful look thought that Snoke was the guy from the forest. He remembers how the brown-haired guy asks the teacher if they will now attack other monsters, and the teacher tells the guy that he can do whatever he wants. The main character crossed his arms and thought that it was not for nothing that he didn't like him, and that means he turned out to be a swindler. Hands turns to Sir Zeke. The blonde's shirt sparkles. He holds in his hand a bag with many products. He raises his hand with food and exclaims that the protagonist should try this. The main character thought that the blonde was even more of a simpleton than that boy. The night light illuminates the house. Snoke is lying in bed. He silently looks at the ceiling with a tired face. A mole approaches him, and a brown-haired guy asks Novum what's wrong and if he's bored. The mole rubs against Snoke's hand. The brown-haired guy scratches the mole's tummy, and then says that he must have a good life, because he can have carefree fun without thinking about anything. Snoke sees the mole raise one paw. The mole jumped onto the brown-haired guy's face. He asks the mole if he is really taking revenge on him because she said words that he does not think about. The guy heard a sound and opened his eyes wide. Snoke gets out of bed and asks who is there. He looks into the doorway. He asks how the door opened by itself. He took a closer look at the space beyond the doorway. He closes the door and thought what it was. He wonders if it seemed to him that someone was here or if he was mistaken. A man in a robe stands behind Snoke. The main character and Hands are walking along a city street. The blonde asks the main character if it tastes good. The main character, with concern on his face, asks the blonde, "Perhaps you can take off these things." The blonde asks the main character why. Because the owner of the shop told him that they look great on him. The main character thought what nonsense this was. The protagonist noticed someone moving on the roof. People in robes are jumping on the roofs, one of whom is carrying Snoke. Hands asks Zeke what it was. The main character crosses his arms and asks the blonde if he really can't see, and then says that these are people. The main character noticed something. He sees Hands and wonders if this is the guy he saw then. He wondered if this was the kid he saw then, and then wondered why they captured the boy who had been betrayed by the adventurer's teacher. She wonders if this is a kidnapping, and then says that the gang is definitely suspicious. Men in robes are jumping on the roofs, and the main character wondered if he should catch up with them, and then adds that this might be an opportunity to do a good deed. The main character hands over a bag of groceries to Hands and tells him to return to the inn. The blonde asks the main character why he is acting so lucky. The main character starts running and says that he needs to run somewhere. Hands shouts to the protagonist to stop. Zeke starts jumping on the rooftops. He shouts to the men in robes. The main character invites the men in robes to talk. He tells them that he has something to do with the luggage they stole. One of the guys in a robe turns back. He throws a dagger at the main character. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, puts his hand forward. He grabs the dagger that was flying at him. The protagonist throws his dagger back at the enemy. The dagger hits the robed man who is dragging Snoke. A man in a robe and a brown-haired guy fall to the ground. The rest of the men in robes fall to the ground, and one of them picks up the young guy. The man in the robe who is holding the Snoke clenched his teeth with an angry expression on his face. The main character puts his hand on his belt and asks the people in robes who they are. He stands opposite the enemies. One of the guys in a robe points his finger at the protagonist and orders him to finish him off. Two guys in robes run towards the main character. The main character grits his teeth and calls his enemies worm. He dodges the knife attack and asks the villains if they simply cannot answer when a person asks them. The main character grabs the enemy's head and then pins him to the ground. One of the guys in a robe swings a knife at the main character. He attacks the main character, but he dodges. The protagonist kicks one of the enemies. Two defeated men in robes lie on the ground, and the last one climbed onto the roof with Snoke in his hands. The main character looks up with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He almost jumped to the roof. The protagonist makes a jump and says that they simply don't want to solve anything. Leaves from the treetops fly up to the sky. The main character is running along the road. He looks at the robed man with the hostage and wonders where they are going. He sees the villain run into the mines, and then wonders if it is the mines. Someone appears in front of the main character. Three men in robes stand in front of the protagonist. The main character puts his hand on his belt and asks the men in robes who they are. Enemies move abruptly. Men in robes armed with knives attack the protagonist. The main character makes one blow after another. Next to him are defeated men in robes. The main character with blood on his cheek thought that something was wrong. He looks at the enemies and thought that even if they are assassins, they are too skillful. He holds a bloody knife in his hand and wonders where they even came from here. He thought that the reason he came to this city was because of the impending disaster. Fire is spreading in the city. The protagonist wonders how it was a coincidence that these guys appeared here out of nowhere. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that perhaps he knew who they were. One of the men in robes is sitting on the ground. The main character asks the villain if they are connected with the deity of destruction Novum. In the night sky, many stars are visible behind the clouds. The sky is visible through the foliage of the tree. Night light seeps into the mine. Snoke opens his eyes. He sees a mole lying next to him. He takes it with his hand and asks where they are. The man in the robe takes the mole, and the brown-haired guy asks him to let Novum go. A man in a robe grabs a guy by the neck. He lifts the guy above him and says that this is interesting. The brown-haired guy grits his teeth, and the guy in the robe tells Snoke that he thought he was a coward. The man in the robe smiles maliciously and asks the brown-haired guy if he really behaves this way because of his special relationship with this mole. He takes a step forward. He throws the brown-haired guy forward. Snoke asks the man in robes what he's talking about. The brown-haired guy opens his eyes wide and thought he recognized this place. He looks at a lot of stones and thought that this could be a collapsed mine. He touches the stones. A man in a robe asks a brown-haired guy what's wrong, after which he gets scared. A man in a robe with a smile on his face asks Snoke if he is looking for something on the other side of the rubble. The brown-haired guy turns around. The man in the robe tells him that there is a silent question on his face. How does he know? He reports that there is nothing special here, and then says that Snoke's eyes simply reflect despair and sadness, as if he is looking at his father's grave. Blue light is visible from the stones. The brown-haired guy asks the villain if he knew his father. A man in a robe points his finger at a pile of stones and says that he knew him very well, and then asks the guy to look carefully at where the light is leaking from. He reveals that this is the sealing stone that kept the beast of the mine locked away. A man in a robe tells the guy that his father accidentally touched the sealing stone during an excavation. Snoke has a surprised expression on his face. A man in a robe reports that the father of the brown-haired guy awakens the beast of the mine. Among the stones stands a hairy monster with red eyes. The man in the robe says that because of this mine was blocked. A man with brown hair and a man with a mustache are running through a mine as rocks fall on top of them. A hand sticks out of a pile of stones. The man in the robe says that Snoke's father was buried alive in the process. He smiles evilly and tells the brown-haired guy that the one who stole his father from him and became the reason for his hatred of the mining business is the beast of the mine. The brown-haired guy trembles after these words. He clenches his teeth and gets angry. The man in the robe shows Snoke the mole and tells him to pass judgment. He tells the brown-haired guy with a smile on his face that he must pass judgment on the monster he hates. A brown-haired guy sits on the ground. Snoke asks the main character what he is talking about and why Novum would do this. The man in the robe says that this guy was the cause of the earthquake that killed his father. The mole cries, and the man in the robe says that this is the beast of the mine. A drop of sweat runs down the brown-haired guy's cheek. A man in a robe with a wide smile on his face says that to think that he would walk around like part of the family of someone whose parents he killed. He adds that he must be bursting with laughter inside. He asks the brown-haired guy to take revenge on this scoundrel. Snoke has a surprised expression on his face and a bead of sweat runs down his cheek. Red-black energy emanates from the brown-haired guy's eye. The main character runs and mentally calls the man in a robe with whom he spoke a scoundrel. A strong explosion occurs behind the main character, and he thought that he would never have thought that he would blow himself up as soon as he asked about Novum. The protagonist has a serious expression on his face. The protagonist looks at his damaged cloak and thought that the guy even blew himself up in an extremely clumsy manner. The protagonist thought that these assassins use fire magic. He imagines a man in a robe holding out his hand with a fireball. Next to him are two more guys in robes. The protagonist thought that they were also equipped with artifacts. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that in addition to this, they were also somehow connected with Novum. The protagonist wondered what was behind them. He sees blue-red energy emanating from the mine. Energy seeps through cracks in the floor beneath the protagonist. The main character takes his sword out of its sheath. He points his sword forward with a serious expression. The main character looked at something. They see Snoke, whose hair is glowing bright red. A huge amount of red and black energy circulates around him. The main character wonders if this is Novum. The full moon rises in the sky. The main character stands opposite a guy with pants and straps, from whom destructive energy emanates. The main character asks the guy if his name is Snoke. He asks the guy if these assassins dragged him away and what is happening to his aura. Streams of energy fly in the air around the guy. The main character thought that this guy was not responding, as if he was not even conscious. He asks the red-haired guy if he recognizes the name Novum. The red-haired guy has an angry expression on his face. He clenched his teeth out of anger. A sound is heard from under the floor under the protagonist. The main character jumped up because stone spikes appeared from under the ground. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, thought this was strange. Zeke wondered if Novum was like that. The red-haired guy puts his hand forward. The main character jumps from one stone shipwreck to another. He looks back and thought that he was known for extreme rationality, but here he is in a blind rage. The protagonist jumps towards the enemy. The red-haired guy has a surprised expression on his face. The main character swings a sword at him, which is enveloped in blue energy. Snoke looks at the main character, who tells him that if he doesn't want to see blood, then he should pull himself together. The protagonist strikes an enemy. The red-haired guy forms a stone spike in front of him and the protagonist's sword hits it. The protagonist cut the stone spike. Many stones scattered to the sides, and the red-haired guy clenched his teeth. He looks at the main character with an angry look. The protagonist throws a stone at the guy. It hits him right in the head. Zeke lands on the ground. He thought that this amount of power would be more than enough to knock out an ordinary person, and now his enemy is even more resilient. The red-haired guy took a closer look at the protagonist. He stands opposite the main character. A stone appears from under the ground. The main character jumps away from the stone. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that the blows of the stones had become stronger. He thought that he believed that with enough nourishment of this kind, he would awaken as a tyrant of the earth. Snoke screams loudly with an angry expression on his face. The main character tightly grips the sword and its blade is enveloped in blue energy. The protagonist makes a dash towards the enemy and thought that he should stop him before he became stronger. Snoke raises his hands up. Many stone spikes appear in front of him. The main character easily cuts through the thorns. He strikes the enemy and breaks part of the stone wall that his enemy has put up for protection. The protagonist breaks a stone wall with his foot. The main character screams loudly with a sword in his hand. The red-haired guy has a surprised expression on his face. The protagonist's sword clashed with another sword. A man in a robe stands in front of a red-haired guy and says that life should be treasured. He smiles and tells the main character that if he kills others, he will go to hell. The main character jumped away from his enemy. He asks the man in robes if he made Snoke like this. The guy in the robe with a smile on his face asks the main character if this is not wonderful. The red-haired guy tells the main character that it seems that he somehow united him with a mythical creature of the earth. The main character asks the guy in the robe if he has united Snoke with the tyrant of the earth, Novum. The guy in the robe wondered how the protagonist knew this, and then added that no one should know that this guy named the mythical creature Novum. A guy in a robe with concern on his face asks the main character where he got this information. The main character puts his hand on the back of his head and asks his opponent who knows, because his well-being depends on it, so he can't tell the truth. A man in a robe concentrates a green ball in his hand and asks the protagonist, "Is that so?" A man in a robe points the ball at his chest and tells his opponent that then he leaves him no choice and will have to use force. The man's robe is torn on his arm. The robe on my leg is also torn. The main character looks at his opponent with a calm expression. The muscular man tells the protagonist that he did not want to reveal this form. The red-haired boy clenched his teeth. He jumps on the muscular guy and screams. The muscular guy grabs Snoke by the head. He lifts the red-haired guy up and asks him if he really considers him a threat, and then says what a shame this is. The muscular guy punches Snoke, who flies into the air. He adds that at the moment he needs to pay attention to someone else. The main character raises his finger up and asks the muscular guy if he is sure that it's okay to do this. The protagonist tells the muscular man that he thought he put a lot of effort into creating it. The muscular man says that everything is fine and now he is furious, which means he is not conscious. He adds that he just needs to find him after he's done with him. He tells the protagonist that now that no one is bothering them anymore, it's time for them to spend some quality time alone. A muscular man swings his arm. He hits the protagonist, but he dodges. The main character jumped away from his enemy. A muscular man strikes the main character, and he parries the attack with a sword. The protagonist makes an attack with a sword on the enemy. He clenched his teeth. The muscular guy clenched his hands into fists, and uses them to shield himself from the protagonist's stabbing attack. The main character stands with a stern expression on his face, and the muscular man says that such an attack cannot stop him. Soot appears on the muscular guy's hand near the protagonist's sword. The muscle guy's hand explodes. The main character asks the enemy if he likes the new look. The muscular man with a severed arm asks the main character how he did it. The protagonist makes a lightning attack. He cuts off the head of his enemy. The main character stopped behind the enemy. He sheaths his sword and asks where the guy went. The night sky rises against the backdrop of tree foliage. Hans is running through the forest. He looks around and asks if it was an earthquake, and then adds that he thinks he heard something. Hans sees Snoke lying on the ground and notices that there is a man there. He exclaims that this is the same guy. A brown-haired guy lies on the ground with his eyes closed. The blonde tells Snoke to wake up. Hans picks up the unconscious guy. The brown-haired guy opens his eyes and is enveloped in red energy. The blonde asks Snoke why he is doing this to him. Hans has a frightened expression on his face. He runs and thought what was wrong with him. He remembered how the brown-haired guy with a smile on his face said that he was training to become an adventurer. He said that he is studying right now. Hans wonders what kind of training he received to become capable of this. Snoke lifts a huge stone above him. The blonde with a frightened expression on his face thought that he would definitely die if he got hit on the head like that. The red-haired guy throws a stone towards the blonde. Hans thought that he couldn't come back. The blonde holds the sword in both hands and says that if you can't dodge, then you need to chop. Half the stones fly off in different directions. Hans cut the stone into two parts. The stone falls to the ground behind the blonde. The blonde man, with a frightened expression on his face, thought he was going to die. A stone spike appears from the ground next to him. He cuts the stone thorns one by one. He smiles and thought that this is nonsense and he can easily cope with something like that. The blonde makes a surprised expression on his face. He turns back. A huge amount of earth appears in front of the blonde. He covered himself with his hand and thought that all his life he had plowed like a horse and now he would really die. A huge stream of water knocks down the ground. The blonde wonders where this water comes from. Snoke sees a huge amount of water in front of him. He puts a stone spike in front of him. He puts several stone spikes in front of him. The red-haired guy looked at something. The main character points the sword towards Snoke. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that this was the only way to stop his rage. The red-haired guy has a surprised expression on his face. The main character puts his hand to the forehead of the red-haired guy and begs him to return his sanity. Snow screams very loudly with his mouth wide open. The brown-haired guy opens his eyes. He holds his head and wonders where he is. He looks to the side and notices something. He looks at the mole and wonders if it is Novum. He reaches out his hand to the mole, which is enveloped in red energy. Snoke took a closer look at him. He turns to the mole. He tells the mole that it looks like someone has taken over his mind and at the same time he is dreaming about him. The mole clenched his teeth in anger. The brown-haired guy says that it is true that his father died due to the earthquake he caused, but he knew that his father's death was not his goal. A mole with red eyes looks at the guy. Snoke tells the mole that he just got out because his seal was broken and his father was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sunlight seeps into the mine. The brown-haired guy with a smile on his face apologizes to the mole for the misunderstanding. He adds that he is sure the mole was offended. Novum's eyes are no longer red. The brown-haired guy says that he would love to go back to those days when he knew nothing, but he doesn't think it will work out. He remembers lying in bed with a mole. Novum looks at the guy carefully. Snoke puts his hand forward. With a small smile on his face, he asks the mole if he would like to think together about how they should live further. Novum looks at the guy with an inspired look. The mole puts his paw on the brown-haired guy's hand. To the side of them the sunlight shines brightly. A bird sits on a tree branch. Warriors in armor stand near the craters. Lots of locals nearby. Warriors stand with their hands behind their backs. Residents are discussing something among themselves. People examine the stones. One of them looks through a magnifying glass. Sunlight illuminates the house. The main character eats berries and asks Hans if he did as he said. The blonde replies that of course, and then adds that he said that he doesn't know anything and that he just climbed the mountain because he heard a loud noise. The blonde man and the soldiers are discussing something. He asks with a worried expression if they really won't find out that they are involved in this incident. The main character spits out the bone and says that he dealt with the bodies of the guys who were guilty, so they will never know about them. He turns back and looks at Snoke, and then says, more importantly, they can't even imagine that a minor like him was involved in this. A brown-haired guy holds a mole in his hands. The main character gets up from his seat and tells the brown-haired guy that since they formed a joint contract, he will no longer fly into a rage. He tells the guy that, apparently, his mana is perfect for Novum. The mole made a joyful expression on his face. The main character with his hand on his belt asks the guy what he is going to do now, and whether he and the mole will now live together. The young guy replies that he thinks about it. Snoke with a thoughtful look says that it's true that Novum was the one to blame for his father's death, and he can't just forget about it and pretend that everything is fine. The main character props up his chin and asks the guy if he wants to say that he's not going to just forgive Novum, and then why doesn't he come up with something? Snoke asks anything in return. The main character asks the brown-haired guy if he wanted to become an adventurer, and then adds that he wanted so much that he took lessons from some swindler. Snoke lowers his gaze. The main character puts his hand forward and asks how about doing good deeds together. The brown-haired guy has a surprised expression on his face. The main character has a joyful expression on his face. The birds sitting on the branch are scared. The main character, Snoke, and Hands are standing around a stone spike. Drops of sweat run down the blonde's face. He clenched his teeth. He makes a dash towards the brown-haired guy. The brown-haired guy creates another rock spike. The blonde makes an attack with a sword. Snoke has a scared look on his face. Hands, with a worried look on his face, asks the brown-haired guy if he's okay. The main character sticks the sword and sheath into the ground and asks the guy what they are doing. The guys look at the protagonist, and he tells them that neither of them is focused. Zeke, with a serious expression on his face, exclaims that they will spend another hour. The blonde, brown-haired guy and the mole made displeased expressions on their faces. There is a full moon in the night sky. Snoke and Hands are roasting meat over a fire. The guys are having a meal, and the main character looks at them with a serious expression on his face. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. The main character asks the guys if it is really that tasty. The blonde shows his thumb and says that he already has tears in his eyes. Snoke, with food crumbs on his cheek, asks the protagonist where they are going. The main character says that they are going to Ospurin. The blonde asks what Ospurin is this. The main character looks into the fire and thought that before his return, 4 demons served him. He sees a dark image in the flames and thought that one of them was from Ospurin. The main character, with a thoughtful look, wondered what he was like now. He smiles and thinks he can't wait to find out. He laughs, and the blonde and Hands made scared expressions on their faces. They thought the main character was scary. The main character smiles menacingly. The protagonist is accompanied by a blonde and a brown-haired guy. The main character sees the walls of the city behind the vegetation. Snoke asks what it smells like. The blonde says he's not sure, but definitely not with food. The main character says that it is the smell of burning flesh, after which the brown-haired guy and the blonde make scared expressions on their faces. The main character crossed his arms and wondered if it was a raid or just a fire. Someone shouts and asks who is coming, and the protagonist, a blonde and a brown-haired guy, look in the direction where the voice came from. 2 warriors with spears ask the protagonist's group to identify themselves. Snoke put his hand forward and is about to say who they are, but the main character interrupts him. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that they are travelers. He wonders what the knights are doing here. He tells the knights that they came here to find a place to stay for the night, and is something wrong. The knights look at the travelers with stern expressions. One of the knights says that they look like travelers. Another says that all the roads leading to this settlement are blocked, and did they really cross the mountains to get here? The knights are talking in front of the protagonist's group. The knight with dark brown hair says that they cannot be sure that they have not escaped from it, so they need to take them to the camp first, because they too may be infected. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought what it meant to be infected. A knight with his hair tied in a ponytail tells the protagonist's group to come with them. There are many clouds in the sky. There are many tents and warriors in the camp. The protagonist's group follows the knights. A knight with dark brown hair approaches one of the tents and tells the young master that they have found a suspicious group. Someone from inside the tent asks to bring them. Hands and Snoke go inside. The young master asks what the problem is. The knight with dark brown hair says that they found them in the forest and they say that they are travelers. The main character goes inside, and the knight with dark brown hair says that he doesn't think they are from the settlement. The main character has a surprised expression on his face. A black-haired guy with red eyes presses his hand to his chest and introduces himself as Joachim Drakel. The black-haired guy with a smile on his face says that he commands a special unit sent to this settlement. The protagonist thought about Joachim Drakel with a smile on his face. The protagonist remembers how a black-haired guy controlled 3 monsters with the help of black and red energy. The protagonist thought that this was one of the 4 guys who traveled with him around the world. He imagines Joachim stabbing with a sword. Zeke thought that it seems like just yesterday they walked hand in hand through fire and water and celebrated victories. The main character and Joachim smile maliciously. The main character and the red-eyed guy are sitting at a table with mugs of beer. The protagonist bows to the red-eyed guy and introduces himself as Zeke. He reports that those people behind him are Hans and Snoke, and the little mole on Snoke's shoulder is Novum. The blonde and brown-haired guy have worried expressions on their faces. Joachim says that he understands everything, and then apologizes for asking this when they first met, and then asks the question of where they are from. The main character tells him that they just arrived here from Seoul and he trained his subordinates in the mountains, which is why he did not know that the roads were blocked. The red-eyed guy props up his chin and asks how it is. The main character smiles a little. The red-eyed guy tells the protagonist that he will believe him. The knight behind him turns to him and tells him that they may be fugitives from the settlement. Joachim puts his palm out in front of the knight and tells him to calm down. The red-eyed guy says whoever they are, he's not going to let them leave this place. Hans asks the red-eyed man what he is talking about. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought this was amazing and wondered if he was really that charismatic back then. Joachim, with a serious expression on his face, tells the protagonist that since he is here, he will have to accompany them for a while. He wants to tell why this is so, but the protagonist continues instead that it is because a contagious disease is roaming the area. With a surprised expression on his face, he asks the protagonist if he really knew. The main character with a smile on his face says that many things can be guessed. The red-eyed guy put his hand to his forehead and said that both were true. Joachim says that a contagious disease has spread through this settlement, and they were sent here to prevent its further spread. The man is on all fours, and there is a pool of blood under his hands. A corpse lies next to him. The red-eyed man tells the protagonist that since he came into contact with them, they may be infected, so he cannot let them leave the settlement. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, replies that he understands. Hans crossed his arms and thought with a smile that even young Master Zeke understood the seriousness of the contagious disease, and then added that he thought he would swear because of this. The main character, with a smile on his face, puts his hands forward and asks Joachim if he can help him with something then. The blonde and Snoke have surprised expressions on their faces. A knight appears at the entrance to the tent and addresses Zeke. He informs him that a patient has appeared with new symptoms. The red-eyed man and the protagonist have surprised expressions on their faces. Joachim and the protagonist are running somewhere. They look at the patient with concern on their faces. The man lies on the ground in a bloody puddle. Joachim tells the knight next to him to document the man's symptoms and then follow the protocol, at which point the knight agrees. The main character crossed his arms and thought that this kind of experienced reaction was expected from someone who was once his subordinate. Zeke sees Joachim close his eyes and touch his forehead. The main character asks the red-eyed man if he is okay, and then adds that he looks pale. Drops of sweat run down the red-eyed man's face, and he says that he is somewhat frightened by the blood. The main character asks Joachim if he is really afraid of blood. The red-eyed man with a smile on his face says that's exactly right. He has hemophobia. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, thought that this was impossible. He thought that Joachim was known as a vampire before his return. He is imagined as a red-eyed guy with a glass containing red liquid. The protagonist adds that he had the ability possession of blood, but here he is afraid of blood. He imagines Joachim lying in the bathtub with blood. Zeke looks at the red-eyed man with a dissatisfied expression. He thought how dare he lie to him. Drops of sweat run down the protagonist's face. He thought that it seems that Drakel really was like that at some point in time. Joachim asks the protagonist if this is stupid. Zeke asks the red-eyed guy if he doesn't like that about himself. The red-eyed guy asks how, and then says that his hemophobia only brought him problems. Joachim smiles nervously. The main character thought that apparently he was not going to go into details. He adds that it looks like the Joachim he knows. The protagonist imagines a coat of arms with a bird and swords over the estate, and then thought that even before his return, The only thing he told him was where he was from. The main character puts his hand on the shoulder of the red-eyed guy and tells him not to worry, because he will be able to overcome this someday. Zeke gives Joachim a thumbs up and tells him that one day he'll get so used to it that he'll even be able to take blood baths, just as a hobby. The red-eyed guy thanks the main character and thought about a blood bath. The main character picks a plant from the ground. He thought that after this, since they could not leave the settlement, they helped Joachim and his soldiers. Zeke shows the plant to the knights and says that it is a plant for bandages. Hans crossed his arms and thought with a smug expression that this was basic knowledge. The protagonist thought that they tried their best to get rid of the disease in the settlement. Snoke, the protagonist, and Hans are carrying wooden boxes. The protagonist adds that, however, something happened as a result. Someone pours some liquid on the ground. The knight brings the torch to the flammable liquid. The city is on fire. Joachim, the protagonist, Hans, and Snoke watch the burning city. The blonde man with concern on his face says that to think that not a single person survived. The red-eyed guy with concern on his face says, what does it mean? It all ended this way. The main character tells the red-eyed guy that he must be uneasy. The red-eyed guy with a sad expression on his face replies that of course, he regrets that people died, as well as the fact that the settlement is on fire. He adds that he regrets the lost comrades and the efforts expended. The main character crossed his arms and thought that this was very different from the Joachim he knows. The red-eyed guy lowered his gaze and tells the protagonist that without his help they would not have even been able to cope with this. Joachim closes his eyes with a smile on his face and tells the protagonist that he thanks him. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. The protagonist coughs and says that of course, because he travels the world to do good deeds, just like these guys. Snoke and Hans smile when they hear these words. Joachim, with a joyful expression on his face, tells the protagonist that he is very noble. He tells everyone that they have reported the situation to the castle, and they should soon receive orders to return. He closes his eyes and tells the protagonist's group that if it's okay, he would like to invite them all. The main character with a smile on his face replies that he will not refuse. One of the knights calls Joachim, and the red-eyed guy pays attention to him. The knight runs to his commander with a message in his hand and shouts that this is a message from the castle. Joachim reads the message carefully. Beads of sweat run down his face due to his anxiety. The main character looks at the red-eyed guy and wonders what is written there, because the guy looks tense. Joachim tells all the knights to prepare to depart. The knight next to him agrees to the order, and then asks the commander if they are returning to Ospurin. The commander replies that no, and the expressions on the knights' faces become restless. The main character says that they are heading to another settlement affected by the disease. The brown-haired knight has a frightened expression on his face. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that it was curious. He was again sent to another settlement suffering from illness, despite the fact that he was a member of a noble family. He adds that they don't usually do that. The main character with a thoughtful look thought that apparently the whole point was one thing: go catch the disease and die. The mansion is illuminated by bright sunlight. Someone hit the throne with their fist. A black-haired fat man shouts to someone that he said that the disease was serious enough to destroy an entire settlement. He points his finger at the gray-haired man in a monocle and asks him why this fool is still breathing. The man in the monocle bows and then asks him to forgive him and adds that luck must be on his side. The fat man grabs the vase and shouts to the gray-haired man that he said that other soldiers and doctors died. The fat man swings the vase and shouts asking the butler why he is still alive. He throws a vase and it breaks behind the servant. The fat man clutches his head while the servant stands quietly in front of him. The fat man grits his teeth in anger and asks the servant to come up with another plan. He shouts with an angry expression that this time it must be a plan that can actually finish off Joachim. The protagonist's group stands around the fire. Hans says that's all with the bodies. While the blonde and the protagonist look into the fire with the bodies, Snoke turns back. He looks at the destroyed city and says that as a result, the disease has completely devastated this settlement. The main character thought that again there was no order to return to the castle. He opened his eyes wide. He stood up and took his sword out of its sheath. The blonde asks the protagonist what happened. The main character continues to draw his sword. He holds a sword in his hands, which is enveloped in blue energy, and tells someone to show themselves. Someone jumps out from behind the bushes. 5 men in robes jumped on the main character. The man in the robe takes out a knife. Enemies throw knives at the protagonist. The main character fights off knives with many of his blows. The blonde and Snoke have surprised expressions on their faces. The knives fall to the ground near the protagonist. The main character thought that these were really black hoods. He looks at them and thought that they looked similar to the ones from last time. The main character addresses Hans and Snoke. He asks them to take on one enemy at a time. The blonde has a surprised expression on his face. A drop of sweat runs down the brown-haired guy's cheek. Two guys shout, "What?" The protagonist runs between two opponents with blue energy emanating from his eyes. He jumped off the ground and thought that his head would only hurt if he continued to think about it. The protagonist jumped high over one of the enemies and thought that he would grab this one and pull out the information from him. The main character has a surprised expression on his face. A powerful explosion occurs near the protagonist. The main character sticks the sword into the ground to stay on his feet and thought that this was the same artifact that the man in Seoul had. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that they had the same methods of fighting. He wonders why these guys are here, after which a man in a robe runs towards the main character. The protagonist makes an upward strike with a sword. With a serious expression on his face, he considered that he needed to think carefully. He thought that their goal in Seoul was to turn Novum into a demon. Hans defends himself with a sword from a knife attack from a man in a robe. The protagonist thought that if we assume that their goal here this time is also similar, then most likely they need Joachim Drakel, who will one day become a close companion of the protagonist. A brown-haired guy defends himself from a man in a robe with stone spikes. The protagonist imagines Joachim, from whose hand red energy emanates. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, wondered if his becoming a demon-like person had something to do with these guys. He imagines a black-haired man with red eyes and another man with red eyes, and then thought that demon-like people could be created. The protagonist imagines two more people with red eyes and thought that they began to appear so often that people began to call this period the era of the demon-like. He adds that they really created those demon-like people. A man in a robe stands with a knife in his hand. The main character with a sword on his shoulder thought that they could not create everyone. He adds that he is sure there were those who naturally became like him. The protagonist has a calm expression on his face. He made a surprised expression on his face because he realized something. The protagonist imagines many men in robes, including a man with purple eyes, and thinks what if his becoming a demon lord was also part of someone's plan. The cultist smiles maliciously. Zeke thought that since he started to think about it, from the moment he left the Count's residence, all sorts of devilish things began to happen, as if according to someone's plan. The protagonist imagines himself with red eyes, thinking that all these incidents are pushing him towards becoming a demon-like person. He thought that back then he had simply chalked it up to bad luck and the fact that the entire world had been swallowed up by chaos. Moonlight filters through the leaves of the trees. The main character goes to a man in a robe. The robed man materializes a fireball and grits his teeth. The protagonist wondered if this was all part of some plan. A man in a robe directed a fireball at the main character. The protagonist combines a sword strike and thought that suddenly some worms were using Zeke Moore, the demonic lord of power, as a puppet. The cultist smiles smugly. The main character swings his sword at the cultist and says that this is already curious. He jumped on the man in the robe. The main character smiles maliciously and thought that, however, he would not forgive this. Moonlight illuminates the campground. Hans, Novum and Snoke are sleeping. The main character throws wood into the fire and thought that he would like to catch one for interrogation, but they all committed suicide. He remembers how an explosion occurred next to him. He thought that these scoundrels were determined. He thought while looking at the fire that if their goal was really to make Joachim a demon-like person, then they must consider him an obstacle, because he suddenly united with them and is helping them. The fire burns brightly. The main character props his chin with his hand and thinks about Joachim as a demon-like person. He imagines a red-eyed guy licking blood from his hand, and next to him a man holding his wounded neck. The main character is silent with a thoughtful look. The main character, with concern on his face, thought that it seemed better for him to remain an ordinary person in this life. Joachim appears behind the main character and notices that he is still awake, and then asks to be allowed to join him. The main character allows it. The full moon is in the middle of the sky. The main character and the red-eyed guy are sitting near the fire. The main character looks at Joachim and thought why he became a demon-like person. He looks closely at the red-eyed guy and thought that for someone with hemophobia to start using an ability called blood mastery, there must be some good reason. The protagonist tells Joachim that he doesn't look very good. The red-eyed guy was surprised by the protagonist's words. He says he was just thinking about his father. A long shadow emanates from the main character and the red-eyed guy. Joachim says it's been 6 months since he lost consciousness and never woke up. A bearded man lies in bed. His hand lies motionless on the blanket. The red-eyed man touches his other hand with one hand, and then says that he thought about what he would do differently. The protagonist has realized something important and looks at the red-eyed guy. Joachim says that's why the first son holds all the power. The red-eyed guy closes his eyes and says that after all, he is older than the others. He says with a smile on his face that naturally he took over the reins. The main character silently listens to Joachim. The brown-haired knight runs to the commander and calls him. He tells the red-eyed guy that the order has come to return. Joachim has a frightened expression on his face, and the protagonist is wary. The knight says that apparently the disease has spread to Ospurin. The red-eyed guy has a shocked expression on his face. Sunlight illuminates the tall mansion. Someone opened the double doors. Joachim stands in front of his brother, who is sitting in a chair. The red-eyed guy bows a little to his brother and tells him that he has returned. A fat man with a dissatisfied expression on his face says, "Welcome." A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek and he wonders how two brothers can be so different from each other. The protagonist thought that the fat man was having attacks of aggression and other mental disorders, and Joachim only looked sick. He notices that the only thing they have in common is their unhealthy build. The protagonist shifts his pupils. He looks at the servant with the monocle and wonders if this old man is the butler. The fat man tells his brother that he is sure he heard about what was happening. The red-eyed man replies that yes, he heard, and adds that the epidemic has reached Ospurin. The fat man touches his forehead and closes his eyes, and then tells his brother that he was not careful enough to let her get even here. He adds that he will give his brother a chance to improve and therefore will give him a chance to make things right. A knight with dark brown hair asks what kind of stupid logic is this. The knight with light brown hair asks if he really wants to pin the blame on them. A fat man with a displeased expression on his face tells his brother to go and stop the spread of the disease in Ospurin and not to return until he has completely eradicated it. The protagonist has a serious expression on his face. A fat man with a malicious smile says that it is impossible for him to catch the infection. He adds that he is disgusted just thinking about it. The butler crossed his arms behind his back. The red-eyed guy is silent for a while. With a calm expression on his face, he tells his brother that he understands everything. Morning light illuminates the city. Joachim asks what the situation looks like. The knight answers the commander that they have completely limited the quarantine zone in which the infected live and have installed enhanced security measures. The inhabitants of the city are lying on the ground. The knight says that a total of 60 people died. He adds that the doctor says that most likely it is Igram. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, thought that this was a common contagious disease. He adds that something is wrong here, because he thought it would be the same infection spreading throughout all the settlements, but they are all different. The dark silhouette smiles and controls people like puppets. The protagonist thought that it felt like someone was behind this. The main character opened his eyes wide. He thought that it was really he who began to act, the same person who made the whole world freeze in fear of disease. A demon-like person, Fest. The main character thought that the spread of such a common disease was not like him, because it was too different from what had shaken other cities. Joachim says something to the knight. The main character thought that he really had some other plan. He adds that then this must mean that the protagonist has no choice and is somewhere here. Snoke with a mole on his shoulder follows the blonde. The protagonist thought that then he would have to lure him into the light. Joachim rests his chin and says with a thoughtful look that there are fewer deaths than in other cities, so they still have a chance. He asks the knight what's wrong with the medicine. The brown-haired knight replies that several doctors tried to develop it, but none succeeded. The red-eyed guy has a surprised expression on his face. The knight says that apparently, no matter what doctor they brought, creating a cure is too difficult at the moment. Joachim turns away and clenches his teeth. The protagonist turns to the young master and tells him that he can cook it. With an emotionless expression on his face, he says that he can prepare a cure for Igram. A red-eyed man stands near two sick people. He asks with concern on his face if everything is ready. The main character holds a bottle of yellow liquid in his hand and says of course. He thought that before his regression, when Fest infections covered the whole world in a ferocious wave. He adds that scientists and researchers have worked together to develop a cure for Igram. The bottle of liquid shines brightly. The protagonist studied the methods of its preparation, because Joachim was then interested in contagious diseases. The main character remembers watching Joachim holding a bottle in his hand with a malicious smile. The protagonist thought that who would have thought that this would be useful now. The main character lifts the torso of a sick person with one hand, and in the other hand holds a saucer with medicines. The protagonist pours medicine into the mouth of a sick person. Joachim, Snoke and Hans watch what is happening. The red-eyed man wonders if it will really work. A sick person asks for water. The red-eyed guy opens his eyes wide. A sick man will ask for water. The main character says that it seems to have worked, and then adds that he will write down the formula for this potion for Joachim. The brown-haired knight says that before this he was practically unconscious. The red-eyed guy asks the protagonist if he is sure. He says that this is a cure for an extremely common disease, and the protagonist can become incredibly rich if he monopolizes the formula. The main character with a small smile on his face says that he is not interested in money, and besides, he is trying to bring good to this world. Joachim approaches the main character. He turns to Zeke. He hugs the main character and thanks him. With a smile on his face, he tells the protagonist that meeting him was the best thing that ever happened to him. The main character with a dissatisfied expression on his face tells the red-eyed guy that he can let him go already. He thought that he was not the guy. Doctors give medicine to sick people. The main character holds a plant in his hand and tells the bearded doctor that this herb is needed. The protagonist looks at the plant and thought that now, since he has created a cure for Igram, it's time for Face to show up. Someone shouts and asks who Zeke is. The main character pays attention to the source of the noise. A butler with a monocle came accompanied by armored warriors. The main character asks the butler why he is looking for him. The butler asks the protagonist if he is Zeke. The main character shifted his pupils and wondered if he was simply called Zeke. The servant asks the main character where he got the medicine for the disease. The protagonist thought that this was the old man who stood next to brother Joachim. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, wondered if he had immediately come to him as soon as he heard about the potion. The main character noticed something while looking at the butler. He thought that this old man was Fest. The main character thought that he needed to make sure. The wind is blowing outside the tent. The butler sits at the table opposite the protagonist. Fest crosses his arms and tells the protagonist that he is quite sure that he asked the protagonist about how he learned about the methods of fighting the disease. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, says that he is quite sure that he told him that he read about them in the book. The butler tells the main character that he is completely ill-mannered. He hits the table with his palm and stands up, and then says that he admits that this is true. He asks what book it was. The main character throws up his hands and says that he doesn't know, because he read it so long ago that he can't remember. The main character crossed his arms and said that in that book he only read about Igram. The butler looks at the protagonist with a dissatisfied expression on his face and remains silent. He shifts his pupils to the side and tuts. Joachim enters the tent and calls the butler named Shalom. He approaches him and asks what he allows himself. He tells the servant that Sir Zeke saved Ospurin, and then asks him if he knows how obscene he is behaving. Shalom hugs him to his chest and says goodbye. He leaves the tent. The protagonist wondered if the butler had really left without even answering. The red-eyed man closes his eyes and sighs. He opens his eyes and apologizes to Zeke and then says that the butler crossed the line. The main character crossed his hands at the back of his head and says that it doesn't matter because he remembers seeing him in the castle then. The main character asks who he is. Shalom leaves, accompanied by armored warriors. The protagonist adds that he remembers that he stood next to Joachim's older brother. The butler has a stern expression on his face. The red-eyed man says his name is Besnal Shalom and he is their family's butler. He reports that he was previously the captain of the knights. Shalom stands in plate armor. An old man with a monocle is dressed in a butler's uniform. Joachim reports that he had to resign after being injured and has been working as their butler ever since. The main character asks why he is so annoyed with him. The red-eyed guy replies that he was probably excited that the medicine developed by the protagonist could raise his younger brother's status in the struggle for inheritance. He says with a smile on his face that Shalom supports his brother in becoming heir. The main character crosses his arms and answers, "I see." He put his finger to his mouth and looked thoughtful. He thought that the possibility that Shalom was Fest could not be ruled out, given his reaction. He adds that he could not be sure of this due to Joachim's interference. The red-eyed guy tells the protagonist that he heard that he does not have enough specialists to prepare a sufficient amount of the mixture. The red-eyed man moves his hand to the side and says that it turned out that someone volunteered to help them and therefore he came to present her to him. The protagonist looks where the red-eyed man is pointing. Joachim asks Miss Bargett to come in. A girl with a brooch enters the tent. The brown-haired girl in the hat says that she is pleased to meet you. Greta Bargett, owner of the Bargett Company. The girl says her name with a smile on her face. The main character introduces himself as Zeke and thought that this girl was beautiful, and then wondered why she was dressed like a widow. Joachim says that Miss Bargett is the owner of the Bargett Company, and she is extremely interested in infectious diseases and constantly sponsors their research. He adds that she is also quite educated in this field and he is sure that she will help them a lot. The main character replies that he understood everything. The brown-haired girl says that she brought herbs and other materials with her in case they also lack them. She asks if she can study the formula for the drug. The main character turns his back to the girl and tells her that since she is so well educated on this topic, he is sure that he will need to learn from her, and not vice versa. He asks the girl to follow him. The knight is carried by wooden boxes. The main character stands next to the girl at the table and tells her that this drug does not have many ingredients. Zeke shows the plant and says that the igram mainly spreads through water sources, and that means they first need to cut off access to them and prepare more potion. The main character calls Bargat amazing, and the girl calls the main character even more amazing. Hans asks Snoke if he is the only one who sees hearts around them. The blonde tells the brown-haired guy that anyone else would think they were dating. The brown-haired guy replies that he agrees. You can see the sunset behind the mountains. Evening light illuminates the tents. Bargat holds a plant in his hand and asks the protagonist if he knows about this plant, and then the protagonist answers that it is useful in case of colds. The girl looks at the plant and says that the protagonist knows so much and it looks like she still has to learn and learn. The main character tells the girl that she already knows quite a lot. Bargat replies that she initially became interested because of her family and now she is here. The main character asks the girl if her family members also study diseases. The girl replies that no, that's not the point. He is silent for a short time. The girl looks at the protagonist and addresses him by name. She tells the main character that she would like to introduce him to her family, and then asks him if he would accompany her. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. It's nighttime outside. The full moon is in the middle of the night sky. The night light illuminates the mansion. The butler enters the room. He stands next to Joachim's father. He pours the bottle into his mouth. The bearded man coughs and wrinkles his face. He grabs the blanket. Shalom, with bottles in his hands, addresses a bearded man. He tells him with an arrogant expression that it is just his karma. Clouds fly by in the night sky. Nearby there is a tree with no leaves. The full moon rises in the sky. The main character is standing with Bargat in the middle of the cemetery and thought that he believed that she wanted to introduce him to her family. He adds that he didn't expect her to take him to the cemetery. The main character with a lantern in his hand looks around. The girl says that her family is right here and they all died from an infectious disease. There are many plants near the graves. The wind rushes near the girl. She says that is why she began to study various types of infections and she does not want anyone else, like her, to lose their loved ones. The main character asks the girl if that is why she wears mourning clothes. The girl replies that yes, because she swore that she would lift her mourning only when all contagious diseases were eradicated once and for all. The girl stands with a serious expression on her face. She reports that this is why she wanted to show the protagonist her husband and son. She adds that at least no one else will die from igram. The girl smiles and says that she has said too much, and then asks the protagonist if they will return. The girl says, "Let's go put an end to this damn igram." The main character replies, "Okay." Fog can be seen among the trees. Bargat turns around and leaves. The main character thought with a suspicious look, "Of course, only if you are not Fest." Hans, Snoke, and Novum look at the main character with dissatisfied expressions on their faces. The main character, with a misunderstanding on his face, asks the guys what's wrong. He puts his hand on the table and tells the guys that if they want to tell him something, then let them say it. The blonde smiles and asks the main character if he is dating Bargat. He adds that there are already rumors among the soldiers that the protagonist is now a couple with her. He remembers how a girl with a smile on her face held a plant in her hand and said something to the protagonist. He remembers how she smiled joyfully, looking at the main character. Snoke raises his index finger and says that rumors tend to lead to prejudice. The main character asks what if this is so. The blonde and brown-haired guy ask the protagonist, what? The protagonist says what kind of man he would be if he had not been attracted to a beautiful lady. Hans crossed his arms with a smile on his face and tells the protagonist that he is a man after all. He adds that he already thought that the protagonist was the image of Buddha. The main character makes a hit. Hans is lying on the ground with a bump on his head. Snoke pokes him with a stick and thinks he shouldn't have said that. The main character crossed his arms and thought that to everyone else they looked like a couple. He adds that he just wants to find out more about her, that's why he stays close. He thought that she showed up as soon as he developed a cure for igram. Red liquid leaks from the bottle. The protagonist thought that besides, this girl knows a lot about contagious diseases, but there is still a possibility that this is Fest. The girl covers her face with her hand and cries. The main character thought that in general, he found her more suspicious than Shalom, but she doesn't really act like a demon-like person, so she'll have to watch her a little more. The main character imagines the image of Glenn and thought that if he had known that this would happen, He would have asked Glenn about everything before he died. The protagonist rests his chin and thought that only he knew who Fest was before his regression, because it was he who finished off this worm. He adds that although he probably wouldn't have told him anything. Someone turns to Zeke and he shifts his gaze. Joachim runs to the protagonist and he asks what happened. The red-eyed guy says that the Count's people took Miss Barget. The main character asks why, and Joachim, with a worried look on his face, replies that they said they wanted her to look at the master's condition, but he was still going to go figure it out on his own. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that they had really taken Barget, a key person for treating sick people. Zeke opened his eyes wide and thought that this meant that Fest could be in the Count's castle. He imagines the image of a butler and thought that perhaps this really was Shalom. The protagonist tells the red-eyed guy that he will go with him. Joachim puts his hand forward and tells the protagonist no, and then asks him to stay here. He reports that if the main character leaves, then there will be no one left who can properly care for the patients, and besides, this is their family squabble. He says with a grim expression that if they took Miss Barget away with bad intentions, then he is obliged to return her safe and sound, no matter what. The main character tells Joachim that it means he will wait for him. They shake hands and the protagonist tells the red-eyed guy that if something happens, he should immediately send a messenger. Joachim thanks the main character. Shalom stands at the window and reads the letter. The knight puts his hand to his chest and tells the butler that the young Master Beam wants to see him. The knight turns to the butler again, and Shalom smiles widely. The butler looks out the window and says that he doesn't think that today he will have the opportunity to keep the young master company. In a few days, the full moon rises in the night sky. Hans tells the protagonist that only this building remains. In front of them is a house with double doors near which the floor and walls are stained with blood. The blonde man, with concern on his face, asks the main character if the residents of the settlement should be there. Snoke says he looks creepy. The main character approaches the entrance. The knight tells the protagonist that he has bad news. He reports that it seems that the infection with Igram-like symptoms has reached a village nearby. The knight points his finger at the card. The main character asks if this is an Igram again. The knight says that he wants the main character to figure out what is there, how he has the necessary medical training. He adds that Sir Joachim is very sorry. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, replies, "Okay, I'll go." He asks if the young master has reached the castle. The knight with the beard has a surprised expression on his face. He answers the protagonist that of course. The knight smiles with his eyes closed and says that he is fine, so he asks the protagonist to quickly go to the settlement. The main character grabs the handles of the double doors and wonders how many days have passed since Joachim left. He opens the doors and thought that there was a feeling that they would do something to him if he did not agree. Hans and Snoke watch the doors open with worry on their faces. A drop of sweat runs down the blonde's cheek, and the brown-haired guy covers his mouth with his hand. Someone asks, "What?" There are many corpses in the room. The main character and his subordinates look around. Someone shouts, "Who are you?" The main character pays attention to the source of the voice. A man with gray hair in a vest exclaims to the protagonist's group that they can't come here. The blonde says that they came from Ospiron to observe the disease. A gray-haired man with a smile on his face tells the protagonist's group that they turn out to be doctors, and then asks for forgiveness. The gray-haired man points his finger at the double doors, and then says that he doesn't think it's worth talking about here and asks to go there. Hans is about to say okay, but the protagonist interrupts him and tells him not to tense up. The protagonist follows the gray-haired guy and says that he has caught the essence of what is happening. He unsheathes his sword and is enveloped in a stream of blue energy. The sword floats in the air in front of the protagonist. A gray-haired man with concern on his face asks the main character what he is doing. He clenched his teeth in anger. He repels the protagonist's attack with a knife. He jumped on the main character. The protagonist carefully watches the enemy. He makes a clean shot at it. The defeated enemy lies on the ground in front of the main character. Snoke asks what's going on here with a worried look on his face. The main character asks him if he really hasn't understood yet. The protagonist removes his sword from the body of the gray-haired guy using magic. He puts his hand forward. He points his sword at the double doors and destroys them. Shalom stood behind them. The protagonist tells him to stop this farce and come here. Zeke unsheathes his sword. With his sword at the ready, he says that he is not so naive as to fall into such a trap. Behind the butler stands another subordinate. All members of the protagonist's party hold their swords at the ready with him. The main character tells his partners that they need to fight side by side. Shalom tells the protagonist that he is pretty smart for a brazen kid. The butler commands his subordinates to kill them. The butler's armed subordinates run towards the protagonist's group. Hand slices the chest of one of the villains, while Snoke also lands a successful slash. The protagonist defeats two villains with two wide blows. The villain swings his sword at the protagonist. The main character hits him on the back of the head with his palm and thought that the locals were really here. He adds that he suspects that they were forced to gather here. The protagonist moves his pupils and thought that they were also definitely infected, given the nature of their movements. Shalom points his index finger at the protagonist and sends more people to attack. The protagonist thought that he would really hide behind the backs of ordinary people who don't even know how to fight. He calls the butler an old brat, and then adds that he behaves exactly like Fest. The blonde and brown-haired guy look at the crowd of enemies with concern on their faces. The main character turns around and tells his partners that the guys who don't look like assassins need to be left alive. A bead of sweat runs down Snoke's cheek. He looks at Hans, who has twisted the arm of one of his enemies. The blonde man with a smile on his face holds the hand of the black-haired man and asks the protagonist, "Is this normal?" The main character tells the blonde to knock him out. Snoke thought with surprise on his face that Hans was following in Sir Zeke's footsteps. The protagonist punches a man and thinks that civilians should not be killed. The man closes his eyes in pain, and the protagonist thought that they didn't have time to deal with them in an amicable way. The man blocks one of the protagonist's blows with his hand. Zeke thought that by now this old man should already understand that he will soon be finished. The protagonist points his palm at the black-haired man. He mentally asks Shalom to show his cards. The black-haired man falls to the ground near the butler. The butler gritted his teeth out of anger. He shouts asking Krobit to come here. Someone huge comes into the room. A huge monster with blue skin and an axe in his hand appears in front of the protagonist's group. Snoke asks what it is with a worried look on his face. Krobit screams loudly. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that he had never seen Fest, but remembers this monster and adds that he was one of Fest's subordinates. He thought that this finally confirmed that this old man was at least somehow connected with Fest. Snoke points his index finger somewhere and calls Zeke. The protagonist thought how steamy it would be. Krobit swings an axe at the main character. The brown-haired guy shouts that he is coming. Moonlight illuminates the mansion. Double doors break down. The main character blocks the monster's attack with his sword. The protagonist's legs move slightly due to the force of the blow. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek and he thought that it felt like he was knocking on a rock, and then added that it was infuriating to fight with such creatures. Shalom points his finger at Krobit and asks the protagonist how he likes his power. The protagonist attacks the monster, after which it pulls the axe back. The monster swings at the main character. With its blow, the monster leaves a huge crater on the ground, and the main character jumped in time and therefore dodged the blow. The protagonist lands on the ground. He jumped on Krobit from behind. He hits his hand and thought that his skin was wildly strong. The protagonist shifts his pupils to the side. Hans and Snoke fight the butler's armed subordinates. The main character thought that the matter was rubbish and apparently he would have to work harder. Shalom stands among his subordinates and smiles. Zeke squeezes the sword in his hand and thought that he had more mana than then in the mines, but this still would not be enough to finish off this creature. He thought that in this case he would fill the lack of mana using mana resonance. The protagonist's sword is enveloped in streams of blue energy. The protagonist takes a fighting stance. He thought that he needed to wait for the right moment. The monster attacks the main character, but he dodges the attack. The protagonist makes a wide attack on the monster and hits it. Blood pours out of the monster. The main character moves closer to the monster. He looks warily at the enemy and thought, now. He makes a piercing attack on Krobit. The monster coughs up blood after attacking the protagonist. Streams of blue energy circulate near the protagonist's face. The protagonist uses the Raging Hurricane skill, after which he pierces the huge monster with a blue stream of energy. The butler, with concern on his face, asks the protagonist who he is. Shalom hears a scream behind him. Swirling blue energy knocks down the people behind the butler and rushes towards him. The butler jumps and thus dodges this energy. Energy rushes to Krobit's back. The monster sees energy rushing towards him. The powerful energy leaves a huge hole in the monster. A powerful explosion occurs and blood spills from the monster. The butler watches with a shocked expression on his face. A huge crater has formed in the ground in front of the protagonist. He thought that it was still not as powerful as it was before. The protagonist sheathed his sword and asks the butler if he is to blame for everything, and then tells him that he is the one who is behind the spread of all this infection. The butler clenched his teeth out of anger and remained silent. The protagonist remembers the man in the robe and tells the butler that he saw the weapons used by his assassins, and then adds that the weapons are exactly the same as those used by the guys who wanted to drag Snoke away from Seoul. The protagonist asks the butler why he works with the guys in black cloaks. Shalom responds to the protagonist that he does not have to explain anything to him, and then adds that this is all for the sake of restoring justice. The main character, with misunderstanding on his face, asks justice. The butler replies that this is exactly the case, because he could destroy the Drackle family if he had a little more time. The butler points his index finger at the protagonist and shouts at him that he ruined his plans. He adds that he should have finished off the protagonist first. Hans and Snoke have surprised expressions on their faces. Shalom takes out a vial from his suit and tells the protagonist that if he just keeps him here, his plans for Drackle's legacy will come true. He breaks the vial on the ground and a purple glow appears. Purple liquid poured out of the bottle. Hans and Snoke cover their faces. The main character tells his group members that this is just an ordinary smoke bomb and they should not be scared. Hans asks if they will go after him. The main character covers his face with his hand and answers yes. Purple smoke is visible over the city. The protagonist says that they will break into the castle. Joachim is in shackles in a prison cell and lying on the ground. He sighs as beads of sweat run down his face. The protagonist exclaims that they must go to the castle now. Hans and Snoke agree with the protagonist's words. The main character thought that Joachim was most likely having a hard time right now. He looked at something. He looks at the defeated man at his feet. A red dot appears on the back of his head. At the end of the prison corridor there is a door. Joachim crossed his arms and thought that Beam Drackle dared to lock him in a dungeon, and then wondered how he was able to gain control of the family castle. With a sad expression on his face, he thought that this was a pitiful sight, because he promised that he would return Miss Bargett, and in the meantime he ended up here. He adds that he hopes everything is fine with her. Someone tells Joachim that it looks like things aren't going well for him. The corridor is illuminated by lanterns located near the prison cells. A red-eyed man with a serious expression on his face asks someone how he dared to get into a place where incorrigible sinners are imprisoned. The man on the outside of the bars says it's amazing. A man in a robe with a malicious smile tells Joachim that there is still life in his eyes. The red-eyed man asks the robed man to speak to the point. The man in the gob tells the guy that he is here to help him. He takes out a glowing orange and black ball and says that it is a blood vessel. With a smile on his face, he asks Joachim to place him in his body, and then tells him that he will be able to gain great power. The red-eyed man opens his eyes wide. The robed man puts both hands forward and tells the prisoner that he can overthrow the brother who wants him dead, as well as everyone else who follows him. Joachim refuses the offer of the robed man, who immediately afterwards made a surprised expression on his face. A red-eyed man with a dissatisfied expression on his face tells a man in a robe that he has no idea who he is. He adds that he is not so stupid as to absorb something offered by a stranger without question. A man in a robe clenches his hand into a fist. He thought with an angry expression that according to the plan, being angry at Beam, he should have accepted the blood vessel without a single doubt. He thought that it was all because of that fool who came up with a cure for Igram. He imagines the image of the protagonist standing against the backdrop of the red moon. The robed man thought that Joachim's hatred for Beam had weakened. The man in the robe bends his back and tells the red-eyed man that he will tell him the whole truth. He reports that a person is involved in this, capable of controlling infectious diseases at will. He asks Joachim if it seemed strange to him that all sorts of infections suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The red-eyed man has a surprised expression on his face. The man in the robe moves his hand with the ball to the side and tells the red-eyed guy that all these diseases are the merit of that man, because he and his brother agreed. He adds that they conspired solely to kill Joachim. The red-eyed man has a shocked expression on his face. The man in the robe tells the red-eyed man that Beam Drackle sent diseases to all nearby settlements just so that he would die. Joachim remembers the burning city. A man in a robe says that, of course, in Ospirun they distributed the weakest of them, Igram, because they themselves live here. With a malicious smile, he tells the prisoner that that's why they put him here, because they had no other choice, because he still can't die. He asks the prisoner what he thinks and whether he still doesn't want to accept his gift. Joachim grabs the bars and asks the man in robes if he's not on his brother's side. The man in the robe replies that yes, he helped him, because he needed him temporarily. The red-eyed man begins to tremble, and the man in a robe says that if Beam Drackle becomes Count Ospirun, then the whole world will turn into hell on earth in a matter of time. He asks Joachim if he would really give up the chance to save the world because of some nerves. Joachim's eyeballs turned a little red. A man in a robe puts a black and orange ball through the bars and asks him to take it, because it will help him. He tells the red-eyed man that if he wants to protect what is dear to him, then he needs to absorb the bloody vessel. Joachim reaches his hand towards the ball. The protagonist enters the prison corridor and asks if this sounds great. The man in the robe turns to the protagonist. The main character, with a small smile, asks the man in robes if he would give him the opportunity to buy such a ball. The red-eyed guy behind bars asks if this is Sir Zeke. A man in a robe hides a ball in his clothes. The main character puts his hand to the side and tells the man in the robe that he is curious about this thing in his hands, and then asks him if he will tell him about it too. A man in a robe tells the protagonist that he doesn't understand. The main character, with a smile on his face, tells the cultist that they should be more understanding towards those who have already been attacked so many times. The man in the robe tells the protagonist that he doesn't need to know about it. The main character and the man in the robe silently look at each other. The main character tells the man in the robe that doing business with a guy like him is no fun at all. He adds that the colleague of the man in a robe with whom he had previously communicated was not so boring. A man in a robe asks, "What?" with concern on his face. The main character approaches him and says that he came up with a theory after meeting one of his comrades back in Seoul. He tells the robed man that they are an organization that creates demon-like people. The man in the robe is surprised by the protagonist's words. The main character looks at Joachim and tells the man in the robe that he suspects that he was just going to make one out of the red-eyed guy by feeding him this bloody vessel. The man in the robe clenched his teeth in anger and thought that this plan had completely failed. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he had no choice but to hold out until reinforcements arrived here. The main character looks carefully at the cultist and thinks that he really isn't going to talk, and then adds that it won't be easy to get anything out of him. The protagonist hears someone behind him and turns around, and the robed man smiles. A drop of sweat runs down the cultist's cheek and he thought that here they were. Joachim, with concern on his face, thought that this could be reinforcements from Biam. Someone enters the prison building. It was Hans, with Snoke and many knights standing behind him. The blonde addresses the main character, and then reports that they have recaptured this place. The man in the robe clenched his teeth in anger, and Joachim's expression looked joyful. The main character asks the cultist what's wrong with his face, and then tells him that it looks like he was trying to stall for time. The main character, with a smile on his face, asks the cultist what it is like. The main character, with a grim smile, asks the man in robes whether the brief presence of hope was pleasant. The cultist tries to run away and shouts, "Damn everything." The main character turns his head and addresses Snoke. The brown-haired guy sits down on the ground and touches the ground with his hands, after which red energy emanates from him. Rocks fall from the ceiling onto the cultist. A man in a robe looks up with concern on his face. A powerful explosion occurs. A blast wave is directed at the protagonist. The main character wants to say what happened to him, but he is interrupted. The knight with the scar pushes the protagonist and turns to Joachim. The smoke in front of them disappears. After the smoke disappears, the stone fist is now visible. The knight with the scar has a surprised expression on his face. He sees Joachim, who was inside the fist. The main character crosses his arms and tells Snoke that he did a great job, after which the brown-haired guy smiles happily. The Scar Knight asks the red-eyed man if he is okay. The red-eyed man says it doesn't look like he's hurt. The main character looks at him and says that then they need to go upstairs. Joachim says that's right, he must deal with his brother for everything he has done. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asks the red-eyed man if he seriously thinks that he is the one to blame. The main character, along with the red-eyed guy, his subordinates and knights, walk along the corridor. The main character looks at Joachim. The red-eyed man looked down. The main character thought that the way Joachim previously interacted with his subordinates was extremely unlike him from his previous life. He remembers watching the red-eyed guy give orders to the knights. The protagonist remembers how the red-eyed guy smiles with his eyes closed and says that of course his brother should take over the reins of power. Zeke thought that Joachim would have inherited the reign a long time ago if it were not for his sickly physique. The red-eyed man opens the door. He, along with the others, enters the room where the butler stands. He turns to Shalom. He asks him what he did with his brother. Liam lies on the ground near the butler. The butler smiles angrily and says that apparently the idiot couldn't handle it. Since they are here, he looks at the protagonist and says that he managed to survive and once again saved Joachim. The red-eyed guy asks Shalom if he is the one behind everything that is happening. He exclaims that it was he who spread all the diseases. The butler smiles and asks the red-eyed man if he really just realized this. With a smug expression on his face, he says that's exactly it, it was him. He adds that besides, it was he who brought Joachim's father into such a state. The red-eyed guy's father is lying in bed. The butler, with a crazed expression on his face, shouts that this is all to bring their family to justice. Joachim asks the butler what he means. The red-eyed man asks what happened to Barget and where she is. The main character tells Joachim that he understood everything wrong. The red-eyed man with concern on his face asks the main character what he means. The main character with a serious expression on his face replies that he is a puppet. He reveals that the real culprit is Fest. A woman wearing shoes comes into the room. The main character and the others turn back. Barget says that Sir Shalom was right. The protagonist stands with a calm expression on his face. A girl in a hat with a smile on her face tells the protagonist that he is still alive after all. Joachim looked to the side with a confused expression, asking Zeke if the real criminal could be the one he named. The guy looked to the side and nodded, with a serious expression on his face, answering yes. Barget put her hand to her cheek with a smile, looking at them while the guy said that she was the one who spread the epidemic. The main character said that Shalom was also Miss Barget's assistant. The man with gray hair clenched his teeth, his body trembled with anger, and a vein bulged on his forehead and cheek. Joachim frowned, looking at the butler, and with an angry expression on his face he said that you need to know when to stop. And is this really how he decided to repay his father's kindness? What happened? Shalom pulled his sword out of its sheath, standing in front of the guy with black hair, and shouted at him to shut up. He pointed his finger at the guy and shouted his name loudly, frowning. Shalom asked him if he knew what his so-called father had done to gain the status of a landowner. Joachim's eyes widened in surprise and he opened his mouth slightly, looking at the man. Shalom clenched his teeth, narrowed his eyes and said that it was over 10 years ago. A city with many buildings that stood next to each other. People were walking along the streets of the city when the epidemic hit Ospurin. Father Joachim, in order to stop it, put a lot of effort into finding all kinds of methods. To some extent, this even bore fruit. A man with dark hair, a long cloak, along the edges of which there was fur, smiled, raising his hand. Under him there were many hands that reached up. An open palm, next to which many gold coins fell. However, it didn't take long before all his methods turned into debts. The hand clenched the gold coins into a fist and they crumbled into small gold pieces. Joachim's father found himself under financial pressure because of them. The city, in which various houses were visible, on which cracks were visible, Shalom cried out that he had secretly again spread the epidemic in the same place where he owed it. Joachim looked at the man puzzled, eyebrows raised, a drop of sweat running down his face as he said how could his father do such a thing. Shalom clenched his teeth and frowned, clutching the black scabbard in his hand, saying that the huge sums that people had lent out of trust in his father had disappeared in the chaos of the disease. Miss Barget smiled as she listened to the man with gray hair continue to say that even his only previous owner of the Barget company had fallen victim to the epidemic. Shalom held his sword out in front of him and his other hand out in front of him, getting into a fighting stance. His face contorted with rage as he said that was why he had decided to bring judgment on his family, along with Miss Barget, the wife of his deceased friend. Someone said that this was just funny and Shalom looked up and pursed his lips. Zeke, with a bored face, scratched his ear with his little finger and extended his other hand, saying that if Shalom wants to take revenge, let him do the right thing. But is there really any point in killing other residents who did not commit crimes? He looked at the man with gray hair, who straightened up, lowered his sword and told him that he himself had said that his judgment should only be on the Drackle family. Shalom answered him that they were all fools, knowing nothing, praising Count Drackle. There's already enough crime. Zeke said that as far as he could judge, Shalom even looked like a count. The man with gray hair froze at these words and pursed his lips. He clutched the sword in his hand, lowering it. A vein bulged on the man's cheek. He lowered his head, a shadow falling over his face, hiding his expression. Shalom clenched the hilt of the sword he was holding in his hand. Shalom's body glowed with red light. The same light came from his sword, which he pointed at the main character, and 3 other people next to him. Shalom turned to the main character, and everyone else. Zeke leaned towards Joachim, frowning and advising him to step back, while the guy with black hair nervously looked at the man with his mouth open. Shalom suddenly jumped towards the main character, pointing his sword in his direction, a bright flame glowing in his eyes as he shouted, "What do they know, to talk all sorts of nonsense?" Joachim frowned when he saw this and looked to the side, his mouth open in surprise. He shouted the name of the main character, and he frowned, taking a fighting stance and holding his sword in front of him. Red blood gushed into the air. Drops of blood fell onto Zeke's cheek, who looked forward with a confused expression. He watched as the butler sank down, a large blood stain on his back, while the silhouette of another man stood behind him. Shalom trembled. Blood flowed from the edge of his mouth. It stained the man's white shirt and he looked down, his voice trembling. trying to say something. Miss Bargett put her hand on the man's back. Her face and body were hidden in shadow, and she said that it seemed like there had been a big mistake. There was a small bloody stain on the girl's face, and looking down, she smiled, saying that she did not want revenge. Hans and Snoke looked at the murder scene with their mouths open in shock. Their eyes widened and their faces pale as Bargett continued that she just wanted a large number of people to catch the disease. That's all. Zeke frowned, wiping the blood from his cheek and looking at the girl, asked if the reason is not revenge. Then what is it then? Miss Bargett waved her hand, throwing the butler's body to the floor, a sword stuck into his back. And the girl looked at him with an emotionless face. She turned over her shoulder and looked out the window with a smile, saying that she had found a good reason, just at the moment when her family fell ill. Bargett said it happened unexpectedly. Her husband and child, who were completely fine just the day before, came down with a high fever and began coughing up blood. Miss Bargett, wearing a white blouse and green skirt, looked fearfully at a man with black hair, who covered his mouth with his hand. Blood was visible on her and the man's white shirt. Perhaps because of how contagious it was, even the doctor was hesitant to approach them. The woman was sitting on a chair next to her husband, who was lying on a white bed, covered with a blanket. She, too, could get sick, but she overcame her fear and nursed her husband and child. Miss Bargett lowered her gaze. Her face was sad. She loved them so much. She had already seen such suffering hundreds, thousands of times. The man took the girl by the hand, which was lying on the edge of the bed, and called her. Miss Bargett looked at their faces, which became paler and more lifeless. Miss Bargett's husband looked up with a lifeless look, his face thinner, his skin pale, and large bags visible under his eyes. He said that he wanted to thank his wife. At some point Miss Bargett had an idea. Her husband's face, he opened his mouth slightly. His eyes were tired. Miss Bargett talked about how beautiful the faces of those who die from illness are. The girl looked at her husband lying on the bed, placing 2 hands on her cheeks. She blushed heavily and smiled, looking at him with a crazy look. Miss Bargett said that she was truly grateful that Count Drackle introduced her to such beauty. The knight with white hair and blue eyes frowned and shouted that he could no longer listen to this. The man put his sword in front of him, looking at the girl, and asked the gentleman to give only an order. He clenched his teeth, a vein popping out in his cheek as he said that she needed to be taken into custody. She, the madwoman for whom the death of their fellows was some kind of entertainment. Bargett smiled, looking at the knight. She put her hand to her chin and tilted her head, asking if it would work. Bargett narrowed her eyes, looking to the side, and said that they didn't think that she came here just like that, without any particular reason. Joachim frowned, looking at the woman with his red eyes, and asked what kind of games she had in mind this time. Bargett put her hand to her chest, looking at him with a smile, and said that in Ospurin, as far as is known, patients caught Igram. Joachim looked at the woman with displeasure, asking if she still had any hostages. Miss Bargett smiled and closed her eyes, saying that he must be one of those people who thinks quickly. The man with black hair tilted his head and, looking at her seriously, asked who they were. Miss Bargett smiled widely, looking down at him with a crazy look. She said that these were absolutely all the inhabitants of Ospurin. Joachim and the knight next to him looked at the woman in surprise, their mouths parted. Snoke and Hans' eyes widened in shock when they heard this. The blonde frowned. The group stood opposite the woman, and Joachim asked how so many people could get sick. The girl told him that he had forgotten that infectious diseases were her specialty. Joachim swore and turned away, gritting his teeth. Bargett put her hand to her cheek and said with a smile that they could start a conversation. But before she could finish, someone said enough. Zeke stepped forward, raising his sword behind his back, and with a calm face, said that now they were finished. Someone shouted the guy's name. Miss Bargett frowned, looking at the guy with a gloomy smile, and said that it was a pity she did not expect him to behave so childishly. The girl narrowed her eyes, looking at him displeasantly, and said that maybe it was because he couldn't believe her words. Zeke raised his eyebrows at the girl with a bored face and replied that no. He trusted the words of the previous owner of Bargett. Miss Bargett spread her arms apart, holding a sword in one of them, and asked if he commanded her to sacrifice all the people of Ospurin. Zeke held his sword in front of him, looking at the woman, and clenched his other hand into a fist, saying that even if he had to choose between 2 options, and even if he decided to sacrifice Ospurin, she would die anyway. Hans turned to the main character, frowning, and told him, "Didn't they say to live peacefully? How can he say something like that?" Zeke turned his gaze to the guy, answering that everything is right, live peacefully, but he will still kill this woman. Hans looked at the main character in confusion, stretched out his hands and asked him if he didn't understand that then the inhabitants of Ospurin would die. Zeke told the guy that this was an inevitable sacrifice. The blonde's eyes widened and his face turned pale when he heard these words. Zeke closed his eyes and sighed, asking the guy to listen to him. He said that perhaps these words would seem cruel to him, because he dreams of being a real hero straight out of a fairy tale. But people still have to make choices sometimes. Hans frowned and pursed his lips, lowering his gaze, while the main character continued that there are such moments, like now, when the terrible choice is right in front of his eyes, and if he really wants to be a hero, he needs to be able to make a decision, even if it means accepting the pain. Whether they should let this woman escape here and then lock him up forever in some distant grief. Hans looked forward. Only his back was visible when Zeke continued, or agree with her and start an epidemic, spreading it everywhere. Zeke frowned, looking forward with a serious face, and said that then it turns out that those people they will sacrifice are somehow worse for them than the inhabitants of Ospurin. Hans pursed his lips and lowered his gaze to the floor, silently listening to the main character. Zeke pointed his sword forward, his cloak fluttering behind him as he said that, by the way. Yes, he said to live in a good way, but he did not say that you need to live in such a way that when compared, you choose the better option. He pointed his sword towards Miss Bargett, who was looking at the guy standing next to Shalom's dead body, asking what the outcome was. Bargett looked sadly at the main character, raised her eyebrows, and she asked if they were finishing. The main character smiled, looking at the girl, and replied that he had been talking about this for a long time. The man in the white glove took Zeke by the shoulder and called to him in a trembling voice. Joachim stood next to the guy, lowering his hand in which he was holding the sword and, frowning, told him that they couldn't just sacrifice all the inhabitants. Zeke closed his eyes and shrugged his shoulders, answering that he should not worry. The people of Ospurin were safe. Joachim smiled, looking at him, and said that he thought so, and it would be strange if Sir Zeke really said that. The main character said that all his words were true, and the guy with black hair looked at him in surprise, opening his eyes wide and raising his eyebrows, asking what. The main character turned his gaze to the guy, answering that however, when choosing between Miss Bargett and the inhabitants of Ospurin, you really need to think about which one to refuse. Joachim frowned, tilting his face towards the guy, and asked what he was talking about. He looked up, saying that her condition would not work in the first place. He said that the treatment of all residents of Ospurin has now been completed. Miss Bargett flinched when she heard this, her eyes widening as she asked what. Zeke smiled and closed his eyes, asking how she felt, and a little hope was so sweet. Miss Bargett opened her mouth, saying that the main character is lying. She waved her hand, her face contorted with anger as she loudly asked how this was possible. Zeke scratched his ear, looking at the woman, and replied that if you get sick with what she created, redness of the ears begins to appear. Someone said, these are the symptoms of Galgerum, and the main character replied that it seems that this is him. Zeke stood in the city, covering his nose with his hand and looking down at something. A man lying on the ground with a small red dot behind his ear. Zeke first saw this and understood it from the inhabitants of the village neighboring Ospurin, which she took control of. Zeke, Hans, and Snoke ran along the city street past people. On the way to the county, the main character was already confident. The man coughed, clenched his teeth, and bumped shoulders with Zeke, a small red dot visible behind his ear. Zeke looked at the man who had fallen to the ground, apologizing to him. He looked down, noticing something. There was a red dot behind the ear of the man who was lying on the ground. Zeke thought about him and the man he had seen earlier, thinking that the Ospurinians had similar marks behind their ears. He calmly looked at the girl, telling her that was why he had finished their treatment before he came here. Miss Bargett crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the guy, and said that even if he knew about everything, nothing would have worked out with the treatment. She lowered her head, smiling, and said that the insides of the desert ginseng included in the medicine for Galgerum are an incredibly rare component. It is impossible to get it so that there is enough for the medicine for absolutely all the inhabitants of Ospurin. Zeke looked at the girl with a bored face, scratched his ear, and asked what the insides of ginseng were, saying that he took Hulkium. Miss Bargett raised her eyebrow, looking at the guy in confusion, and asked what kind of Hulkium. The guy answered that it was a purple grass that grows on all the roads. Zeke smiled, looking at the girl, and said that in simple words it is a weed, so supply and demand for it as an ingredient was not a problem at all, and the creation of medicine was therefore easier. Bargett put her hand to her chest and frowned, screaming at him to stop laughing, and did he really want to say that the disease she created could be treated with some herb from the side of the road? Zeke grinned, looking down at the girl, and replied, isn't this the peak of her abilities? He thought that it was all because Hulkium had previously had a wonderful effect during the bubonic plague. The girl clenched her teeth and frowned, looking at the guy with bright green eyes. She waved her hand while standing in front of him and said that let's say he created a cure. Barget frowned, looking at him with displeasure, and said that how could he spread it throughout absolutely all of Ospyrin in just 24 hours, and so secretly that no one in the county noticed it. Zeke raised his eyebrow at the girl and waved his hand, asking if she told him how, and Barget asked her. Zeke smiled as he thought about the bowl that contained the golden liquid and said that if the medicine was in liquid form, it would barely taste. Barget remembered how she told the main character with a smile that Igram is mainly spread through water sources, and he answered her that first they need to block access to them and prepare more potion. The girl frowned, shocked remembering this, and muttered that this is not maybe. Zeke grinned, looking at her with a smug face, and said that he added the medicine to the well. He remembered standing with a bunch of grass next to a man in a white robe and a knight, saying that Barget gave him information about how the epidemic was spreading, and he used it to create a cure. The two knights poured the liquid from 2 buckets into the well, and Zeke continued that right before leaving for the county, he checked that the red spots disappeared from those who drank the potion. One of the knights put his hand to his mouth while standing with a bucket and shouted that they were continuing to pour out the potion. Zeke said that by now everyone had probably been treated. The window in which Zeke, Joachim, and the knights were visible, as well as Miss Barget, the main character, said that, and of course, every single one of the inhabitants of Ospyrin had already recovered, without exception. Zeke, with a smile on his face, took a fighting stance and pointed his sword forward, saying that at least he had enough reasons to kill her. Barget lowered her head, hiding her eyes under her hat, and said that she didn't think he would go that far, and the guy replied that that's what people usually say when they're hostile to him. Miss Barget pulled out a flask from her inner pocket, which glowed with a bright purple light, saying that she had no choice. With an angry and mad expression on her face, she clutched the flask in her hand, causing it to break, saying that she did not want to use it. Purple liquid from the flask flowed down Barget's hand, and fragments fell down. Zeke frowned, looking at the woman in surprise. Purple magic swirled around Miss Barget's arm and body. It swirled around her feet, glowing with a bright purple light. The girl's face turned pale and she pursed her lips. The whites of her eyes turned black and her irises turned purple. She said that she did not want to show herself so ugly. Hans frowned, looking at this with wide eyes. Behind him Snoke also frowned, and even the mole on his shoulder raised his head. Someone shouted that she was a witch. Miss Barget became taller. Thin horns were visible on her head. There were 4 pairs of eyes on her pale face. Her dress became white and long with purple designs on it, and a dark hole was visible on her chest. Dark, purple energy swirled around the girl as she stood in front of the group. Joachim waved his hand, shouting to tie her up now, and 2 knights with red and white hair ran forward, holding weapons in their hands. Barget extended her hand, her wrist opening, her arm lengthening, a bright purple light shining around her as she lunged forward. The knight with red hair called her a witch. He cut the appendage with his sword, from which purple blood gushed out. The man frowned, his skin dark, his hair pink, as the energy overcame him. The knight fell to his knees and grabbed his head, groaning in pain. He knelt next to Barget, who looked at him with a smile, waving her appendage instead of a hand. She said that there was a special offer for them. Very soon they would start coughing up blood and they would have red spots. Zeke frowned, looking at them, and thought that if you touch the plague blood, you will immediately become infected. He shouted. Joachim immediately evacuated the ordinary soldiers, and then shouted for Hans and Snoke to leave and take care of the people of the county. Joachim frowned, looking at the girl in fear. He thought about his brother lying on the ground and his father lying on the bed with his eyes closed. The guy clenched his white-gloved hand into a fist. With a nervous expression on his face, he shouted loudly, "Evacuate the ordinary soldiers now, and let the knights deal with the witch, but under no circumstances touch the blood." A knight with white hair took Joachim by the shoulder and led him to the exit, while the guy shouted to Zeke to take care of himself. He stood holding his sword in front of him and frowning. Barget looked at the guy. Purple shoots instead of her hands crashed into the ground, raising dust into the air. She extended one of the shoots forward, asking if she was now against Zeke. The main character blocked the blow of her appendage with his sword. His face lit up with a purple light when he thought that he was tired of her. Magicians, for example, are just right for such opponents. Zeke dodged the purple tendrils that flew in front of his face, frowning. The girl laughed, saying that she can see that Zeke is a good guard, despite his character. The main character jumped away from one of the appendages that hit the ground. He ducked from the second, dodging another. The guy with a serious expression dodged another bright purple one appendage, looking in its direction. Barget looked at him as she cut into her flesh, purple blood gushing from the wound. She waved her hand. A bright beam of purple light flashed above her. Purple blood circled around her and she screamed that she needed to make some noise. Zeke lowered his head, his eyes covered his hair and he exhaled. He clutched the hilt of his sword in his hand, which glowed with blue light, and thought, well, how much more can he do? The guy swung his sword, from the blow of which a bright blue light emanated, pushing away clots of purple blood. Bargit clenched her teeth as she looked at this, her face contorted with anger, a blue light shining around her. Zeke frowned, looking at the girl from under his brows, and thought that if he touched the plague blood, he would catch an unknown disease. Dead knights who lay in a pool of their own blood. The guy thought that with a careless cut, it would definitely splash everywhere, and no matter how much you cut, Bargit's wounds would regenerate. Zeke held his sword in front of him, with blue and red light around it, thinking that this would not only be debilitating, but even worse. He frowned, looking forward with a serious look, thinking about the parts that had not yet grown back. 3 bright flashes of light when the main character approached the girl, thinking that these parts needed to be cauterized. The main character jumped up, piercing Bargit in the shoulder with a sword around which fire was burning, causing the girl to scream loudly. A bright red flame burned at Bargit's shoulder, who looked at him, her face contorted with anger. Her hand fell to the floor, white smoke coming from it. Zeke smiled smugly. The flame around the blade burned next to his face and he tilted his head, asking how she felt like this. The tip of the sword was next to the shoulder of Bargit, who clenched her teeth, looking at the guy with anger. Zeke said that it probably burns a little, like a small wound. Bargit realized that her body was not regenerating. The guy jumped back when the girl hit the floor with her long appendage. Bargit looked to the side, beads of sweat running down her face as she thought she needed to act now. She jumped out the window. The bright fire was still burning on her shoulder, and the girl thought that she would not die right here. Zeke clenched his teeth, ran to the broken window after the girl and loudly asked where she was running. He landed on one knee, resting on his hand, his boyfriend fluttering in the air as he thought he might as well take her out from outside the building. But there was no way she would go outside the county. The guy looked up, frowning, and thought that he couldn't believe that he was running back and forth like that to reduce damage to the residents. If the demon lord Zeke Moore had seen this, he would have clicked his tongue. Zeke ran after the girl, who clenched her teeth, held her hand to her burning shoulder and screamed for the guy not to follow her. Zeke smiled, standing behind Bargit, saying that it suits her when she lowers her hospitable tone. It sounded disgusting. Miss Bargit was breathing heavily, standing in front of the forest. Bald trees could be seen, and then a dense forest. The girl clenched her teeth and frowned, drops of sweat running down her face. Zeke said that they would finish this friendly game of catch-up. Exhaling loudly, Bargit looked over her shoulder, seeing the main character standing behind her. The guy with a calm face raised his hand, with a sword burning in flames, to strike. The girl turned on him, pressing her hand to her burning shoulder and screamed for him to wait and how about a deal. Suddenly, Bargit was pierced by a bright red beam of light, and the girl's eyes widened in surprise. There was a red projectile in her body that forced Bargit to kneel while flames burned around her body. Zeke put his sword in front of him, flinching when he saw the girl burn. He walked towards Bargit, taking her face in his hands and looked into her eyes, thinking what was that fiery light, and she died instantly. Zeke turned over his shoulder, looking to the side. Behind one of the trees, he saw a man in a gray hood, wondering if he was behind the magic that was happening now. A girl with white hair and bright red eyes turned around her face, and the guy thought who it was. Bargit's charred body, which turned black and lay on the ground. Zeke thought that she was burned in the fire, and this is magic. The guy clenched his hands into fists, looking at the man in a gray cloak and hood, asking who she was. The man in brown boots walked forward and Zeke asked if she was Count Dracul's magician. The girl with white hair closed her eyes and took off her hood. She was wearing a white shirt and white pants, with a corset around her waist. She raised her hand, opening her eyes and looking at the main character with her red eyes. Zeke looked at her with a calm face and thought that she was very beautiful. The girl asked if he was Zeke Fortress and the guy raised his eyebrows, looking at her in surprise. She frowned at the guy and asked if she was right. Zeke pointed his finger at himself and asked if she knew him. Zeke half closed his eyes, calmly looking at the girl, and thought that maybe they saw each other when they belonged to the same family. But he would not be able to forget such a face. The girl with white hair bowed, lowered her head and said, "No." She opened her mouth, saying that he is not Zeke Fortress. The main character clutched his sword in his hands, looking at her, and thought that the atmosphere had changed dramatically. He asked if she didn't recognize him. The girl with white hair stood up straight, head down, her eyes hidden by shadows, and she frowned, her face contorted with anger, her red eyes emitting a faint light as she said that he was Zeke Moore. The guy's eyes widened and he frowned upon hearing this. The main character was running on the ground. He struck the girl. A bright blue light emanated from him, but the girl put a magical shield in front of her, blocking the blow, and the guy realized that it was a magical barrier. He crashed into a magical wall that glowed with a faint blue light as the girl looked at him. Zeke staggered back from the girl who had the shield around her and got down on one knee. He looked at her calmly and raised an eyebrow, thinking that she knew the name he was called in the days of the Demon Lord, who does not yet exist in this world, and who she is. He should try to talk to her. Zeke rose to his feet, standing opposite the girl, and asked how she knew his name, but the girl was silent. The guy sighed, his face illuminated by a faint blue light, when he thought that apparently she wouldn't speak so easily. The guy asked her if she didn't want to answer, then maybe she could go on a date with him. The girl with white hair shuddered, frowning at the guy behind her shield. Zeke smiled as he raised his sword and said that it was sudden, but she had piqued his interest. The girl put her hand in front of her. Her body was illuminated by a red light that came from the red seals that appeared near her. She waved her hand, shouting what a vile date proposal this was, and 4 red projectiles flew out of the 4 seals, heading towards the guy. He dodged the projectiles, and they flew next to his face. The guy thought why she was so fast. The girl extended her hands to the seals, saying El, Ladle, Rai, Vod. Zeke gritted his teeth as he dodged the projectile that broke the tree behind him and thought about how she uses shortcuts to create spells and how they work. He showed a cross with his hands while 4 projectiles flew towards him and frowned, thinking that earlier her magic barrier appeared in a matter of seconds. She may not recite the spell to start using magic. One of the shells touched the edge of the protagonist's leg, cutting through the fabric of his black pants. Zeke looked over his shoulder and clenched his teeth, saying that he was not paying attention. He looked forward again and lowered his head, frowning. A girl with white hair was holding a clot of red mist in her hands. The same red mist was flying around her, but much larger, and Zeke thought that she was, as they say, a high-level magician. How can she use high magic at such a young age? The red energy around the girl became much greater. She raised her hands while the magic swirled. Stones flew away from her power in different directions. The girl stretched her arms forward, shouting to Clot. Red powerful energy flew forward towards the main character, breaking stones in its path. Zeke ran forward, swinging his sword as blue energy emanated from it, pushing the red magic away from him. He jumped into the air above the girl and she raised her head at him. The girl squatted down, placing her hands on the ground, on which a red seal opened and shouted, Snai, Khan, Chanvel. A rock appeared in front of the main character and his sword hit it, leaving a blue trail of energy. Zeke clenched his teeth, seeing the rock in front of him, and frowned, thinking that she fought so skillfully. The girl's red eyes glowed as she looked up, red energy visible near her. The mountain trembled, growing even more out of the ground. She hit the main character, who was flying in front of the days, throwing him back. A bright flame was burning around the girl with white hair. Her cloak fluttered behind her. She raised her hand, above which the fire was burning, and said, Vin, sleep, Cluvy. A bright fireball over the girl's hand. She said, Jinan Akhatrim. A huge fireball flew forward as the girl extended her hand, and Zeke held his sword out in front of him as it flew towards him. The guy raised his sword behind his back. The light from the fireball illuminated his face, and he thought it was pissing him off. The guy threw his sword forward straight towards the girl's barrier through the fireball. The tip of the sword entered the flame, blue lightning sparkling around it. The girl's eyes widened when she saw this and she opened her mouth in surprise. A bright fiery light, the protagonist's sword shattered, splitting into many fragments. Zeke smiled looking at this. He clenched his hand into a fist, blue magic gathering around it. The guy raised his hand to strike while a fireball with sword fragments flew towards him and shouted to her to try to block that too. Zeke sharply hit the fireball. A strong impulse from the blow passed through it and it flew with great speed in the opposite direction, leaving behind a beam of light. The fireball was now flying towards the girl who was standing behind the blue barrier. She closed her eyes and lowered her head as the fire broke through the barrier. Several fiery rays cut her cheeks and body, leaving wounds from which blood flowed. The girl put her hand on her shoulder. Her barrier disappeared, and the guy thought that this was not very good, and it worked. Holding her shoulder, the girl glared at the protagonist, clenching her teeth, her red eyes glowing faintly, and she frowned. Zeke smiled nervously as he looked at her and thought she was angry. The girl waved her hand. Blue constellations appeared above her as she said, Lala, loss. She suddenly froze and moaned in pain, closing one eye and trembling. The guy's eyes widened when he noticed this. Stretching out her hand, the girl continued, saying Lala, Lastal. A huge block of ice appeared from the huge seal that appeared near her. Zeke extended one hand and raised the other behind his back, clenching it into a fist as a block of ice approached him, thinking about what had just happened. The guy hit it sharply with his fist, his cloak fluttered behind him, and a bright blue light flashed next to him. Zeke frowned, his hair fluttered, and he thought that, although not for long, it seemed that she had stopped. Sweat dripped down the girl's face and she raised her hand. 5 more blue seals opened behind her, while the main character thought that it was strange. If she was so trained in battle, like a mage, she could use magic without a break. The main character calmly looked at the girl, thinking what a strange delay. He remembered lying on the ground among the weapons, and also the way he closed his eyes and sat against the wall, which had a huge crack on it, thinking that, of course, the same thing happened to him when he returned. The girl spread her arms out to the sides as sharp ice projectiles appeared from the seals in front of her, and Zeke thought that this was because her still inexperienced body could not withstand the impact of a full-fledged battle. Ice projectiles flew forward and the guy thought about the girl's technical skills, thinking that at that age there was no way such unique magic could come out. He remembered the angry face of the girl with white hair who called him Zekemore, thinking that besides everything, she knew the name Zekemore. The protagonist's eyes widened and he looked forward in surprise. The girl stood in front of several seals behind her. With one hand she held onto her shoulder and extended her other hand forward, holding out 2 fingers, and the main character thought if it could be that she, too, was reborn in a second life. The guy jumped away from the fire that was burning under his feet and thought that if she was reborn, then this would explain everything. But for those who were reborn, she seemed to move somehow strangely. The girl frowned, looking away and clenching her teeth, and Zeke thought that it seemed like she couldn't stand the pain. The guy remembered how she threw red rays of energy and ice from seals, thinking that initially, for a person who has such fighting skills as hers, pain cannot be said to be something unusual. Zeke remembered how the girl trembled, reaching out and clenching her teeth while there was a bloody cut on her cheek. The girl with white hair put her hand in front of her. A bright fire burned around her palm and he thought that he could not describe it in one word. The guy frowned, looking at the girl. She also frowned, looking at the guy with anger, and he thought that her experience was obtained artificially. Someone called the main character and he turned over his shoulder, looking to the side. Joachim looked at the main character after seeing the cut on his leg and asked if he was okay. Zeke waved his hand, looking at him with a calm face while the girl stood behind him, and said that it's okay, they might get hurt in a fight, so let them stay away. The knight with white hair noticed something while talking about this to Joachim. The man with black hair looked to the side in surprise. He stood in front of Barget's burnt body, which lay on the ground, and asked loudly whether Zeke had killed her. The main character looked in his direction, saying that it was not him. The girl with white hair shuddered in front of him. Joachim asked what that woman turned Barget into. Zeke turned his gaze towards the girl, frowning, and answered yes, for one blow, she is a mage of the highest rank. The knight with white hair put his sword in front of him, standing in front of Zeke, and frowning, said that he does not know exactly what happened here, but if she attacked Zeke first, then they perceived this girl as an enemy. The main character lowered his head, frowning, and wanted to answer positively, but did not finish. He looked up and remembered hitting the girl who had put up a barrier. Zeke turned to the knight with white hair and told him what he was thinking. It turns out that he was the first to attack. The knight turned to the guy in shock, asking what. Zeke scratched the back of his head and looked up, saying that he had heard such shocking words that he did it unconsciously. He thought that other than the fact that she knew Zeke more, there was no reason for him to fight with her. The burnt black body of Miss Barget, which lay on the ground, the main character thought that she even helped him get rid of the plague. Zeke called the girl loudly and she shuddered, looking forward with a frown. The guy put his hands on his hips, standing in front of her while the others were behind, and told her that what happened was his mistake. That's for sure. He apologizes. Zeke raised his head, saying with a calm face that he never said who she was. The girl with white hair opened her mouth and asked about the others. Standing in front of the main character, she frowned, asking if they were his subordinates. Zeke replied that they were not. A knight with white hair who held a sword in front of him, Hans and Snoke who frowned. Joachim who raised his head also frowning. They had a large inscription of a colleague on them. The eyes of the girl with white hair widened and she looked at the guy in surprise, asking her colleague. Zeke nodded to the girl, answering that everything was correct. He extended his hand, looking at her, and told her thank you for killing Barget. Thanks to her actions the village was no longer harmed. The girl opened her mouth. Her eyes were hidden by a shadow and she said that she couldn't believe it. Zeke looked up at her and hummed questioningly, raising his eyebrows. The girl turned around, her hair falling into her face as she said that he really didn't care about people's suffering. Zeke looked away when he heard these words and frowned. The knights and the main character stood in front of the girl in the middle of the forest. The moon was shining in the sky and Zeke thought about her. He frowned at her and thought that she actually knew him before he was reborn. He thought of Zeke more in black armor with blue energy glowing around him, his eyes glowing with blue light, and he thought that she knew Zeke more, the demon lord. Someone called the girl loudly and her eyes widened in surprise and she shuddered. The main character looked in the direction where the voice came from. A knight with white hair stood in front of the guy, holding a sword in front of him and shouted with a displeased face, "How dare she talk to Sir Zeke, the hero of Ospurin, in such a tone?" The girl with white hair frowned at the man and asked that he was the hero Ospurin. Zeke smiled awkwardly and said that it wasn't that he was a hero. The white-haired man bit his lip and pressed his hand to his chest, closing his eyes and saying that it was true. Sir Zeke had shown so much virtue for their county. The girl stood in front of them, asking if the main character was really Zeke, what his last name was. The guy answered, "What difference does it make? He's Zeke and that's it." Zeke frowned. Fog and white sparks were flying around him as he said that he didn't know what she knew and how much. But there was no need to impose your thoughts on him. He thought that now he was neither fortress nor more, so like this. The girl with white hair looked at him silently, frowning. Her red eyes glowed as she looked at him. The girl tucked her white hair behind her ear and pressed her other hand to her chest, saying that no, this is completely different. Zeke thought that he couldn't understand her at all. The knight with white hair looked at him when the main character said that she should say who she is. Zeke said that if she did not do this, she would immediately be regarded as trespassing into the county. The girl pursed her lips while looking at him and clutched her necklace around her neck. A bright blue light shone through her clenched hand. Powerful blue energy appeared around the girl. Blue lightning flashed around. Zeke and the other knights turned away and covered their faces with their hands, asking what this light was. Zeke frowned, holding his hand over one eye and looking forward with the other, his body illuminated by a blue light as he thought about the girl's artifact. She looked at him with a frown, squeezing her hand from which blue light shone. Her cloak fluttered behind her with energy, and blue lightning sparkled nearby. The girl's hair with red eyes fluttered with blue energy. She looked down at the main character. A cut was visible on her cheek. The girl in front of the group of soldiers disappeared, leaving behind only blue energy. Hans looked at this in surprise, raising an eyebrow and looking up. He let out a questioning sigh. The blue energy dissipated. Dust from the ground flew in the air, and the guy said in surprise that it had disappeared. Zeke sat down in front of a small cloud of blue fog that remained on the ground and, looking at it, thought that the creation of artifacts in itself, even with a low rank of magic, was already not weak, but it couldn't be that she also had an artifact of ultra-high magic with her, which allows you to move through space. The guy let out a thoughtful hum, looking down, thinking that he was actually wondering who she was. A large white building with a tower at the top of which was a bell. A group of soldiers, the main character and Joachim stood in front of the cathedral, and the latter said that the father and brother would not be able to go to heaven. A white-haired knight next to Joachim looked sadly up at the cathedral, saying that this is the price of redemption. Without looking away, the man said that he was sure that he was ready for this. Joachim looked away, sadly looking there, and spoke of redemption. Other people stood in the square with their hands folded in prayer. Joachim turned to the main character and the white-haired knight, extending his hand and saying that he expresses his gratitude to the two of them, and thanked Zeke for attending the funeral. The main character looked at the guy and replied that there was no need for gratitude. Behind him, Hans and Snoke nodded with smiles. Joachim remembered a girl with white hair, around whom blue energy was swirling. He put his hand to his chin and looked up, saying that he had to organize a chase and find out who exactly that magician was, and he was sorry. Zeke looked at the guy with black hair, answering with a calm face that everything was fine. She still used the artifact, so it was not possible to detect her trace. He looked forward with the same look, thinking that she definitely knew him in a past life, so now he needs to slowly unravel it. Joachim silently looked at the main character, smiling at him. He extended his hand, standing opposite Zeke, Hans and Snoke, and said that he heard that the three of them were going further. The main character answered with a smile that they only made a stop in Drackle County along the way, and now they need to move on. The man with black hair put his hand to his chin and closed his eyes, saying that this is true. Joachim in a black suit and glasses adjusted his glasses. Standing at the table, he offered to fully visit their county, saying that he would guarantee better conditions. Zeke closed his eyes and turned away, refusing and saying that he did not like to stay in one place. Zeke smiled, closed his eyes and said that even if he was gone, nothing bad would happen to the county of Drakel, and all because now he was the new count. Joachim calmly looked at the guy and, holding out his hand, replied that no, even this time, if it weren't for Zeke, Ospirin would have been in big trouble. The man with black hair looked away and frowned, saying that during the battle he still somehow resisted his fear of blood. But in the end, when it was all over, he fell exhausted. Joachim lowered his head in front of Zeke, who calmly looked at him, and continued that he is the head of the Drakel County. But it turns out he is afraid of blood. It looks pathetic. Zeke reached into the pouch on his belt, looking for something. The man with black hair looked at him in surprise, his mouth open. Zeke handed the guy a sphere with a flame burning in it, saying that maybe he would like to try it then. The count frowned, looking at the guy who was holding out the sphere to him and asked if this was not the same thing that was then in prison. A red ball with yellow fire inside lay among the stones. Zeke smiled and said that he took it out of the rubble. He looked at the count while holding the sphere and told him that while he lived as the count of the Drakel family, there would come a day in the future when the fear of blood would become an obstacle. To prevent this from happening, he would need such a thing. The main character placed a sphere in the count's hand, saying that the bloody vessel would give him the possession of blood. While holding the sphere, Joachim said that the possession of blood did not sound like something very good. He looked at the sphere in his hand. Zeke told him that it was an ability with which he could manipulate the blood around him as he wished. However, due to excessive greed, one could become obsessed with it. The count replied that if he thirsted other people's blood, it will cause great chaos. Zeke said that there is no need to worry about this. Joachim raised his head to the guy and looked at him in surprise, asking if there was any way to prevent this. Zeke looked at the count with a smile, bowed his head and replied that if his mind was captured, he would come and kill him with his own hands. Night, stars sparkled in the sky, a castle, lights were burning in the windows. Joachim was sitting in his office at a wooden desk. 2 lamps were on the bedside tables nearby, as well as candles in a candelabrum on the wall. Someone knocked on the large wooden door and the count allowed entry. A knight with white hair was carrying a huge stack of papers. Sweat was running down his face, and he said that these were still documents that Joachim needed to look at. The count sighed tiredly and asked to put them here. A huge pile of documents fell on the table with a slam, and the knight said that he looked tired. Joachim folded his hands on the table and replied that before at this time he would have already been in bed. Who knew that he would begin to miss the times of his weakness from illness? The knight smiled at the count and raised his hand, looking at him and saying that the bloody vessel really had a strong effect. He became much healthier than before and it was a joy to see. The knight asked how his bloodlust was going and Joachim smiled, looking at the knight. The count pricked his finger with his nail, causing a small wound to form, and said that sometimes there is a desire to eat, but after a while it disappears on its own. Blood flew into the air from the count's wound and the knight raised his head to it. Joachim said with a smile that apparently there really was no need to subjugate the blood of other people. Drops of blood flew in the air and the knight with white hair looked at them in surprise, saying that this is what it looks like when he owns blood. It's amazing. Joachim held his wrist with his other hand, looking at it and said that he thinks it will be useful to be able to defend himself, so he practices from time to time. The knight looked at the count with a questioning expression on his face and asked how Zeke knew about all this. He did not reveal until the very end who he was and left. Joachim asked if there was any need for this. The man remembered the main character, who was smiling, and closing his eyes, he smiled, saying that he is the savior, the one who protects their county, and in the county of Drakel such a status is quite enough. Joachim stood up from the table, put his hand on the table and called the knight, calling him Broad. The count turned his back to him and walked to the window, looking out of it with his hands behind his back and saying that he had something he needed to investigate. Broad replied that he was listening. Joachim frowned, looking out the window with a gloomy face and said that the man in black who helped spread the plague and the magician who attacked Zeke, let the knight find out about them. The group was sitting in the forest. Zeke was sitting on a log next to the fire. Hans was sitting on a stone next to him, and Snoke was lying on a sheet behind the main character. The guy with brown hair was sleeping with his eyes closed. His blood was sleeping on his chest and his clothes. slightly reddened and a bubble coming out of his nose. Zeke looked at the fire, which illuminated his face, and wondered who that girl was. He lowered his gaze, thinking that she knew that before his rebirth his name was Zeke Moore. Being a demon lord, he had never met a person with a similar appearance. The guy thought that her skills were somewhat similar to the demonic lord of magic. A demonic lord of magic, a man with white long hair standing with his back. There was red energy around him, and above his palm he held a red flame. In the second half of the Mine era, he, along with Zeke, was one of the demonic lords, the embodiment of horror itself. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, thinking that he was fluent in all kinds of magic. They even crossed paths a couple of times. A man with white long hair and a beard, his whites of his eyes were black, and Zeke scratched his cheek, frowning, and thought that he was a man. And an old one at that. The guy closed his eyes, crossed his arms over his chest, and lowered his head, thinking that no one in particular came to mind. Before, he would never have forgotten something like this. A large white tree with bare branches, white flowers were wrapped around it and hung from the branches. Zeke thought that if that girl came back like him, then she was related to the key that distorted fate. Who knows, maybe this girl was to those who carried it through time. The guy leaned his hands on the log behind him and raised his head, looking at the sky and thinking that all this was just speculation. He frowned, looking up, and thought it was all so strange, her face and emotions. He remembered the girl who looked down at him sadly before disappearing and wondered why she looked at him with that look. Hands turned to the main character and he put his chin on his hand, leaning over and asking what. The blonde awkwardly scratched his neck and looked away, saying that what he said last time was that the priority was to deal with Miss Bargett rather than save Ospurine. Zeke said, as he thought, he didn't like it. Hans flinched and looked at the man in surprise. Zeke frowned, looking towards the guy, and replied that he could not help but understand him. In order to prevent numerous victims, one cannot ignore the one that is in front of his eyes. A burning fire, from which sparks flew. Zeke asked the guy to find out whether he wanted to become a hero or a god. Hans's eyes widened in shock and he frowned, pursing his lips, while Zeke said that even he, such a super genius, could not achieve absolutely everything he wanted. And in the future there will not be such a person who can. It is difficult to accept right away, but you can't be confused when making decisions. This is the worst thing that can happen. Hans put his hands on his knees, looking at the main character, and asked if he really thought he could become a hero. Zeke silently looked at the blonde, frowning. He replied that if he wanted, then go ahead, and the guy looked up at the man. Zeke turned his gaze to the fire, lowered his gaze, and said that as long as he remained under his command, he would help in any way he could. Hans asked if there was a way when making a decision would save more people. Zeke replied that there is. Snoke was lying on the ground, frowning in his sleep, when the mole lay on his face, spreading his paws to the sides. Hans raised his eyebrows, asking the man how to do this, and he, looking at the guy, replied that it was nothing special. You just need to become stronger. With the night sky showing bright stars and the moon, Zeke said that in other words, he needed to train even harder. The sky turned from blue to orange. The dawn sun came out from behind the mountains, illuminating the ground. The leaves of the trees were visible. Black paws with sharp claws walked along the ground. 3 black wolves with open mouths and red glowing eyes walked forward. One of the wolves glared at Snoke, who sat frowning on the ground with his hands on the ground. 3 wolves, opening their mouths, jumped on the guy, stretching out their clawed paws towards him. Snoke sharply pressed his hands to the ground, which became covered with cracks under his palms. The 2 wolves were pierced by a stone, bursting out of the ground, drops of blood flying from their bodies in the air. Snoke exhaled and closed his eyes, sitting in front of the bloody stone. The 2 wolves growled, clenching their sharp teeth, looking at the guy with anger. A man stood behind the grinning wolves. 3 wolves were cut by a sword, which left behind a yellow mark from the blow. Hans, frowning, put his hand behind his back, standing in front of the wolves. He exhaled, raising his head. The main character approached them, who was holding his sword, and asked if they were finished. 3 corpses of wolves lay under his feet. Hans sat down on the ground and closed his eyes, answering that he was done. Zeke kicked one of the wolves, saying that he was definitely dead. Hans turned to him with a questioning expression, raising his hand and asking why there were so many monsters here. Snoke also raised his head, knitting his eyebrows, and said that it was true, but there was a village right behind them. Zeke crossed his arms over his chest, looking down at the corpse of the wolf, and thought that there really are a lot of monsters here. What's wrong with this area? Someone called out to the 2 of them. Snoke looked over his shoulder with his eyebrows raised, and Hans and Zeke also looked forward questioningly. An old man wearing a white shirt with a rope wrapped around it tied to a spear behind his back. On his shoulder he was holding a backpack containing a fish. The old man said they looked strong. The old man asked if they could help him, and Zeke raised his eyebrows questioningly at him. The blue sky, through which clouds floated, the leaves of the trees were visible. Zeke asked about the orc. The old man looked at Zeke and Hans standing opposite them and said that yes, he is walking around on this road, if they can deal with him. The old man said that otherwise you never know, maybe something bad will happen to those residents who climb here. Zeke put his hand to his chin, raising his eyebrow. The main character stood near a large footprint on the ground. Putting his hand to his chin and humming questioningly, the old man sat by the footprint. Hans stood next to him. A huge footprint on the ground. Snoke extended his hand, looking worriedly at the trail, and told the mole to look. There really was an orc. The mole sadly lowered his gaze. Hans looked up at the main character, sitting next to the footprint on the ground, and said, maybe they are moving as a whole group. Zeke looked at the guy, saying that the first thing he needed to do was look for other tracks in the area. Snoke raised his eyebrows at the guy and said worriedly if they could find anything with just this clue. Zeke looked at the blonde, saying that he was not doing very well with the search for the trail. Hans raised his eyebrows, asking how he then thought of looking for them. Turning to the two guys, the main character said that he had a plan. They looked at him. Zeke frowned, looking ahead seriously, and said that they would walk, listen, look, feel. He turned around, walking forward and telling them to follow him, and the two guys sighed, looking after the man with displeasure and thinking that there was no other choice. Zeke walked forward with a frown, his hands clenched into fists, his cloak fluttering behind him, and he thought that, of course, he could not compare with the professionals, but he knew the basic principles of working on such holds. His range of sensations was wide. Hans and Snoke followed the main character with frowns, and Zeke thought that they walked very quickly. In a few days they would definitely be able to find the orc. Suddenly Zeke noticed something ahead and thought what it was. A child walked through the forest, putting his hand on his shoulder. His clothes were dirty and torn, and Zeke wondered if he was undead. Snoke looked up at the child in surprise, frowning, and asked out loud what he was doing so far in the mountains. Hans next to him also looked at the child in surprise, saying that he was skin and bones, as if he was about to fall exhausted. Zeke turned to the blonde and called him. He shuddered and raised his eyebrows and asked what was wrong. The boy with dark brown hair lowered his head, looking sadly at the ground, and thought that he was hungry. A loaf of bread was held out in front of the boy's face. The boy looked up with his brown eyes in surprise when Zeke told him that it was very tasty. The guy smiled, looking at the child, and asked if he wanted to try. After that they stayed at the village inn and cleared the mountains. It was night, mountains were visible in the distance. There was a small village near the river where the light was burning. And a few days later they found the orcs in their habitat. Green orcs with glowing red eyes, they opened their mouths fiercely, roaring. Snoke and Hans hid behind a tree that was being beaten by the orcs. The blonde was holding a sword in front of him, sitting on the ground. The liquidation took place without any problems. Zeke stood in front of the old man, next to a huge pile of orcs stacked on top of each other. The old man asked in shock if he really didn't need money. The main character answered with a smile that it wasn't that hard. Snoke and Hans were sitting at a table with a huge pile of empty plates on it. Their stomachs were swollen. Their chairs were cracking under the two guys. Zeke was looking at them with his arms crossed. In gratitude, the village leader treated them to a hearty dinner, calling them helpers. A village. Lights were burning in the windows of the houses. Mountains were visible behind. Zeke left the building. Behind a pillar stood a child in torn clothes, his head down. The main character thought about the boy who got in their way. Zeke put his hand on the boy's shoulder, leaning down and calling to him. The boy flinched in fear, his eyes widening. The boy stepped back and put his hand on his shoulder, shouting that he was scared, and why did he scare him every time. Zeke handed a loaf of bread to the child and he looked at it in surprise, holding out his hand. The main character smiled, looking down at the boy, and thought that he was constantly helping him to do good deeds. The boy looked at the bread in Zeke's hand, lowered his hands, and said that he did not come here to beg. The guy replied that children should not reject gifts from adults. The boy took the bread from Zeke's hands with his pale hands and said that his mother told him not to accept anything from strangers. Zeke replied that she was talking about bad adults. The boy looked sadly at the bread in his hands and asked what he was doing as a good adult then. Zeke answered negatively, and the boy raised his head in surprise. The guy smiled broadly at the boy, closing his eyes, and said that he was a bad adult who was trying to live a good life. The boy and Zeke were sitting near the wall of the building, under the window from which there was light. The boy bit the bread that the guy gave him. Frowning, the boy chewed a loaf of bread, and Zeke looked at him with a smile, holding a bottle in his hands, saying that his stomach would hurt and let him eat more slowly. The boy took a bottle of water and threw his head back, drinking from his throat. The boy sighed, removing the water bottle from his mouth. Zeke looked at him taking a handkerchief out of his pocket and asked if he would take it home again. He replied that yes, Mom and Dad worked hard. The boy put the handkerchief on the ground, putting bread on it, and took the handkerchief by the edges. Zeke said how kind he was. The main character looked down at him, asking what his parents were doing. He said that he gets the food from him. The boy looked aside at Zeke, picking up the wrapped bread, and replied that everything was wrong. He looked away, saying that throughout the village they say that the main character is a kind person. He also caught orcs. Zeke looked at the boy with a smile. He winced and smiled nervously, rubbing his shoulder, repeating the words about a kind man. Zeke turned his head to the boy, telling him to come to them at the tavern later. The child's eyes widened and he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The main character said that there was no need to look at him like he was at some criminal in an alley. In the window of the tavern, one could see how the boy lowered his head, saying that if people like him come into this place, swearing will begin. Zeke said that he would talk to them and he didn't have to worry. The child's eyes widened in surprise and he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, looking at the ground. He pressed his knees to his chest and placed his hands on them, turning his head to the main character and asking why he is doing so well. All the other people hate him. Zeke looked at him, asking why. Zeke raised his eyebrows, looking at the child, and thought that it was like that time with Timmy. The main character remembered how he sat next to the blonde man, who put his hand on his head and spoke. This was the first time this had happened to him, the first time someone said that he would simply help them, without any conditions. Zeke thought that he was really shocked by these words. He looked at Timmy with a surprised look, raising his eyebrows, and he closed his eyes, blushing. Zeke looked forward, saying that compared to them he was really kinder. The boy frowned, looking at him in confusion, and asked if he didn't call himself a bad adult who was trying to live a good life. A drop of sweat ran down the face of the main character when he said with the same face that then he would be a bad adult who lives kinder than the same kind people. The child looked at him silently. A chuckle was heard from him and Zeke looked at him in surprise. The boy laughed, closing his eyes, which had tears in them, and with a wide smile asked how it all happened. Zeke smiled and put his hand on his head, saying that there is such a strange person in the world as him. The starry sky above the buildings of the village. The boy said that he would like there to be many people like the main character in the world. Zeke replied that if this were so, then the world would really become cool. The moon and stars were visible in the dark sky. The main character said that it was already late, and the boy replied that then he would go. The boy waved his hand with a smile, saying that they would see each other, and Zeke smiled, closing his eyes, standing with his back to the boy, wishing him to get home well. He opened his eyes, remembering something and wanting to tell the boy. The guy called the boy, but stopped, turning back and seeing that there was no one on the street. Zeke said that he quickly left the road leading to houses with cracks visible. The boy walked along the road in the dark, smiling, clutching a bag of bread to his chest and thinking, Mom and Dad will be happy. He frowned and pursed his lips, thinking that he shouldn't accept something from the main character so often, and tomorrow he will definitely ask his name. The boy smiled and looked up as he walked down the road, thinking that then he could definitely repay him. There were two people standing in the forest. A man with dark skin and a black hood was holding a bag, while another man with a mustache looked at him in confusion. Sweat was running down his face. The boy thought that he had not seen a man in a hood here before. Were they tourists? And what he does with the man from the village? The hooded man passed the bag into the second man's hand. He looked around and nervously hid the bag in his inner pocket while the boy watched this, thinking that there was some strange atmosphere here. A man in a black cloak took off his hood. A tattoo was visible on his head and the boy thought that he needed to leave quickly. Suddenly the man turned at him with a big smile, a black tattoo running down his face and up to his head, and he said that they had a bug here. The boy clenched his teeth, his eyes widening as he looked at the man in fear. He dropped the bundle containing the bread and it fell next to his feet. Zeke was sitting in the room at the table, looking out the window. Snoke was sleeping on the bed next to him, and Hans was lying next to the bed. The main character frowned and looked out the window, putting his hand to his neck and thought that next time maybe give him not only bread, but also something else. The guy put his chin on his hand and thought that they didn't even know each other's names, but they communicated so well, maybe they really became such good friends. The boy ran through the forest, breathing heavily, tears streaming down his face from his eyes. He clenched his teeth, more tears streaming down his face when Zeke said that he could ask his name tomorrow. Hans held his sword with a smile. Snoke peeked out from behind him. The blonde asked if this was enough. Zeke looked at the dead goblins who were lying on the ground with their arms crossed over their chests. Snoke looked at the main character, saying that in those places that they had examined before, they cleaned everything again. Only these were the monsters. Zeke hummed thoughtfully. Looking down, he thought that there were no signs of any new monsters approaching. The road was in the forest. In the distance, the mountains were visible behind which the sun was setting. The guy thought that there was a clear feeling that their number had decreased. Perhaps these creatures were driven onto the mountain due to changes in the strength of local monsters. A guy with a wide smile was carrying a box. Behind him was another man who waved his hand, carrying a bag with a smile. Zeke thought that at least for a while, this village would no longer suffer from monsters or beasts coming down from the mountain. Zeke, with his arms crossed on his chest, smiled and looked to the side, saying that everything is fine, and now they will go. At the fountain stood Hans, Snoke, and Zeke, as well as several people from the village. The old man stood opposite the blonde, lowering his head and thanking all three. He held Hans' wrist with both hands, closed his eyes, and said that it was thanks to them that they were alive, and how he would repay their kindness. Hans smiled and closed his eyes contentedly, saying that everything was fine, and it was nothing special. Zeke sighed and smiled, looking at him, telling him to keep his cool. Snoke looked around with a surprised face, holding his mole in his arms, and said that today he does not see that boy. Snoke said that he was always here. When they went down the mountain, Zeke put his hand to his chin and looked down, thinking that he would like to see him one more time before leaving. One of the villagers asked if they were talking about the child who lives behind the palisades, and Zeke looked at him, removing his hand from his face. The man with dark hair next to the old man raised his hand and said that if you think about it, he hasn't seen him for a couple of days, and he usually comes to help with all sorts of household things. Hans raised his eyebrow at the townsman and said that the village is not only here, maybe he decided to go somewhere else. Snoke looked at the blonde with concern, and replied that they were still worried because they had not seen him. Zeke turned his back and took the blonde man by the hand, saying that they were going. Hans looked at the guy and asked already. He looked questioningly after the main character and asked where they were going this time. Snoke asked in surprise if he had already decided what their destination was. Zeke answered negatively, and the blonde raised his eyebrows in surprise, then asking where they were. Zeke looked ahead with a serious face, saying that they would try to go to the child's home. Blue sky, a house with grass growing on it. Zeke, Snoke, and Hans stood in front of many overgrown houses, leaves falling from the trees nearby. The blonde scratched his neck and raised an eyebrow, saying that it seemed to be here. Snoke raised his eyebrows in surprise, looked up and said that people lived here. The area was so destroyed. Blue energy shone around the main character, and he reached for his cloak, thinking that he did not feel a single trace of people here. He remembered how the boy smiled widely, wondering how this could happen, especially to that child. Zeke's eyes suddenly widened, and there was purple energy around him. He ran along the village road, leaving a blue trail behind him, and Hans, looking after him, shouted where he was going. Branches of a tree with foliage through which sunlight broke through. Zeke stood at the door of one of the overgrown buildings. He looked up and thought someone was dying. The guy kicked the door sharply, lifting it up. In front of the main character lay two dead people. The floor under them was covered in blood, and Zeke thought that they were dead. Someone's groan of pain was heard, and the guy raised his head, looking deep into the room in surprise. The same boy was sitting against the wall. His clothes were torn on his left shoulder. Red spots and a black tattoo were visible there. The boy closed his eyes. Zeke crouched in front of him and frowned, anxiously asking him to wake up. The boy frowned, tilting his head, and Zeke thought that he was still breathing and he could use the potion now. His eyes suddenly widened as he looked down. The tattoo on the boy's chest emanated dark energy that glowed red. The boy opened his eyes, which were cloudy, and asked if it was his uncle. Zeke sat next to him on his knees, holding his hand on his shoulder, and answered that it was him. The boy asked how he ended up here. The guy replied that he didn't appear, so he came to him himself. The child's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth in surprise. The boy lowered his head and smiled faintly, answering like this. Zeke kept his hand on the child's back, asking what happened and who did it. He lowered his head, not looking at the guy, and answered that he didn't know. The boy was breathing heavily, sweat was running down his face, and tears were gathering in his eyes as he muttered that this was the first time he had seen him in their village, a strange man. He suddenly came out at night. A man with dark hair who was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. The boy said that Dad was the first. A woman with brown hair, her hand was covered in blood. The boy muttered that then there was Mom. The veins on the child's chest and cheek bulged where there was a dark red tattoo. He muttered that the man told him that if he did not scream, then Mom and Dad would live. He was in so much pain and he tried not to scream. Zeke frowned, silently looking at him and thought, what does it mean? The man tortured him and said that he would leave his parents alive if he didn't scream. And in the end he killed his parents anyway. The guy's eyes narrowed and he thought it was just for fun. The child was trembling, tears streaming down his cheeks as he lowered his head and muttered about his mother and father, and about the people from the neighboring houses after they died. The child's face was distorted with sadness. Many tears flowed down his face and fell down. His voice trembled as he muttered that it was all his fault. They all died. Zeke placed his hand on the boy's head and his eyes widened when the boy told him not to worry so much. The main character looked down at the child, saying that it was not his fault. Zeke asked if he saw the guy's face. A man in a black cloak, with a bald head, he had a tattoo on his face, and the boy replied that he had no hair, and a strange tattoo on half his face. He cried out in pain and pressed his hand to the tattoo on his chest. Blue energy glowed around Zeke's palm and he took the child by the shoulder, raising his hand. The boy screamed in pain again as the protagonist pressed his hand with blue energy to the tattoo that was emitting red smoke. The boy closed his eyes as the blue energy hit the tattoo on his chest, the red energy dissipating. He looked down. The tattoo on his chest had disappeared. Zeke was sitting next to him. The blue light emanating from his hand illuminated the child's face. Zeke stroked the boy's hair and he smiled. Looking up, the guy told him that he did a good job, and then he would figure it out himself. The child's eyes dimmed and began to close. His hands weakened and dropped, and he did not have time to say a weak thank you. The child was lying against the wall with his eyes closed, his head bowed. Zeke looked down at him, pulling out a small bag. He placed a loaf of round bread near the boy's hand. There was a noise and Zeke frowned, looking to the side. Hans and Snoke stood in the doorway. The blonde called out to the main character, and Snoke put his hand to his face in shock. The blonde lowered his gaze, screaming, and the two looked fearfully at the dead body in front of them. The main character rose to his feet, looking over his shoulder at them and told them to get ready to hit the road. Temple. A bright blue light was shining through the glass from above. Zeke said that they were going to the one who could help avenge this child. A girl in white clothes, a veil on her head, she closed her eyes and smiled, folding her hands in a prayer gesture. It was night, there was a moon in the sky, a wooden house from which fiery sparks were flying. All three stood at the house, the corner of which was on fire. Hans clenched his fists and lowered his head. The dead bodies were covered with a sheet and a fire was burning around them. Snoke looked forward sadly. His face was illuminated by the light from the fire, and he told them to go to a better place. The mole on his shoulder also sadly looked forward. Hans turned to the main character, frowning and thinking that he didn't expect him to even hold a funeral for a boy he had seen a couple of times. Hans thought that now he was about to take revenge. Zeke put his hands on his side, frowning while the fire burned in front of him. The blonde frowned as he looked at the fire and thought that he didn't think Zeke was doing all this out of a sense of justice or anything like that. The house burned down, insects flew out of the charred bodies. The fly also burned in the fire. Its wings were scorched. Hans thought that the deed, of course, was good, but Zeke was not the kind of person to start acting on such an occasion. He thought that, however, the fact that this boy's death had made his favor so useless. The child, who smiled widely with tears in his eyes, a fire burning around him. Hans thought that from above it was also that the person he cared about died such a cruel death. The boy sat against the wall with his eyes closed and his head bowed. Hans thought that these two things definitely hurt Zeke's pride. The sun rose between the leaves of the trees. On the ground lay the bones that remained from the corpses. Zeke sat on his knees on the ground while Hans and Snoke stood next to him. The main character put one of the burnt bones in a jar. He rose from the ground with the closed can while Hans and Snoke silently looked at his back. Holding a can in his hands, the main character looked ahead and said that they were coming. A huge white arch. Behind it stood a large tree. Leaves hung from its branches. Grass grew under the tree. Blue sparks glowed in the sky. Aine opened the white doors, entering the room with her eyes closed. She opened her eyes in surprise, raising her eyebrows when she noticed someone. The girl greeted Wade. The man turned over his shoulder, looking at the girl. He turned to her, asking if her prayer had gone well. Aine put her hand on her shoulder and smiled, answering of course. She asked in surprise what was happening. The man closed his eyes, smiling, and replied that a good friend had visited them. The girl tilted her head, looking questioningly at the man and asked about her good friend. A man in black gloves was holding a white cup of tea by the handle. The main character sat at the table, drinking from a mug, while Hans and Snoke looked around in surprise, sitting at the same table. Hans looked up and opened his mouth, thinking that this was even more grandiose than the Karuvim and Order Church. Snoke looked away in the other direction, thinking that Zeke's connections were indeed extensive. The girl said that they had indeed arrived to them. All three stood up from the table. Zeke leaned his hands on the table, saying that he had not seen them for a long time. Wade and Ain stood in front of them. The girl asked how they were doing and if everything was fine. Wade extended his hand to the main character and, closing his eyes, said with a smile that he was glad that Zeke was in good health. The main character shook the man's hand with an awkward smile, looked away and thought that this was the smile of a death machine. He would never get used to it. Ain folded her hands with a smile, saying that she also hadn't seen hands for a long time. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked who was next to him. Hands pointed to Snoke, saying that this was his friend, introducing him, and also introducing the mole. The guy in gray clothes put his hand to his chest and closed his eyes with a smile, saying that he was glad to meet you. The mole did the same. Zeke smiled looking at the girl and said that while they were waiting, they heard news about Ain. The guy said that they say that Ain is only a short time away from receiving the middle name Primal, which can only be given to holy ladies. The girl with blonde hair blushed deeply and frowned, smiling awkwardly, asking really. Wade hugged the girl by the shoulder with a wide smile and raised his hand, saying that they had already found out. And to be honest, there was only one minor thing left to do before making a final decision. Zeke smiled, looking at the man and replied that everything is correct. All that remains is to get the consent of the Holy Lord Karuna and that's all. The guy asked what they thought about the big and impressive thing instead of all the little things. Ain and Wade looked questioningly at the guy and the man asked about the big and impressive. Zeke smiled and frowned, looking at the man from under his brows, saying that, for example, destroy the Belid unit in the northern part of the country. A man in a black glove tapped the white table with his fingers, saying that it meant that the boy he had treated well had been killed. Ain folded her hands next to her face, looking ahead fearfully with wide eyes. Wage's face contorted with rage. He frowned, and asked if this was the work of the Belid people. Zeke answered yes, and there was this on his chest. Do they know what this sign is? He pushed something on the table and the blonde and the man lowered their gaze. Wade replied that this is one of several heresies that the Belids do, dark magic, used to prevent a person from dying prematurely. Hands raised his eyebrows questioningly, asking about dark magic to prevent a person from dying. The main character held a black gloved hand on a piece of paper with a tattoo on it. Wade said that a person's life is colored by the energy of a person from Belid. This is a magic that keeps a person alive for a predetermined period of time even if he is mortally wounded. A man with dark brown hair and a beard raised his hands, which were handcuffed. A red tattoo was visible on his side. The man continued that it is usually used to keep a person alive during torture, or as he heard, to games with people. Wade raised his hand, looking at the main character, and asked if there was any information about who exactly killed the child. A man in a dark cloak, there was no hair on his head, a white tattoo running down his face, and the main character replied that he was bald, half of his face was covered with a tattoo. Ain lowered her head and opened her mouth, saying the name Kalun Trislov. Zeke held the drawing next to the girl. They were all sitting at a round table and the guy asked her if she knew him. A man with a tattoo on his face, who smiled widely, holding a dagger in front of him and licking the blood from it. Ain frowned, saying that he is one of the cardinals directly under the Holy Father of the Belid clan. He is famous as the one who creates all kinds of horrors in this world. The girl turned to Wade, who frowned and asked if he really just went and showed up in the village. The main character looked at the man and replied that it seems yes, perhaps he was passing by and stopped to buy provisions, and also decided to have fun along the way, apparently. The guy said that the only victims were the poor people living on the outskirts, so there was no unrest inside the village itself. Wade hit the table with his fist, shouting, "These are the scoundrels." Zeke remembered the orc's footprint on the ground, the orcs with red eyes and sharp fangs, looking ahead and saying that the strange thing is that there are enough monsters in the mountains and around the village. Even the orcs have made a haven for themselves there. Wade frowned and lowered his gaze, putting his hand to his chin, saying that he felt that everything was not so simple. Outside the window one could see how everyone was sitting at the table. Wade and Ain were looking at the main character, and a man with gray hair said that if they go against people from Belid, then he and Karuvaman are ready to run to any battlefield. Wade sighed and sadly said that they didn't have much information about their base. Zeke frowned at the man and replied that he knew the location of Belid's northern division, and knew the location of another one. Wade punched his chest with a wide smile and said loudly that here it is, the benefit of the relationship between Lady Ain and Zeke, as expected. The blonde looked at the main character in surprise, asking how they would know how reliable this data is. Getting information from Belid is not so easy. Zeke smiled awkwardly, looking at her and replied that he found out by chance. He thought that, more precisely, until his return. Ain smiled and blushed slightly, saying that he knew so much, even about the runes drawn during the incident in Ponty. Zeke looked away and laughed nervously. The man was holding a brush that was smeared with red paint, painting something. The main character thought about those runes. Ain frowned and extended her hand, around which golden energy glowed. The main character thought that these were the same ones that she drew before his rebirth. Wag and Zeke stood up from the table, leaning their hands on it, and the man with gray hair said that then the first thing they can do is go to the northern branch. They need to check the location. The guy with black hair smiled and said understood. The main character followed a man with gray hair across the hall to the door. He told the guy that judging by the fact that this was their first destination, then the priority would be to deal with Trislov. The man asked if Zeke's main goal was revenge and the guy stopped. Wag looked over his shoulder at the guy when he stopped. Zeke smiled sadly and frowned, saying that because of him, because of Trislov, he didn't even have time to hear the boy's name. Desert. The wind lifted sand into the air. An arch of stones, bare trees grew nearby. Wag sat on the horse, pulling its reins with his hands. He looked forward in surprise, eyes wide open, and said that the world is full of miracles. He and Zeke sat on horses, moving through the desert. There was only sand and bare trees around. An arch of stones was visible ahead, and the man said that he did not even think that a place like this existed. Zeke smiled, looking at the man, and said that even Wag, a world man, had not met such a man. He looked forward with a smile, answering that he was sure that he had seen enough of the world, but now, looking at such a landscape, he understands that he was arrogant. Wag put his hand to his chest and, closing his eyes, lowered his head, saying that just think that he was thinking of measuring by his own standards the world created by the goddess. Zeke knitted his eyebrows, looking at him in confusion, and asked if those who serve the goddess really have such feelings. Wag looked over his shoulder at the guy, smiled at him, and replied that he would feel the same as him if he believed in the holy Karuna. The man clenched his hand into a fist, looking at the guy with shining eyes, and smiling widely, asked what he thought. The doors of Karuviman are always open for him. Zeke turned away and rolled his eyes, saying that he had to refuse. The horse walked on dry, cracked ground. They both rode their horses through the desert, and Wag asked if it was really the northern division of Belid here. He said that it was not, that he doubted the main character. The man remembered the statue of a demon that stood near the lake. There were trees behind. The man said that he heard that Belu, in whom Belid is believed, is the god of water. A gray demon with red eyes. A red crystal also shone in his forehead. He had a gill on his head. 2 horns sprouted from both sides of his head. Wag said that because of this, where they build their temples, there must be water. Desert. The sun was shining brightly. Sand was flying in the sky. Zeke said that he understands. At first glance everything looks like this. He turned to the man and smiled, saying that however, it was precisely because of this prejudice that people still could not find these guys. Wag lowered his gaze, knitted his eyebrows, and said that this actually makes sense. The main character ran forward on his horse, his cloak fluttering behind him. He looked over his shoulder at the man and smiled at him, saying that he needed to go a little further. High mountains. The sun was shining in the sky. A large gorge. The horses stood to the side while Wag and Zeke walked forward through the gorge. The guy calmly walked forward while Wag looked around in surprise, his mouth open. The guy walked on dry ground. They found themselves in front of a large hole in the mountain, from which the wind was blowing, and the main character said that the entrance was here. The lantern that Zeke held in his hand. He and the man with gray hair walked through a dark cave, a warm light emanating from the lantern. Wag looked up in surprise, his mouth parted. There was a lake inside the cave, with a bright blue light emanating from the ceiling in the distance. Wag raised his head in surprise, looking at this, and thought that he did not know that in such a wilderness there could be an underground lake of such a scale, which is why he still could not find the guys from Belid. A bright red light flashed in the distance of the cave. Wag and Zeke hid behind a stone that stood nearby. They looked out from behind the stone, sweat running down the face of a man with gray hair. In the distance on the lake there was a building with stairs leading to the doors. There were torches burning around on the walls of the cave and on the building. A large building with a symbol on the stone above the door. Wag's eyes widened as he remembered the dark symbol that had purple energy emanating from it. He thought it was the sign of Belid. They actually built a temple in such a place. Zeke smiled, standing behind the stone and looking down at the man, asking now that he can be trusted. A man with gray hair grabbed the guy's hands. He frowned, looking at the main character, and said that he would prepare the best troops of Karuviman. Blue sky, green leaves of trees were visible. At a long white table sat Ain, Wag, Zeke, Snoke, Hans, and a man with gray hair and white clothes who clasped their hands together while sitting in the center of the table. The man with gray hair in the center of the table raised his head and laughed. He was old, he had a gray mustache on his face. The man smiled and put his hand to his chest, saying that he was glad to meet you, Holy Father Karuvamana. Zeke smiled, looking at the man. He looked away and his smile became nervous as he thought about going crazy. He thought that in the days of the Great Lord he had not known that he would come so close to the creator of the zombies with whom he was fighting. Zeke, wearing black and red armor, swung his sword that emitted purple energy, cutting through several soldiers wearing silver armor and red cloaks. The Holy Father stood with a large golden staff on the end of which there was a cross. He held a book in his other hand. A bright green light emanated from the staff. The same green light emanated from a soldier in silver armor who stood in front of the man. Zeke thought that by staying behind, he healed his subordinates and even provided support in the attack, and the knights really did not lag behind. The man in white clothes looked down at the book, reading something. Zeke closed his eyes and frowned, thinking that he really almost died then. Everyone was sitting at a long white table and the guy thought that he never expected that he would somehow be in a meeting with the Holy Father Karuvaman, which is more difficult than meeting the emperor of the country. The Holy Father called the main character and he looked at him. The man put his hand to his chest, saying that as Karuvaman's representative, he expresses his gratitude to him for telling them about Belid's hideout. Zeke raised his hand and said that he was only lending a helping hand because he wanted to do something. The man in white clothes smiled at the guy and said that he heard that he wanted revenge. He asked if the guy was thinking about participating in the battle. Zeke furrowed his eyebrows at him and replied, of course, only while they are attacking the temple does he plan to infiltrate it. The Holy Father asked to deal with the person who killed the boy. The protagonist's eyes widened. Zeke laughed and the Holy Father's eyes widened as he looked at him in surprise. The guy smiled darkly, his face hidden in shadow as he said that he planned to torture him properly. Hans and Snoke behind him looked at the main character in shock. The Holy Father closed his eyes and put his hand to his forehead, saying that this is very frightening. A person who is about to grow old and his heart will not stand it. Zeke frowned and sighed, apologizing and saying that he had given in to his feelings a little. The Holy Father smiled, saying that everything is fine, and he understands him. Trislav is so disgusting that it hurts his teeth. The Holy Father's gaze became gloomy and his face became serious as he said that however he was strong. Zeke looked at the man with a calm face as he said that there were guesses that he was endowed with the same level of power as the high-ranking fighters of the Karuvaman squads. The Holy Father frowned, looking at the main character and asked if everything would be okay. He frowned, looking at the Holy Father, and replied that he would not interfere with them. The Holy Father closed his eyes and sighed, saying that as he sees, the guy has not changed his mind. This is good. The old man leaned his elbows on the table, resting his chin on his hands and said that this operation would be carried out in top secret. It was impossible for the pests to find out about their plans to escape. Wade raised his eyebrows, saying that thus, for the sake of safety, it would be better for the three of them to remain here in the temple until departure. The Holy Father smiled and closed his eyes, saying that he would be immensely grateful to them if they did this. Snoke, Hans and Zeke sat next to each other, looking at them and the guy with black hair nodded. The main character called the Holy Father and he looked at him in surprise, looking to the side. Zeke folded his hands on the table and looking at the Holy Father, said if he could listen to one of his requests. The man asked what happened. Zeke put his hand to his chest and looked forward, saying that he would like to receive the title of Honorary Knight. Wade and Ain looked at the guy in surprise while sitting at the table. The Holy Father smiled and clasped his hands together, asking why. The main character's eyes were covered by his hair as he sat at the table and he said that there was no special reason. Just if you would get the same rights as the elite knights. The guy smiled gloomily and frowned, saying that Trislav, this guy will get even more angry. A large white building, the sky turned orange at sunset. A white table and chairs next to it. The Holy Father said that it is even more unique than one can imagine. Wade smiled and raised his hand, saying that his character may be a little strange, but he gets the job done just like that. Ain next to the man clenched her hand into a fist and smiled, saying that if he became a subordinate knight of Karuvaman, he would definitely not be ashamed of him. The Holy Father closed his eyes and smiled, holding a book in his hand and said that then he would immediately give him the title of Elite Knight. The man's eyes suddenly widened as he suddenly remembered something. The Holy Father extended his hand, smilingly saying that among the elite knights, there is one active, strong in skills like Zeke. The Holy Father looked at Wade, asking if he could send him on a mission with them. The man with blue eyes raised his eyebrows and asked who it was. From the window one could see the Holy Father, who put his hand to his face, remembering his name. He said the name Glenn Zenard. Ain put her hand to her chest and looked down, sadly saying that this is how he talks about Lord Glenn. The Holy Father looked questioningly at the girl and raised his eyebrows, asking if something was wrong. She remembered how a knight with blonde hair leaned towards her with a smile, and worriedly said that it was nothing. It's just that every time he sees her, he continues to ask if she has any experiences, although she always says that she doesn't. Wade closed his eyes and, smiling widely, laughed, throwing his head back and saying that he thinks Lord Glenn is showing interest in Ain. The girl blushed slightly and clenched her hands into a fist, saying that as the one who serves Karuna, she is not going to start a relationship or go out married. Wade looked at the Holy Father, saying that in any case, he thinks that Glenn will be able to participate in this war. He went as support somewhere else, so it is difficult to contact him. The man with the mustache answered clearly. Ain lowered her gaze, looking worriedly at the floor and putting her hand on her shoulder. Wade turned to her and extended his hands, saying that if she was uncomfortable, should he exchange a few words with Lord Glenn. The girl waved her hands and said that everything was fine. She looked away when the man asked if there was anything else that was bothering her, and the girl replied that she didn't think it was because he was interested in her. Ain said that she doesn't know what's going on here, but it seems like there's something else here. Wade looked at her in surprise, raised his eyebrows and asked about something else. Ain put her hand to her face, looking away worriedly and trying to figure out how to say this. The girl stood in front of Glenn, who loomed over her, looking at the girl with a dark look, and she said that she felt like he was testing her. Horses with knights on them walked through the desert past bare trees. Wade, Ain and Zeke were riding nearby on horses. Behind them were Hans and Snoke, and a cart was attached to the horse of the guy in the gray shirt. In the cart sat 4 people wearing white cloaks, hoods on their heads, and they closed their eyes and folded their hands over their faces in a gesture of prayer. The horse walked with its hooves on the dry, cracked earth. Wade, with a grim look, looking forward, raised his hand, signaling the army to stop. They stood in front of the entrance to a cave from which the wind was blowing, and the man said that it was here. Ain looked ahead worriedly, saying that then they will begin. The man with gray hair agreed, saying that it was time to start. Wade frowned, looking forward with a gloomy face, and said that they will hold a trial for these Belids. Zeke calmly looked at the entrance to the cave. Behind him were a pair of knights, next to whom a fire was burning. He got off his horse, saying that then he would go first. Wade looked at the guy and said that he never changed his mind about getting into the temple first. Zeke turned over his shoulder and answered with a smile that they had already agreed on everything. Ain looked at the main character with concern while sitting on the street and tried to say something. Zeke gave the girl a thumbs up and told her not to worry, and even if he gets caught, he has almost no valuable information. The girl closed her eyes and said that wasn't what she meant. Zeke smiled, looking to the side, and said that he knows Belid won't catch him. Nothing like that will happen. The guy looked at Hans and Snoke, who were sitting on horses, and said that he had a request for the 2 of them. They were trained to protect themselves, so they should not die. The main character smiled and said that if they die, then nothing can be done. Snoke and Hans looked at the guy in shock. Their faces turned pale, and the blonde opened his mouth wide. Zeke jumped down into the cave, his cloak fluttering in the air as he flew down. Wade and Ain also got off their horses, and the girl asked if everything would really be okay. The man with white hair looked towards the entrance of the cave, saying that for now it would be best to trust him. Ain, Wade, Hans and Snoke walked forward, followed by soldiers who held 2 yellow flags. A man with white hair clenched his hands into fists, asking if they should enter now. The walls of the cave, which were illuminated by blue light. A man in long black robes ran through the stone hall, shouting that they had an emergency. Many people in black clothes ran through the hall, shouting that Karuviman was on the other side of the lake. Wade stood by the lake, raising his sword high above his head. Several soldiers were running across the lake. The rest stood behind. The man shouted to defend himself while they crossed the river and attack. A man in black clothes and gray hair stood against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. He opened one eye slightly while the others ran, shouting that they would stop these heretics. The man frowned at this and asked what happened. A hand in a black glove appeared above him. The man was grabbed. Behind him was a man whose clothes were dripping with water. The man's body trembled. Zeke looked at the man who was lying on the floor, turning his head. The guy's cloak was wet. Zeke adjusted his gloves, looking down at the man, and thought that nothing had changed here. He remembered how, in black and red armor, he squatted on the stone ground, looking to the side, and thought that he was worried that the layout would change from the one before his rebirth, but it remained exactly the same. Zeke remembered how he swam in the water running down his face, when he thought that he was alone, so he managed to swim unnoticed, but the guys from Karuviman can handle it on their own. Water flowed down Zeke's boots, falling to the floor, and he walked forward, thinking that he would not think about unnecessary things and concentrate on what he had to do. Zeke stood in front of the door. Above him there was a round window from which a white light emanated. The guy thought that there was a prayer room here. Since this is a temple, then something most important will be here. Zeke opened the doors with both hands, entering the room. The guy looked up in surprise, thinking it was there. Zeke stood in the doorway, looking at the purple pyramid, which had different symbols on it. Purple energy emanated from it. The guy thought that it was really created in such a place. Zeke frowned and raised his head, thinking that if it was here, then this Trislov would obviously run here first. For them it would be a higher priority than stopping Karuviman. The main character chuckled. Zeke smiled darkly, the shadow of his hair falling on his eyes as he thought that he would then wait for the victim. A large, bright explosion occurred near the building, throwing rocks to the sides. One of the knights in silver armor struck the man, leaving a blue light from the cut. Drops of blood sprayed from the wound. The man with black hair and a goatee clenched his hand into a fist, raised it and shouted that Karuviman was crossing the lake. Trislov stood with his hands on the balcony and looked over his shoulder, frowning, asking how many were in the squad. The man replied that he was not sure, but he thought it was more than 1,000. Trislov looked down with a nervous expression on his face. Cracks were visible on the stone balcony. He thought that if there were about 1,000, then now there was the same number of bellied followers. Sweat ran down Trislov's face as he looked down and thought there was a problem. The guy asked if they were all either knights or people of high rank, and the man behind him frowned, raising his hand and saying that apparently they were. Trislov clenched his hand into a fist and hit the railing with it, loudly asking how they even knew about this place. The guy clenched his teeth, frowned, and thought that this was not a force that this unit could handle. It was too late to call for reinforcements. Trislov turned around at 3 people in black clothes. Green shells were flying next to him. He told them to withdraw the troops, not to let Karuviman's people cross the lake. One of the men with black hair shouted that he understood. The man with the goatee waved his hand, looking ahead, and told everyone to go to their places, to delay Karuviman so that they would not cross the lake. Trislov looked over his shoulder, frowning, his eyes glowing faintly. He ran towards the exit, thinking that he needed to deal with this first. A guy in black clothes was running along the stone floor. He frowned, his black cloak fluttering behind him, as he thought that he needed to be calm. Once he sorted this out, he could ask Belu for his blessing to win. Trislov entered the temple, his eyes widened in surprise and his mouth opened. The purple statue was not visible. The main character was sitting on the stairs. Trislov looked at the empty stand on the wall, thinking that it was not there. He clenched his teeth, his face was distorted with anger, and he asked who else, from Karuviman or something? The guy wondered if he did it. Zeke sat calmly on the steps, looking down, a shadow falling on his face as he replied that no, he was a man who had a bad feeling about him. Trislov looked at him angrily, raising his arms and getting into a fighting stance, cursing. Zeke said, "Trislov, the cardinal of the Belded clan," and the guy with the tattoo looked up at him, pursing his lips. Zeke grinned evilly, looking at him with an evil expression on his face, and asked if he was the one who killed the boy. Trislov stood at the door to the temple, clenched his hand into a fist and asked about the boy. He clenched his teeth. A lot of veins popped out on his face as he asked what does it mean he comes here on a whim, and he's also asking nonsense. The guy said that he had to remember every little thing he did. Zeke silently looked at the guy. Many people were running along the stone floor. They stood behind Trislov, and he clenched his hands into a fist, telling them to deal with the main character. Zeke rose to his feet, looking at them and said, "What a shame, he would like to hear the reason first." Trislov looked at him incomprehensibly, frowned and asked about the reason. Zeke, looking at him, replied, "Didn't he kill people in the slums, and also tortured a child at that time?" Trislov crossed his arms over his chest and smiled broadly evilly, saying that this is what they say about that boy. He said that it was he who killed him. Trislov remembered how he stood in a black hood, turning his gaze to the child, who looked at him and said that he came to the village to buy provisions, and their paths crossed. Trislov smiled broadly and evilly, saying that he had decided then. The guy with the tattoo looked forward with a crazy look, smiling, and said that he had decided that he would kill everyone. Zeke silently looked at the guy, listening to him say that killing the boy's family and his neighbors was nothing more than a bonus. Trislov smiled while an army in armor stood behind him and said that if you look for the reason, then it's all about the child. They all died because of him. There were flags with a black sign hanging on the wall. Trislov said that they died by his hand, by the hand of the one who carries the honor of Bela and controls this world. Trislov looked down at the protagonist, his eyes glowing faintly with a violet light, and he said that they were honored. Zeke silently looked at the guy gloomily. He put his hand on his waist, standing in front of him, and asked why he put all the blame on the boy. Trislov smiled broadly, clenched his teeth and replied that he wanted to finally teach him what is called responsibility. Zeke turned his head to the side, looking away, and spoke about responsibility. The ground in the temple shook and Trislov looked down. Other soldiers looked around. The guy with the tattoo said that there was no more time to put it off. He asked how the Karuviman people knew about this place. Zeke said that it was him. Trislov frowned. His eyes turned red with anger and he asked what. The main character looked at him with a smile, frowned, and replied that it was he who called Karuviman here. Trislov looked at the guy in surprise, who replied that he did it to finish him off. Trislov waved his hand, loudly asking what he would do to end his life. The main character calmly looked at the guy with a tattoo on his face, saying that he really cared about the boy he killed. The bald guy looked at him in surprise, opening his eyes wide, and said that it was impossible that he had done all this just because of the child. Zeke clenched his hands into fists, looking at him, and said that he himself said that it was only because of the boy that he killed him and the rest of the people. The guy stood on the stone floor of the temple, saying that if they had not met, if he had sat quietly in a dark place like a mouse. Zeke smiled and bowed his head, saying that today this temple will completely disappear. Trislov clenched his teeth, looking at the main character with anger. A strong explosion thundered behind him, and the nights, smoke and fire were visible behind them. Zeke called the guy by name. He smiled gloomily, looking at him, and said that all this would be because of him. The guy with the tattoo on his face clenched his teeth, his body trembling with anger. A strong stream of blue water flowed. Trislov extended his hand and was surrounded by streams of water as he angrily swore at the guy. Zeke knelt down on one knee, resting his hand on the ground as the water approached him. He jumped into the air, dodging the blow, and looked down, thinking that the force was enormous. He could die from one blow. The main character's hand caught on the black horn. Zeke exhaled, holding onto the skull horn that was hung on the wall. Trislov looked up at the guy who was hanging on the wall and asked what. Zeke smiled, looking down at him, and said that he would certainly understand if Trislov really was the one who taught the boy what responsibility is. The main character put his second hand to his face and, smiling mockingly, asked if Beller really taught them all that there is no need to bear responsibility at all, and they call it God and worship him. Trislov lowered his head and clenched his fists, trembling with anger. He spread his arms to the sides. Looking up, a huge stream of water appeared behind the guy as he screamed for the main character to die. Zeke jumped to the side as a powerful, huge stream of water crashed into the ceiling, leaving cracks there. The guy got caught on a protruding wooden stick. He clings to the window with a smile, looking over his shoulder. Trislov waved his hand, turned to the rest of the soldiers, and shouted to them what they were doing. Wouldn't they fight? The guy and the soldiers around him waved their hands, throwing many small daggers forward. Zeke took his sword by the hilt, drawing it from its sheath. Holding onto the window with one hand, he quickly swung his sword, deflecting daggers and leaving a blue light behind the blows. The daggers fell to the ground, and Trislov and the soldiers looked at them in confusion. The main character put his sword back into its sheath, saying that there is no need to be so angry. He held the purple pyramid in his hand with a smile, raised it, and asked what would happen if he accidentally touched it. Trislov frowned, looking at him, and shouted, "How dare he, and does he know anything about this?" Zeke looked with a grin at the pyramid that was emitting a purple light and said, "This is an artifact that controls monsters. It was called the vengeful spirit of the pyramid." The guy with the tattoo looked at him in surprise, his eyes widening as he asked how he knew. Zeke frowned at the pyramid in his hand, from which light emanated, illuminating the guy's face. Vengeful spirit of the pyramid. An artifact that allows you to manipulate any monsters. A purple pyramid, with symbols on it, around which purple energy swirled. In itself, a vengeful spirit is an ominous thing, and to complement it, emotions emanating from an innocent soul are needed. Before the protagonist's revival, Belid used a cruel method to obtain these emotions to complete the artifact, just like the torture that boy experienced. Trislov stood over the boy with a smile. Holding a pyramid in his hands, the child sat in front of him on the floor. Holding the pyramid in his palm, Zeke thought that maybe he was torturing the boy just so that the artifact would become fully functional. The guy thought that the frequent appearance of monsters in the village was also due to the vengeful spirit of the pyramid that Trislov brought with him, because the monsters instinctively followed him. Zeke showed the guy with the tattoo a pyramid, saying that he knows a lot of things, now he feels it. If anything goes wrong, he will definitely break what they have so far protected so much. Trislov grinned evilly, looking at him, and frowned, saying that the vengeful spirit of the pyramid would not break so easily, which could not be said about his weak body. The guy swung his fist. A large column of water appeared behind him as he screamed that he would therefore kill him in the most brutal way that there was in this world. The main character dodged the stream of water that hit next to him. Frowning, Zeke looked to the side at the stream of water that was beating behind him. Trislov smiled broadly, looking at him, and shouted how long he was going to run away. Zeke pushed off from the chandelier, jumped onto the edge of the wall, and thought that he could somehow deal with everyone else, but he wouldn't be able to defeat Trislov in his current state. The main character looked over his shoulder and smiled, saying that the difference in their strengths is too obvious, so insisting on a one-on-one duel is somehow stupid, so he is thinking of running away first. Trislov pointed his finger at the guy with a wide smile, shouting where he was thinking of running away. The guy in black gloves caught on the edge of a stone on the wall, sarcastically asking where. He was hanging on the edge, smiling, and raised his fist behind his back, the fist glowing with a bright blue light. Zeke punched the wall several times, blue energy glowing around him. The guy with the tattoo on his face smiled evilly, asking what he was doing. He stopped and frowned when he noticed something. He asked if there was something like that there. Zeke looked into a narrow passage that was behind the wall. Stones were falling nearby. The guy climbed into the passage with a smile, turned over his shoulder, and said that the mouse would try to escape into the hole. Zeke put his hands in front of his face, sticking out his tongue. He had mouse ears on his head and he squeaked, parodying a mouse. Trislov clenched his teeth, looking at the guy with anger. He shouted to catch him. A dark corridor. The wind blew on the floor, raising dust. Along the dark corridor there were torches hanging on the walls. Many cells were visible. An underground prison in the northern division of Belid. Zeke twirled a bunch of keys on his finger. He opened the door, walking into the room, casting a long shadow behind him. The guy called the people in the cages, calling them friends. Their eyes glowed red. They held onto the bars with their hands. Zeke smiled, looking at them, and asked if they wanted to take revenge.